It's got my shot. Got this. If I get the card, I prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Welcome, friends, to what has all of the makings of a great night of poker that will round out the WPT Online Borgata Series powered by the Party Poker US Network. Only 8 players remain of the 440 that entered. Total prize pool, $432,000. Tonight's champ will walk with $77,350, a set of Baccarat Crystal Beluga highball glasses, and a beautiful Hublot Big Bang E titanium timepiece valued at $5,200. Thank you so much for being with us. My name is Dave Farah, and we have a veritable who's who of the WPT family that is going to be joining us throughout the broadcast. And my co-host this evening is Party Poker Pro Katie Stone. Katie, welcome. It is great to be sharing the virtual booth with you this evening.
Hey, Dave. Thanks so much. It's great to finally be joining you.
And as we look here at the scoreboard, 8 players remaining, all the way from 4 million up to 34 million. So, Katie, we do see some pretty big discrepancies here when it comes to the starting chip stack sizes for this final table.
Yeah, 2 big stacks that I would assume are going to try to put pressure on these middling stacks and the short stacks. The nice thing about the final table, though, is we don't really see too many like super short stacks. It's a pretty playable final table. And so that is by design, too. We wanted the players to be able to, play poker. They're playing for a lot of money. This is a WPT final table. They should be able to play some poker.
And as it folds around here, we get to Mucko, who has Jack 9 off. He's going to let it go. Kenny with Ace Jack offsuit. Again, big stack here, 34.1 million. He is going to raise it up to over $500,000 in chips, and it looks like it's going to quickly fold around here back over to Anthony, who does have 5 deuce of diamonds. He is also going to let that go, and the big stack gets even bigger on hand number 1, Katie.
Yep, not surprising.
So again, 8 players remain, and this is a really interesting final table, the way that it's structured. One of the things that jumps out at me is that there's 3 different people that satellited into this tournament and have found themselves sitting at this final table. That's pretty unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of, what online poker is all about. It's giving a lot of different people the chance to satellite into larger events. Being able to play a main event for $5 or $45, it's just not something that you see very much in live poker. And so this is kind of a really cool benefit of online poker.
So Kenny, again, the big stack raising it up to 528,000 with his King 9 of diamonds, and it folds back around to him once again. So not a huge surprise, but as we see the big stack comes in, aggressive early on, and here Kenny wakes up with another great hand, Ace 10 of spades. Did you expect that from Kenny coming in with what you've seen leading up to this final table?
Yeah, for sure. This is just a kind of layup situation for these big stacks to try to, push everybody around. The chips are so important. Even though they have a lot of the stacks have around 40 big blinds, the chips are really worth a lot of money at the final table. This is where the biggest pay jumps are, and this is where all the money is. And so you would absolutely expect these bigger stacks to be putting pressure on these littler stacks.
And another one here for Kenny. And interestingly, Katie, every single time that he has decided to crank it up and raised 528,000 exactly each time. Give us the thinking behind that in your estimation.
A lot of players choose to alter their sizing. Some players just min open. One of the nice things about the new software upgrade that we have is that you can look at your stack in big blinds. And so that's allowed the players to be a little bit more precise for some of them who choose. And some players just, play off of feel, but again, another nice thing about online poker is that you can choose, those odd sizings or the true min, and it's a little bit easier to do that.
So this could get interesting after the raise to 528,000 from Kenny. Tony comes over the top with a 3-bet up to 1.7 million and a decision here for Kenny. Gonna go up even more. 4-bet to 5.4 million. So the two big stacks mixing it up here early, Katie.
Yeah, and that's interesting because the chip leader and second place, they generally have a lot to lose going up against one another.
And Tony spikes the king here on the flop. So top pair, top kicker for him. And Kenny is in big trouble with his pair of nines. Let's see how he plays it. He's first to act here.
Yeah.
He's going to bet 4.7 million. So the pot is at 16.1 million already, 67 big blinds. And the call there from Tony, sneaky call in your opinion?
No, I mean, he's not really looking to make this pot super duper huge right now,
Couple hands in, right?
Yeah.
A deuce of clubs rolls out on the flop. So neither player has a club in their hand, but there is 3 clubs on the board, which is interesting. Kenny now with a check on the turn. The pot, 20.8 million, and Tony checks back to a river. We will go. Kenny is going to need a 9. He doesn't get there. Another 5 comes out. So it's kings and 5 with an ace kicker for Tony. He is going to take this one down unless he somehow gets pushed off it, which would really be something. But a massive pot, just a couple of hands in, Katie. And like you said, a bit of a surprise when you have the 2 bigger stacks and you've got a number of players that, have a fraction of the chips that you do. I mean, 4 million for 2 of the players, and you have the 2 big stacks here. And Tony makes a sizable bet on the river, 6.2 million. He only has 9 million behind, but this pot is already at 27 million, and Kenny is going to let it go. What a huge scoop for Tony early on.
Yeah, huge hand. And, like I was saying, it's a little bit unfortunate when second and first place have to go up against each other in a hand. Those situations early on kind of have to be, tread very carefully.
And there you see it for the winner this evening, 77,350, runner-up 56,900. Eighth place is going to walk with just $9,736, which is not bad, but when you compare that to what's up top, this should be a very interesting final table. Katie, we obviously have 8 players, and with many of the WPT events that we've called in the past, many of the final tables are just 6 players. So talk about how that changes the dynamic as you sit down at a final table like this, and you have a few more opponents that you have to figure out how to get through.
Well, yeah, there's lots of different formats in live and online poker. 9-handed is generally how we start live and online tournaments these days. Online has been shifting a little bit towards 8-handed, which I think is really nice. 6 max is something that a lot of players really love just because it generates more action. And then the same is true here at the final tables. The 6-handed final tables can, be pretty deep. They can encourage lots of fun play. The 9-handed final tables, just like the beginning stages of a tournament, can play a little bit snugger in the beginning. Just, 8-handed final tables, that's very normal. But it's really great to see online kind of shifting also to more 8-handed tables as well. I think the players really enjoy that.
So Tony Dunst, who's going to be joining us a little bit later in the broadcast, he actually traveled out to New Jersey to take part in all these online events that have been going on. So look forward to chatting with him. But Katie, I mean, obviously there's a lot of stuff that's going on in the world right now and restrictions that weren't in place a year ago. How has that affected you and how you approach the game of poker? Because everything just got turned on its head real suddenly earlier this year.
Yeah, man, it was tough for a lot of people. Online poker players may have been in a pretty fortunate situation, kind of already being at a work at home type scenario, something that, was a little bit easier for them to get set up, understanding the, just kind of the discipline, the self-discipline needed to working at home and getting things done. So that was a, fortunate part of it, that online poker was doing pretty well. However, when everybody went home, online poker started to really thrive.
Interesting flop here. So Anthony with his ace 10 has 4 to the flush, 2 diamonds in his hand, 2 on the board. Tony, on the other hand, hits the top pair with his 6s. So Anthony first to act here. He is going to check 1.3 million in this pot already, and now it's over to Tony. And look at that, Anthony with the flush on the turn. He's got an ace high flush. So he has crushed Tony right now. Let's see what he does as he is the first to act.
So really like this check on the flop. This is definitely a board that would favor the big blind, but Anthony's hand is just so strong here. So kind of sneaky.
Another 5 falls on the river there. So 6s and 5s with the jack kicker now for Tony. He's going to check over to Anthony. Let's see if he's able to extract some value. 3.3 million in the center right now. Anthony with 8 million behind. And he just checks it. So good enough for him, that 3.3 million in the middle. Katie, I see that look on your face. Your thoughts on that check? I mean, there was obviously the pairing of the board there. Do you think that's spooked him?
Yeah, I mean, big blind range is also a lot of small pairs and stuff like that. So yeah, surprising. But again, beginning stages of the final table, like we were talking about, 8-handed, chips mean a lot. They're worth a lot of money. The pay jumps are large. So yeah, being careful.
Mako with ace 10 is going to raise it up 480,000. Kenny here on the button. He's got king jack of spades, and he is going to make the call to 480,000. Already this pot nearing 2 million in chips. Sanjeev says ace 7, thinking about it.
Yeah,
make
this
the
is
call as well.
Yeah.
And the flop comes with a jack, a 7, and a 6. So Sanjeev hits his pair of 7s, but the jack, the top pair, is going to go to Kenny, who also has 3 to the flush. Check there from Michael. His ace 10 didn't get a lot going there for him. Let's see what Kenny does, though, with the top pair and the backdoor flush draw. On the button here for Kenny, as you see the percentage at 80% for him to take down this hand. Bet 780,000. Sanjeev going to pass, and Kenny is going to take the pot. 2.6 million there. So certainly not as big as the one that we saw earlier, but those pots do matter, right? I mean, that's almost the full chip stack count for some of these players. I mean, Stormy Knight over here is waiting for an opportunity with just 3.5 million remaining in that stack. So some pretty fast action here as we get things going. I mean, talk a little bit about how the online play and just the number of hands that you see is so much faster at these final tables because, calling WPT for the last several years, there's shuffling and there's dealing and there's waiting for everyone to look at their cards. And this just moves at a much faster pace.
Absolutely. And that's another really great thing about online poker is you do tend to see a lot of hands. A lot of players also play multiple tables. I would hope, though, that players who are playing this final table, this is the only table they're playing tonight. But yeah, we hope they're focused. But one of the other great things too that what we did with this structure is we actually gradually increased the time within the blinds. So the blinds originally started out at 12-minute levels, and then we went up to 15. And so now they're playing 20-minute levels at the final table, which players are very pleased with, kind of those escalating blind levels, giving the players as much play as possible when it really, really matters. And, they're pretty deep too. So we want to give them enough time. So yeah.
So, Katie, you said it a couple of times, so I think it's worth setting the table on it. You're saying we when you're talking about this. You're actually a Party Poker U.S. ambassador, right? So you've been working with the brand for a while, and so you're actually involved with helping to create some of these structures and put these tournaments together, right?
Yep, absolutely. I'm a sponsored pro with Party Poker US Network, and there are three skins currently: BetMGM, Borgata Poker, and Party Poker US. And there's three of us. There's Michael Gagliano, Dan Buscon, and myself. And yes, we are very, thankfully, very involved with these kinds of things. We're very lucky that we work with a network and people who are so genuinely concerned about the players and what is best for the players. And so, yeah, we have been working very hard on this series, and we're very proud of it. And we are very happy that all of our players are very happy about it as well, because we've heard great things.
So some action here. Anthony raised it to 480,000 with his ace five, and then Chris three bets it up with Jack King on the button to 1.8 million, and that's going to be enough to take down that pot. So Chris feeling confident there on the button, does a three bet, and it works. Kenny going back to that magical number of 528,000. He's got ace three of diamonds, going to go back up to his standard bet size at least so far.
yeah, perfect. Perfect spot for the King Jack on the button there for the three bet. So very nice hand.
And Muko making a decision here with his queen seven of clubs, going to make the call. So we'll go to a flop. 1.4 million in the middle, and look at this. Two diamonds roll off, so four to the nut flush for Kenny. Not a lot going so far for Muko. As you see, 86% Kenny to take this one down. Get a check, and then Kenny is going to bet it up to 517,000. Quick fold there. Kenny takes down another pot, so slowly but surely chipping back up after losing that big one early on.
Yeah, and just really standard defend by Muckle. Really not anything he could do on that flop. So
a stormy night, looking for that spot. A seven and a deuce, not going to do it. Mark's also out of the way. Mukel now here in the small blind with 10-4 off.
yeah, these are always the fun spots, right? In tournaments where big money is on the line when you're in the blinds and you've got
What do
hands
I do
like
with this
this.
10 for
And
you?
yeah, it's probably just a good idea to just pitch it sometimes and just move on to the next hand. So yeah, nice pull.
Anthony, they're folding an ace and a jack, which is interesting. Mark is looking down at 8-7. Taking a little time to think about it. Mukel here with a nice one on the button, ace jack offsuit. Don't know if he's going to get any action if he decides to splash around here, but doesn't have a huge stack to work with. How would you approach this with 6.2 million? Are you hoping for a couple of calls here? Are you hoping for maybe just one? How do you want to play this one?
I mean, you've got ace jack on the button. He's opening. He's about 25 big blinds effective. It's an ace and a jack. It's a really good hand. I can't imagine that he would be interested in folding it. But again, he's opening into both, big stacks, and they are likely to, put up a fight for those blinds. And here we go.
So 6, 7, 8 on the flop. There's a couple of clubs out there. So Muckle has an ace of clubs, if that does play in. But Tony getting pretty aggressive here. He comes out firing at 840,000. He's just going to take it down just like that.
Yeah, he's probably he's using his stack as leverage, knowing that that's definitely a range flop for him. Obviously hits the big blind as the button as well, but using his stack well. So now Muck is, now he's 20 bigs, a little bit less playable stack right now.
And he folds out of this one over to Tony in the small blind with a jack seven, all into 37.5 million, just ready to push Sanjeev off, which I assume is going to work, and it does. Interesting move there. In the small blind, all in. Give us the thinking.
Yeah, well, 9 big blinds, 9.5 big blinds. He's got a jack. It puts so much pressure on having to call off is very, very different from shoving. You absolutely are always wanting to be the one shoving instead of the one calling off. And, Tony understands that, obviously. He's very familiar on the World Poker Tour. And so not surprising, once again, using his stack correctly.
And excited to welcome in Matt Savage, who is obviously a face that you know very well if you follow along with the WPT or if you've just been a fan of poker over the years. Matt, great to see you during these strange times, my friend. How you doing?
Very good to see you, Dave. And hey, Katie, how are you guys doing?
Hey Matt, how are you?
Excellent, man. It's fun to be back taking the reps. I've been watching you, obviously doing some commentating as well. And how are you finding the whole virtual experience? Because I know this is very different from how you've lived your life for the last couple of decades now. Traveling around the world and bouncing around from room to room, and now it's everyone's in their own little corner of the world trying to get through all this time. But how are you dealing with everything?
As much as I've missed the live tournaments, I've been extremely busy because the WPT and Party Poker and Club WPT has been keeping me very, very busy doing a lot of different things. So, I'm kind of adjusting to it, but at the same time, I have not slowed down, really. I'm used to being on the road 6 months a year, and unfortunately, I haven't been able to travel, obviously, since March, but there's definitely a lot of things coming up in the future, and I'm excited about that.
Well, let's talk about the partnership with Party Poker and just how well it's been going, because we see obviously 3 different players that have managed to get to this final table off of satellites, but just the turnout overall has been very impressive. What do you attribute that to?
I just think that they've done a great job. I mean, it's a good timing, and of course, the people on the Party Poker US network and Borgata have done so much to do for the players. They've put together a great series, and I know that a lot of the people that are out there, including Tony Dunst, has just enjoyed it immensely. And the software has been working well, and we're happy that players are having a chance to still play poker. Got all in here.
Yep. So when you see the screen go red, that means that we have an all-in and a call, and obviously, as we see, 2 hands that are exactly the same. So there is a diamond in the hand of Sanjeev, and 2 diamonds fall on the flop, and that is going to negate that. So we are going to get a push here. Total pot size of 6.2 million, and both players are going to live to fight another day. So all in and a call. That's our first of the table so far, but that's just for those of you that are watching for the first time. When the screen goes red, that's what it means, an all in and a call. And so we will slow down in those moments to obviously appreciate what's going on. But Matt, really exciting to see how busy you've stayed. I mean, this has been just a challenge for everyone around the world, really, and to see an industry that you'd think would get hit arguably the hardest, right? I mean, because all the poker rooms and things like that were closed. You guys have done a really good job offering people the opportunity to still get some great poker. So bravo to you and the WPT and the Party Poker US team.
Yeah, we've been really lucky to have great partners like that, and obviously with the parent company, Party Poker, and their $100 million guaranteed series, which was just happening, and of course, this series, been working with Ray Stefanelli and Gags and those guys back east to try and make sure that this series is kind of fits the niche of the New Jersey market, and so. I know that they care a lot when they put these things together, and it's been really good. And I love seeing the real names here, by the way. This is awesome.
So a bet of 700,000 and a call, a 6 of diamonds rolls off, and the jack for Mark is still working right now. 8-9 though, open ender for Muckle, and 420,000 is the bet from Mark in the small blind. 3.2 million already in the center here.
Neither player wants the other player to make 2 pair. That's for sure.
Call there for Muckle. And the river comes a deuce of clubs. So Mark is going to take this one down with his pair of jacks. Let's see what he does. First act here, 7 million back, 533,000 is the bets. $4.2 million in the center.
Such a small bet, and he has a pair.
Wow. Muckle over the top, 3.6 million.
This is poker.
He did leave 48K behind. just in
Yeah,
case.
He left
48,000 behind.
point
Just in
two
case.
big blinds.
Hey, Matt, we've seen crazier stuff, right? I mean, over the years, there's been times
Yeah.
where guys had a chip in a chair, and that's about it, and then somehow figured out how to get back into it and make a run. But leaving 48,000 back is not a lot. But yeah, this is for all the marbles here for Muckle. 7.8 million again in the middle, and Mark spending some real time thinking about this. This move might actually work for him, and it does. So. Stones right there from Muckle, and he is going to scoop the pot. 7.8 million, put his tournament life essentially on the line right there, and it worked for him. Nicely done.
Yeah, we see that a lot lately where people just leave a little bit behind. I think it's because they don't want to show their hands. Is that right, Katie? That they don't want to show their hand if they don't get called. Right?
Well, I mean, he would have to call if
Yeah, I mean,
if he was if Mark shoved all in, but his hand would show down even
Right.
still. So
that's true. But they got to wait for I don't know, how long is the delay on this one? Is it 1 hour?
this is a 1 hour delay.
Yeah. Yep.
So he's got to wait. Mark's got to wait an hour to see the pain, how he was bluffed out of that huge pot.
There's a couple people that were in the chat on Twitch were wondering how we were calling this live, and there's a delay like you'd see with most of the streams, but this one is 1 hour, and that's important, Matt, because sometimes we're on a 30-minute delay, and people will be able to find out information in quicker amounts of time. In this case, here we go with a Stormy Night going all in, 3 million in chips, been waiting for that spot, finds it here with Ace King. Let's see if there's any takers. So Muckle up first here is going to step out of the way. Kenny with 10-3 also out, and Tony 8-9 of hearts, and a Stormy Night is going to scoop up that pot, 665,000.
I mean, look at this final table. You have two players with over 100 big blinds. I'm sure you guys have covered this at this point, but you don't usually see that on most tournaments online, that's for sure. So these guys are super deep. It's crazy.
Yeah, the discrepancy from the starting stacks with 34 million and 25 million all the way down to a couple of players with just north of 4 million. It's definitely lopsided right now, and it's remained that way so far. Even though we did see the two big stacks, Matt, early on. I don't know if you caught that, if you were able to or not, but there was a big pot between Kenny and Tony early on in this one, which normally you don't see the two big stacks, two hands into a final table trading blows like that. But Katie, what was that worth, like 20 million?
Yeah, it was a pretty big pot, and I was wondering what was going to happen, but they slowed it down, so they didn't after the turn they didn't get that many more chips in the middle. So
Sanjeev goes all in here for the 4.2 million with Ace Queen of Diamonds, and Kenny is going to let his Jack 10 go, and Sanjeev now with 5.1 million back, 18 big blinds, decided to make a move there, and that worked out nicely.
You guys probably already covered this, but a WPT champion at this table, that's awesome, and a player of the year from the WPT at this final table. So Muckle Pahuja never has won an event, but he did win player of the year. So there's only a couple guys that have done that in 17 season, him and Faraz Jaka. So it's interesting to see that these guys have gone so deep in this big tournament. But it's to be expected. They're great pros, for sure.
And interesting that you have a player of the year, you have a WPT champion, and then you also have 3 players that have found their way to this final table via satellite. It's really a very interesting combination of players that we have here at this final table. So exciting to see how maybe some of the guys that are technically a bit more green, how they fare against some very accomplished players on the WPT circuit.
Yeah, for sure. You guys know how much I love satellite players, and I think it's so important. And Party Poker US Network has done such a great job to get people in for just a small amount. And that's, to me, is what poker is all about, is getting those small people to have a chance at life-changing money, to be honest. It's really, really exciting to see.
Matt, I thought it was really touching what you guys did for Mike Sexton. Obviously, Celebration of Life tributes this week. Really heartbreaking news for the entire poker community. But Mike, obviously a tremendous guy, and I love how you guys are really going above and beyond to celebrate all the amazing things that he did.
Yeah, it would have been Mike's 72nd birthday tomorrow, so we are going to celebrate at 5 o'clock. If you guys want to tune in, of course, you can watch at YouTube and on Twitch. And of course, if you guys want to come in, if you had any interaction with him or you had a story that you wanted to tell, you're welcome to do that. We're doing a reception after the initial ceremony. It's going to start about 6:30, and it's going to probably go till 10, 11 o'clock at night. So it's going to be a great night to celebrate a great man, for sure.
And
All
a
in
stormy
a
night here,
call.
all in 3.2 million. The call here from Mark with King, Queen. And the flop comes a 5, a 4, and a deuce right now. The king leading the way for Mark. A 3 rolls off. That's another spade. So looking for a 6 or a 7. And it's an ace on the river and a stormy night that will. Oh, wait, no, it's there. It rolls right out. So it's straight on the board.
Wow.
And a stormy
So-
night manages to stay alive. Wow. How about it? What a river for him. Good stuff. All right, so Ace King now for Sanjeev. We've seen a couple of times where there's been a push. This one not going to be a jam with all in. Going to raise it up to 560,000, and over to Mark now, 6.2 million behind with a pair of sevens on the in the small blind, and he just makes the call to 560,000. Muckle Ace 4 of hearts in the big blind. Going to make the call as well. So we are going to go to a flop. 3 players to that flop. And what a flop it is. It's a king, a queen, and a 10. Sanjeev with top pair, top kicker.
Yeah, and interesting too that small blind did not shove with their sevens. Once again, this is, final table ICM pressure. Players opening off of 16 big blind, 18 big blind stack. So betting.
And Mark is going to get out of there after a bet of 751,000 from Sanjeev. Let's see if Muckle decides that he wants to continue here or let it go, and he's going to step out of the way. And Sanjeev picking up a nice starting hand and doing some work. 1.4 million is the pot on that one, and heads his direction. And Sanjeev
Katie, are you
here
familiar
with
with any of these other
top
players?
pair.
Sorry. Katie, are you familiar with any of these other players? Kenny Huynh seems like a name that I know. Do you know who that is?
Yeah. A couple of the players are players who we play with a lot here in New Jersey. A Stormy Night, Kenny, yeah. Yeah, so a few of them, and then the satellite winners as well. Yeah, so yeah, and then Muck, he comes into town every so often to play, and he probably came in just for the WPT as well. I know a lot of players came into New Jersey to play, so
That's awesome.
yeah, it's pretty cool.
And Muck here, first to act in the small blind, pair of 9s. That holds up pretty well on this flop with a king, a 8, and a 4. There's a couple of clubs out there. It goes check, check over to Sanjeev, who's got a pair of 6s in his hand. And we'll see if he gets aggressive with this. 2 million in the pot right now. And a check, check, including one from Muckle, who is leading the way right now. A bet of 756,000. And Muck is going to let it go. And just like that, Sanjeev going to take it down by being aggressive once again. We've seen a couple of hands, Katie, where Sanjeev is willing to push some chips around, and it's working so far for him.
Yeah, he's not super deep, but he's using his position well. That flop is, hits his range quite well. Muck is in a tough spot, having another player left to act behind him. So, and again, ICM, pay jumps, they matter, so.
Tony's going to take down the pot there with a couple of jacks in his hand. Matt, so glad that you were able to hop on and chat with us. And my understanding here is we have kind of like the town to do some playing for this this group of tournaments is going to be hopping on here as well. And again, Matt, always great to see your face, brother. So glad that you're doing well and staying so busy.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's been a great thing. These people that have worked with us on all of these different events. It's kind of like we're just working together to try and make it work while we have to stay at home, and it's been great. It really has been.
Heineken Bob in chat on Twitch wanted us to tell you hello. So hello from Heineken Bob, and
thanks, Heineken Bob.
We will see you soon, my friend. Thanks so much for spending some time with us. All right.
Thank you, guys. Good luck.
See you later, Matt.
All right, take care.
As I mentioned, Lynn Gilmartin is, I believe, waking up right now over in Australia. I think it's morning time over there, so we'll be chatting with her here shortly. Always great to see Lynn. She's such a just such a positive presence every time that she's able to hop on, and she's done a fantastic job with same thing. All of the challenges that have been going on in the world. She's always very active and has done a great job keeping the poker community entertained. So looking forward to chatting with Gil here in just a couple of minutes. But back to the action. Muckle's going to let that one go with his 5-3, 5-4 for Kenny. Also in the muck, Tony going to raise it up with his Queen 9 off, 616,000. He's got the big stack here. 39 million behind now. 41 million was scooping that one. So Tony continues to jam the gas where he feels it's a good spot for him, and certainly right there, people not wanting to mix it up with the big stack.
Yeah, he's in a perfect situation as far as having Kenny on his right, and so when Kenny is folding, Kenny kind of has to fold a little bit more because he doesn't want to get in trouble with Tony. But once Tony sees Kenny folding, Tony is really just going to anything playable. He's probably just going to be opening. The stacks behind are just, very similar, and they need to be very careful.
And so Tony raised it up to 616,000 initially on this one, was 6-5 off, and Chris comes over the top with a 3-bet up to 2.1 million. And interestingly, Tony makes the call here, 4.8 million in the center already. And as you see, that flop hits very nicely for Tony. Is the thinking there with the call, Katie, is that this hand does flop pretty well in many circumstances, and you're avoiding a lot of those, the bigger hands like Ace Jack, or what's the thing in there? Because now another 1.8 million goes into the center. The pot's already 8.5 million.
Yeah, I mean, I missed what the initial 3-bet amount was to. It might have made sense for him to call out of position with an offsuit hand. Generally, isn't something that he would play, but he probably thinks that the button's or the small blind 3-betting range is quite narrow. And so he's maybe just gambling a little bit, and maybe the math worked out, and, let's take a flop with 6-5. He's got a lot of chips.
And it works. 8.5 million is the size of the pot, and there it goes. It is scooting his way. So all the way up to 162 big blinds. And with that, we get the pleasure of welcoming in Lynn Gilmartin, who is on the other side of the world right now. Lynn, it is wonderful to see you, friend. How you doing?
Hello, it's so good to see you too.
How are things down under for you? I obviously followed along with everything that's been going on with you as you've been navigating all this stuff, and you were quarantined for a while there in Australia, and now you're able to kind of move about, from my understanding. But it looks like you've really made the best of everything that's been going on these last few months.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm so proud of how the Australian government has handled this pandemic. The quarantine has been so effective. So when I flew in here, Angel and I had to quarantine for 2 weeks in a hotel. Oh, we've got kings there. We had to quarantine for 2 weeks in a hotel, but that's basically contain the virus as best as possible, with the exception of one state, my home state, actually, Melbourne, or Victoria. They're in a little bit of a pickle. They have been. So they've been in lockdown, but the rest of the country, we've been able to move about freely, which has been lovely. The shops are open, kids are at school, and no masks even. It's pretty amazing.
Wonderful. So Chris here with his pocket kings, not able to do a lot with that. No action around the horn, and resetting once again. Here we go. Sanjeev has ace 9, and Anthony has a pair of 8s right behind. Let's see what happens. Sanjeev, of whether or not he wants to make a stand here. Early action, he is going to pass on that. Anthony, 8.1 million in his stack, 29 big blinds, couple of 8s, going to raise it up to 700,000. Stormy Knight's going to pass. Mark on the button here with a king and a queen of clubs. Only 5.1 million there, 18 big blinds. So going to pass on that opportunity. Muckle on the small blind. He's also out. And over to Kenny here. Got a big stack, 9-6 of clubs. And going to make the call. So we will go to a flop, 9-6 of clubs versus a couple of 8s for Anthony. And wow, 8 right there on the board for Anthony. So 560 is the bet there. Kenny with decision time, going to call the 560. Doesn't know the buzzsaw that he is about to run into unless some serious developments. The turn is no help with a queen. That means that Anthony is going to win this pot. If it comes to a showdown, 2.9 million in the center, a quick check from Kenny, and now Anthony trying to figure out how to extract some value. 1.5 million is the bet. Total pot size 4.4. That'll do it for Kenny, and Anthony taking down a nice pot, 35 big blinds now, and 9.8 million in chips. So good job there getting some value out of that. Maybe not quite as much as he had hoped, Katie, but still always nice to flop the set when you have a couple of eights in your hand.
Yeah, for sure. And you just hope the big blind picks something up and can call, but unfortunately that didn't happen.
And a stormy night all in here at 2.6 million. Kenny with 25 million back in the small blind. Let's see if he decides to make the call. Does not. He's going to pass. Tony makes the call at 2.6 million, and this could be bad news for a stormy night, unless, of course, a 10 comes on the flop, which it does. Unbelievable. So, yeah. So now a queen comes out. There's a little bit more drama. A king would give a straight to Tony, and another queen comes on the river, and the pot of 5.5 million going to a stormy night who is all in for the second time already at this final table.
And you know, like those short stacks are also very not happy about that double up, because when you have, you're waiting for somebody to bust, that means a pay jump. And so these guys with, in the 20 big blind range and less, they are not very happy to see the short stack double up right now.
Kenny on the button here with a couple of nines, going to raise it up to 616,000. Tony quickly out of there. Sanjeev in the big blind. King 4 off. 7.4 million in the stack there. Let's see what he does. Also going to pass on that opportunity. And you're right, Katie. I mean, you look at this screen and you see, Muckle with 20 big blinds, Mark with 18, a stormy night now with 19 big blinds, Chris here with 20 big blinds. He's raising it up with his pocket tens. I mean, there's just so many people in that same range. And we're looking at, significant pay jumps as we move through these 8 payouts. It's got to be pretty disheartening. Oh, this could get interesting. So Sanjeev with his ace king in the small blind, 7.2 million back. Let's see how he approaches this raise to 700,000. Going to make the call. And now Anthony is quickly going to pop out of there from his big blind position, and we will go to a flop. So as you see the percentage, oh my God.
Wow.
Wow.
Is this how
What
this
a
whole
flop.
What's going on? These are action hands since I popped in.
Crazy so far. I said Lynn shows up and all of a sudden it just goes nuts. So here we go. Yeah. All right. So there rolls off another queen now, as you see Sanjeev with his ace king. Good to go. And unfortunately for Chris, that totally negates his hand. So aces and queens on the board. He's got a 10 kicker. A 7 rolls off on the flop. 2.8 million in the center. And Sanjeev, see if he's going to try to find some value here, or if he's going to be happy just taking it down. 1.8 million is the bet, and Chris quickly letting that go. I have a hard time imagining a much worse set of circumstances for a pair of pocket tens than that flop and turn, Katie. That was brutal.
Yeah, but also too, it's kind of easy to get away from it, right? It's not a really tough decision like we were seeing earlier, how Muck had nines on a king high flop, and that's just, a little bit of a sore, situation, but easy fold.
In the chat, Microbrat said that woman is gorgeous. I assume that you're talking about me. Thank you very much. Hope you're enjoying the gaming season. Chris in the big blind
Dave.
here. Chris with king 9 of hearts, and 1 heart does roll out there. Anthony is first to act with a check, but Chris liking what he's seeing with a gut shot as well as a potential backdoor, and he's going to go ahead and take it down right there with a small bet. So 1.1 million going his direction. So a little bit of redemption for Chris, and we continue. Lynn, tell me how you feel about this. I mean, we do a lot of these tournaments together, and obviously, some of them last for many, many hours, and that's fine. I mean, the action's great, but man, when you take out all of the nuance of having to shuffle cards and deal them out and everything else, like it just really, really clips along here.
Yeah, I know. It does move at high speed. I'm also just so impressed with the turnout of this event and how successful this whole week has been. I wish I was able to play. Katie, I know you played some events, didn't you? How did you go?
Oh, yeah. I played all the events. Yeah, no, it was great. I mean, it was a fantastic turnout. The satellites, like you said, were just huge. I think what it was like 44% of the main event entrants came from Saudis. Crazy.
Amazing.
It's amazing. It's huge. It's huge. It's just, again, it's not something that you see in live poker. So this is just one of the really cool little things about online poker is that saddying in is really easy to do.
Yeah, this event broke the record to become the largest event in Party Poker US network history. So,
Yeah.
congratulations to you guys on putting together a really
Awesome.
good one that people responded to.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Let's go.
So Tony with another one of these, this time he's got 6-3 of hearts, and he's going to make a
Okay.
calculated bet, and it works. So the big stack there, 43.9 million in chips, and here he goes again. So Tony going to raise it up 704,000 with his queen and his ace of hearts. Anthony quickly out of the way. So is Chris, a stormy night gone. Mark with his 9-5 in the small blind, no thanks, and Muckle 5 million in his stack. King 9 offsuit, and thinking about it at least for a moment here. Gonna make the call, so we will see a flop between these two. So Muckle in the big blind, and he spikes his king on the flop. So very nice for Muckle here. Checks it right over to Tony, who bets 566,000. Do we see a check raise here, or do you think that Muckle's just going to lay back and try to get as much out of this as he can, Katie? It's a pretty good flop for that hand.
Yeah, bet's kind of small. So Muck just calls. Yeah, that makes sense, I think.
And a little bit more drama here on the turn with a queen rolling off. So that one hits Tony, but the king is still good for Muckle right now. It goes check, check. Final card coming on the river. Here it is, a 7 of diamonds. So Muckle going to take this one down if he sees it through.
Yeah, and he's got 13 big blinds left, about 9 big blinds in the pot. This is what happens when the stacks get around 20 big blinds and less. Each pot is really important.
So a check there from Muck over to Tony. Let's see if he wants to be aggressive. No, he wants to see if that queen's good enough. Unfortunately for him, it's not. And Muckle and his pair of kings going to take down a nice pot there, 3 million chips. So 6.9 million now for Muckle, who actually wakes up with another nice hand that we'll get to in just a moment. Anthony's out. Chris with a pair of pocket sixes going to raise it up to 640,000. Stormy night, 4.8 million back. Queen 9 of diamonds. Going to pass. Mark on the button out of there. Muck with an ace 9 of hearts.
Yeah, so when Muck sees this open from this stack, 17 big blinds opening off of 17 big blinds, now 15 big blinds back. It's a decision, even though he has ace 9 suited, ace 10 suited even is a decision.
And Kenny going to make the call there. So we go to a flop. The sixes hold up for right now. So it's Jack 10-7 on the flop. Chris with his sixes is next to act after Kenny checks. And Chris going to fire out a bet of 480,000. And that'll do it. So Chris will pick up that pot. 2.2 million in chips, including over 1 million new ones. So well done for Chris. Significant pot for him with 6.5 million total in his stack. Anthony 9-7 out of there. Chris with a king and a queen offsuit. Gonna pass. Stormy Night's out. Mark's gone. Muck with a jack and a 10 of hearts this time on the button.
Okay, yeah. So we've got a limping range on the button at 20 big blinds. And that puts our big stack to a decision.
Ooh.
An all-in move from Tony, and that will do it. So we've seen Tony get aggressive, and with that big stack, easy to push people off. And right there, another one. And look at this, Tony in the small blind here with ace king. So we'll get to that in a moment, see if there's any action around a stormy night. 9-5 off is gone. Pass from Mark with his 8 and deuce. Muck here with 10-9 also out of the way. Kenny on the button, jack 6. No. Tony, let's see what he does. Sanjeev in the big blind does not have a lot going, and he's going to raise it up to 1.1 million. And let's see what Sanjeev does.
I mean, it does help as the chip leader to get really good hands, you know. But we've been seeing him do this all along. You know, when he had the 6-5, remember, Dave, and he's opening that from early position and then playing a flop. It's tough for his opponents because they know that he's being aggressive and they know that he's playing a lot of hands. They are going to have to fight back at some point, you know. He just is picking up good hands too.
And on that one, Sanjeev hops out of the way. Let's see what happens on this next one. So Muck here with an ace and a 6. Going to pass. Kenny, 10-6 of clubs. Also out of there. Tony's going to raise it up to 704,000 with his king 5 off. On the button in the small blind is Sanjeev with ace 10 of hearts.
Yes, so there's a few stacks that are shorter than the small blind right now. And he notices that and folds his hand.
It always just pains my heart a little bit when it's such a pretty hand like that and you just have to let it go. But it's the right move. So Anthony makes the call here with his.
Did we lose Dave?
Oh, can we hear you, Dave? He's frozen actually right now. So
I wasn't sure if that was my internet or his. Oh, the
he's
beauty of
frozen.
virtual.
Oh, he's back. There he is.
There he is.
He might not be able to hear us.
Here
Oh
I am.
no.
Here I am.
Oh, there
I'm
you
back
are.
now. I don't, yeah. Yeah. I don't know what happened, but I'm back.
It froze on a flattering face, so that's all right. That you're in luck.
Ah, whew.
It's always the worst
That's
when
always the
you
worst.
froze and you're like.
He's like, I look terrible. What's wrong with me?
So nice bet. So big blind. So this turn went check, check, and then the big blind led river. Button is generally not going to think that there's a queen in the big blind, but for sure there can be. So he checked the turn, but then loses the pot. All right, we've got to open this hand on the button.
Yeah, Sanjeev, ace 10 going up to 640,000. Anthony is going to pass. And Chris in the big blind with queen 7 going to make the call. So we will see a flop between these two. And interesting flop. So a queen, a 7, and a 10. So Sanjeev hits his pair of 10s, and Chris hits 2 pair with his queen and his 7. So could see some action on this one. A bet here from Sanjeev after the check from Chris, 756,000. And Chris, see if he comes over the top here with a 3-bet or more. And all in for 5.7 million. Now the pressure is back on Sanjeev. Keep in mind that both these players in the same range. So Chris with 5.7, Sanjeev with north of 6 million, but could have been crippling there. Chris makes the move at the right time. Total pot size of 8.3 million, and Sanjeev stays alive. But Chris scooping a nice one there, and now almost double that of a stormy night. So Chris starting to get into that range now where he has 25 big blinds. Not quite the sense of urgency that he had just a few hands ago. Another nice hand here for Chris in the small blind, but Kenny has ace king as well with clubs.
So yeah, expect to see some sort of 3-bet here or a shove. And yeah, there's a shove.
Yeah, there it is. Chris over the top and a call from Kenny. And the screen goes red once again. That means we have an all-in and a call. But as you see here,
and the total opposite
this one, Yeah. The drama will be short-lived, friends.
This is very
Uh,
cool. This screen, how it goes red for all ends, and yes, this is
yeah.
very impressive.
It's just like on the real life WPT final tables. Every time there's an all in, all the lights on the set go red, which is so thrilling.
Yeah.
But I got to say, it's one of the pains in my neck because whenever I'm doing all of my takes to camera, the lights suddenly turn red, but it's not supposed to be in real time. So I have to restart, restart, restart.
Oh my goodness. But I mean, I love how like they've been able to incorporate a lot of these things for our series. You know, the
Yeah.
real names and the Baccarat crystal and the Hubble watch, and these are all really, really nice things for the players. And like we were talking about before, obviously WPT is known very well for taking care of its players. Party Poker US network as well. So it's just been a really, really fun experience watching everybody work together really well, produce an
It
amazing
has.
event.
I agree. I'm so
Yeah.
proud of how everyone has come together and just revolutionized what it is that we do. And this
Yeah.
is seriously the best. I couldn't have imagined a best sort of equivalent to make the virtual experience or the live experience go online. But you guys,
Yeah, and
I'm here
so
for just a super short visit though, because I have to leave on the break. We have a
yeah.
rehearsal actually online for a memorial that we're holding for Mike Sexton, which I hope you can all join us. It'll be really special tonight at tomorrow at 5 p.m. Pacific time.
Yeah, no, very excited about that. Had a chance to talk with Matt about that earlier, and love that you guys are taking so much time and really how seriously you're taking the memorial, because certainly deserved. And I love that we're able to connect from literally across the world and spend some time together. Obviously, a break coming up here for a couple of minutes for the players. So with that, we'll let you go, Lynn. But it was wonderful to see you again, and enjoy the rest of your week. Glad that we were able to connect.
Yeah, thanks so much. Have a great night tonight. This is going to be exciting.
Woo.
See you later.
Bye, Lynn.
See you. So 8 players still remaining as Lynn steps out. We have 77,000 up top, and we've seen a couple of close calls here. Chris, interestingly, with 4 to flush on that flop, doesn't get there. Instead, it's Kenny with the 7-3 of diamonds that ends up flushing out. So the pot here is at 3.4 million, which is significant. So let's see. Kenny with a bet of 2.5, and Chris has to let it go there. So doesn't get there with the flush, and Kenny going to scoop up another nice size pot, almost 6 million in chips. And Katie, we only have a couple of moments left here, but the way that this works when it comes to breaks for the players, if you could explain it. So there's just a little window at the end of each hour for the players to take a couple of minutes to themselves, right?
Yeah, so in New Jersey, at 55 minutes past the hour, every tournament goes on break, and that just gives everybody a chance to use the restroom, get some water, coffee, snacks, put their child to bed, something, all sorts of fun things occur in those 5-minute breaks. Jamie Kerstetter has been known to shower during those breaks, so.
Hey, man, sometimes 5 minutes all you need,
Listen, you play online poker long enough, you become very, very efficient. 5 minutes.
And sometimes you just really need a shower right now, too, right? So Kenny here raising it up to 704,000 with the pocket fives, and Tony once again willing to mix it up, a 3-bet with Queen 9. Up to 3.2 million, and that's going to work once again. Like you said earlier, kind of a precarious situation for Kenny with Tony right behind him. So the action will continue. Maybe a bit of a surprise here that we still have 8 players remaining as we see Tony's stack getting larger as the game goes on there. 138 big blinds, up to 44 million in chips. Stormy Night and Mark down there still kicking it around with almost 5 million in chips apiece. Muckle at 5.6, Sanjeev at 6.2, same for Chris, almost exact same stack size there. Anthony at 10.1, and Kenny with 25.9 million. Anyone's game, and we'll be back with more WPT.
At BetMGM, online casino is in good hands with live blackjack and roulette, the best slots with huge jackpots, plus a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 and $25 free. BetMGM Casino.
Hey New Jersey, remember World Poker Tour's last event on Party Poker US Network and how successful it was? Well, we've decided to do it again, but of course this time it's bigger and better. Introducing the first ever WPT online Borgata series powered by Party Poker US Network, with a week-long series of poker tournaments exclusively for any eligible online player in the state of New Jersey. The festival will kick off with a $215 buy-in, $100,000 guaranteed event on September 13th. There will be 11 events total, including a heads-up event, a knockout bounty event, and it'll wrap up with a 2-day WPT main event on Sunday, September 20, with a $1,060 buy-in and a streamed final table. As always, there'll be plenty of satellites available. For all the info you need, just head to WPT.com.
This is BetMGM, where every snap is showtime. And right now, get $500 risk-free on your first bet. And the action doesn't stop there. Just fire up the BetMGM app, place your bet on any of this week's games or hundreds of other matchups, then track your bet live. This is BetMGM, where every yard is a chance to win large. Download now and use the bonus code TOUCHDOWN.
People always ask me, what's the best way to learn poker? LearnWPT.com offers bite-sized lessons you can take at your own pace in the comfort of your own home.
That's right, Lynn. And once you learn some skills and want to raise the stakes to compete at the highest level, the WPT GTO trainer can give you instant analysis of your play.
So whether you're just beginning to play poker,
or you're an expert player like me,
you'll gain valuable skills and techniques at LearnWPT.com/GTO.
Good times at Atlantic City's best casino are now available from anywhere in New Jersey. Sign up at Borgata Casino online today and get a 100% deposit match up to $600. You'll find all of your favorite games straight from the casino floor to the palm of your hand, including live dealer, blackjack, and roulette. Plus, take your shot at New Jersey's largest progressive jackpot and earn M-Life rewards for every spin. Ready for fun? Sign up now and we'll start you off with $20 on the house. Real Borgata thrills, real Borgata style. Download the Borgata Casino app today.
We are setting the stage for the first ever WPT Online Borgata series powered by Party Poker US Network, which will have 11 events in total, starting September 13th through to the 21st.
It's been really great to partner with Party Poker US Network on the schedule and structures. They really listen to the players. In fact, the schedule is so good that Tony Dunst is traveling across the country right now to New Jersey. But please remember, you must be physically in New Jersey to play.
That's right, Matt. And all of the side event winners will receive a set of Baccarat Crystal Beluga Highball glasses, and the main event winner, the winner of the $1,060 buy-in main event, will not only win the lion's share of the prize pool, but also a Hugo Big Bang E-Titanium timepiece valued at $5,200 and the trophy. And everyone who makes it to the final table on September 21st will be playing out on this streamed final table. For the full schedule and to follow along with all the highlights, just head to WPT.com.
At BetMGM, online casino is in good hands. We've got it all. Live blackjack and roulette. The best slots like Starburst and Cleopatra. And huge million-dollar jackpots that must be won. Plus, new players get a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 and $25 on the house. Online casino is in good hands at BetMGM Casino.
This is BetMGM, where every snap is showtime. And right now, get $500 risk-free on your first bet. And the action doesn't stop there. Just fire up the BetMGM app, place your bet on any of this week's games or hundreds of other matchups, then track your bet live. This is BetMGM, where every yard is a chance to win large. Download now and use the bonus code TOUCHDOWN.
And we welcome you back, friends. 8 players remain. We've got a bunch of money that is sitting at the top. $77,000 is going to our winner, along with the Baccarat Crystal Beluga highball glasses, the beautiful Hublot Big Bang E-Titanium timepiece valued at $5,200. And Katie, as we talked about, we started with 8. We get through an entire hour there, and we still have 8, despite the fact that there's numerous all-ins and calls. A couple of the all-ins end up being the exact same hand at the exact same time, and so we had a couple of ties. And to start things out here, as we head into the next level, we've got Kenny raising it up to $704,000 in the big blind. Though Anthony is going to call with his ace queen off. We'll go to a flop between the two, 1.9 million in the center and an ace right there in the window for Anthony, who is going to quickly check over to Kenny. Let's see what he does. $576,000. Anthony. Already 2.5 million in the middle. Just going to make the call. Turn comes an 8 of clubs. So that's going to be good enough to sew things up for Anthony's hand. No possibility of him losing this, regardless of what comes on the river. And now Anthony is going to put a few more chips in the middle, 1.5 million there, and Kenny's going to quickly trail on out. And nice pot there for Anthony, 4.6 million in total, including almost 2 million new chips, which is significant for his stack size. Muckle here, 5.6 million back, only 18 big blinds. He's got ace 9. Kenny's going to pass. Tony going to raise it up with his 7-5. We've seen this work for him a couple of times. Anthony here in the small blind, though, with a couple of 6s.
So we talked about Tony opening up and kind of opening any 2 playable hands. A cutoff is generally going to be a playable hand for him, but small blind definitely has a right to participate right now with 6s.
And unfortunately for Anthony, with his 6s in the small blind, he runs into a pair of 7s that Tony hits on that flop. So 2 million in the center right now, and Tony going to make it pretty expensive to go here, 1.3 million. Trying to find out where he's at pretty quick, and Anthony is going to get on out of there with 3 overcards on the flop.
Yeah, there's really not much that you can do on a board like that with an underpair position.
It's cool to see. Obviously, big fan of Twitch and just how the platform has evolved over the years. Seeing such a great poker community that has developed on Twitch. Also, cool to see some people actually railing their friends on Twitch. Doing it in a virtual way. But it's cool to see people in here rooting for their friends to take it down. Obviously, significant tournament here, but nice to see that people are showing up and offering their support.
Yeah, man, this is WPT final table. It's a big deal. And, if things were normal, there would be a lot of people railing these live final tables, even late at night. That's one of the fun things about these big series that we generally have.
So a check on that flop. Turn comes a 4 of clubs right now. Stormy Knight is still in control of this one, but Chris going to fire out the bet here of 320,000. So as it sits right now, the 10 high is still good. Chris with the bet, it's going to work. So going to scoop up, albeit a small pot, still an important one with these stack sizes. So Chris continuing to play a really good, solid, fundamental poker, not really getting himself in a lot of positions where he shouldn't be, and as a result, the stack size is starting to slowly creep up. Not a huge surprise here. Tony is going to open things up, raise it up to 704,000 with his king 8 of clubs. A Stormy Knight in the small blind gonna pop out of there, and Mark also with just 14 big blinds, a 4-3 of diamonds. Maybe he's thinking about it here.
Yeah, that's definitely a hand that looks like it might be fun to play. But again, look at the stack sizes. We've got 13 big blinds, 13 big blinds, 16 big blinds, 18 big blinds. You're out of position with a very, low hand.
And a Stormy Knight, king 8 off on the button here. Mark in the small blind with ace king. So Stormy Knight wisely going to dip on out. Let's see what Mark does here. And it's an all-in move for 4.3 million. Muckle quickly out of there as well. So another all-in, no call this time. And Mark's going to scoop 600,000 new chips onto the next. And oh boy, Stormy Knight with a couple of aces. Here we go.
Just exactly the hand that you want to see as the short stack with 13 big blinds. Yeah, we talked about before, small blind doubling up is generally something that the players are just kind of like, you kind of want them to bust so you can, make that pay jump and play opens up a little bit. And, but yeah, and so he raises, which
is the
is,
bet. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it's good.
And doesn't get any action, which is just so heartbreaking when you have a couple of aces. Just nothing going. And look at this. Tony in the big blind here wakes up with a couple of cowboys. So he's got two kings. We'll get back to him in a moment. But Chris here, 6.3 million back, king, queen. He's going to raise it up to 800,000. So this could be fireworks. Let's see. Muckle with 9-5 on the button is out. Kenny, small blind, also going to pass. And let's see how Tony plays this one. 3 bets it up to 2.2 million.
Yeah. So Chris could choose to min open this instead of making it slightly larger. He is sub 20 big blinds. Generally accomplishes the same thing as, especially since he's opening into the big stacks in the small blind and the big blind. Tony has a really big hand again, though. Shocking. And poor Chris, because he's got a king and a queen, and Tony's been putting a lot of pressure on people, and so he's got to know that Tony's been putting pressure on people. He's been opening probably 80% of hands. Tough spot for Chris, but once again, there are several people with less chips than him, and that's a big deal.
Yeah, interestingly, if some of the information has got back to Chris with how wide Tony has been opening, you maybe wouldn't suspect that he's sitting on a couple of kings here because it's not a lot of information has come his way. But if he saw some of those early hands, then maybe saw some of those 5-6s and everything else.
Yeah, you might. Yeah, if he's got somebody, you might be
instead
inclined.
Here, Tony is going to take this one down.
Yeah, absolutely. But look at this.
A Stormy Knight with ace king of hearts and an all-in move again from a Stormy Knight. 4.7 million there. Muckle with king 9 of clubs has about the same stack size. Going to pass. Kenny going to pass with his pocket fours. Tony's out over to Sanjeev 9-7 and a Stormy Knight once again big hand and no action.
Yeah, it does matter though. Picking up those blinds, it really does help. Oh, wow, big hand.
Oh boy. Yeah, here we go. So Chris with a couple of queens, raising it up to 800,000. A Stormy Knight with ace king of hearts and Mark right behind. All in from a Stormy Knight. Mark here with ace 10 of clubs, and then Muckle right behind with a pair of 9s there.
Wow.
So we got some big hands, at least on the left-hand side of your screen. Everyone else.
Poor Muck and these 9s. He's going to have nightmares about these 9s tonight.
Brutal. So Mark's still thinking about it here. 5.5 million is the bet from a Stormy Knight. So this would put Mark all in if he makes the call. He's going to pass there. Muck also with the 9s, going to let that go. It may come down to just these two. So Sanjeev out, Anthony in the big blind also out. Here we go. Chris, is he willing to make the call? Yes, he is. So 5.4 million, and Chris makes the call. 11.6 million in the center. The flop comes a couple of deuces and a 6. There's 2 spades out there. Neither of the players has a spade. An ace rolls off on the turn. And just like that, a Stormy Knight. And a 3 comes off on the river. A Stormy Knight continues to hit when he needs to hit. Unbelievable. So a Stormy Knight, congratulations. 11.4 million. And a Stormy Knight is going to stay alive in this tournament.
Wow. That was so Chris White, he was one of our satellite winners. He satellited in for $45 and got all the way to the final table, which is very, very impressive. It's always nice when you can turn $45 into 5 figures.
Yeah.
Where else can you do that? I mean, online poker.
At least where there's some skill involved, right? I mean, I suppose if you stumble into a
Yeah.
7-Eleven and bought a lottery ticket or something, but
Yes,
not a
you
lot
can
of
do
control there, believe it or not. Yeah.
that.
All right, so here we go. Stormy Night with the check here, 11 million in that stack now with the King 8, and Tony is going to bet 544,000. The flop right now favoring Tony with his ace high, and a Stormy Night is going to pass on that one, and we'll move on to the next one. But Tony, that big stack, here we go, 48.2 million, 151 big blinds, Katie. That is something else.
That's a lot.
So taking a look here.
A grip on the table.
You see Chris White, $9,736 out in 8th place. 7 players remain, and up top, $77,350 going down to $56,900 and then $43,000. But like you said, able to turn not a whole lot of money for a buy-in into some very nice paydays here. But Chris, unfortunately, there was on a bit of a heater and looked good going to that flop with those queens, and then things just took a turn the other direction on the actual turn when the ace rolled out for a Stormy Night. But I'd say the cards, at least a couple of times here, have really fallen in the favor of a Stormy Night. Good solid play as well, but definitely had a couple of hands where tournament life on the line and managed to stay alive. Tony here raising it up to 704,000, that magical number he likes so much, with his ace 10 off, and Mark here in the big blind with King 9. Decision is his and his alone, as everyone else has folded around.
Yeah, and you need a little bit of luck, Dave. You do need a little bit of luck in poker tournaments. Poker tournaments can be long, drawn out battles, and so definitely need some good things to happen.
Tony here, this could be an interesting hand. So Tony raises it up to 704,000 with 5-4 of clubs. Sanjeev instantly comes over the top, an all-in move from him, 5.1 million. Now Mark with the decision in the small blind here. This would be for his tournament life should he make this call with his pocket sevens. But Mark looking at pocket sevens, only 13 big blinds. I'm sure you're not loving it with a couple of sevens. The fact Tony has raised and Sanjeev has gone all in. So let's see if Mark fades away here and lets this one go. Yep, does indeed. And Mucko Queen 4 also out. And now Tony also going to take his cue there, realize that he is stuck, and Sanjeev with the pocket tens going to take that one down.
Yeah, Mark would need a really, really strong hand there in the small blind to basically call off for his tournament life. So sevens definitely is a good fold.
Tony going to raise it up 792,000. So these little bet amounts keep creeping up. But Muckle here, 12 big blinds in the small blind here, 4.2 million behind a couple of tens. Let's see if we get the jam here from Muckle.
Yeah, so Muck is the short stack now, right? So he's gonna have to.
All in.
Yeah,
Yep,
so
there he goes.
Good luck.
And a call from Tony. So the screen goes red. We have an all-in and a call. Muckle's tournament life on the line. And just like that, a set of tens on the flop. And a queen comes out. So maybe interesting here because that creates some more opportunities. Yep, and it doesn't get there. So Muckle is going to double up. Tens full of twos, 9.4 million, 26 big blinds now for Muck. And so a little bit of breathing room after kind of trying to find that spot. Finds it right there. Very nicely done by Muckle to stay alive. Mark here with just 11 big blinds, ace king, and all-in move from him as well. So if you came to this final table hoping for action, you got it, my friends. There's plenty of action flying through these hands, and Mark going to take that one down. Almost 1 million new chips, total pot size of 5 million there. And on to the next one. Anthony, first act here. Queen 3, he is as Stormy Night going to pass as well. Mark, Queen 4, no thanks. Muck with 10 deuce is going to well, maybe. I shouldn't speak before it happens. Let's see. thinking about it, but the old Doyle Brunson does, in fact, end up in the muck. And Kenny here going to raise it up to 792,000 with ace six. Kenny's been relatively quiet as of late. So Kenny mixing it up here, and it's over to Sanjeev now with his king jack offsuit, 6.1 million back, 17 big blinds, and not going to make a stand here. And Kenny's going to take it down. So interesting to see kind of the ebbs and the flows of how this tournament is going, Katie. But like I said, Kenny's been relatively quiet, and I think a lot of that has to do with that monster 120 big blind stack that is just to the left.
Yeah, and Sanjeev may just be interpreting Kenny's, being a little bit quiet, just that he's playing very tight, and he may not understand that he has kind of had to restrict his activity for now while Tony is right there behind him.
So Muckle is going to raise this one up to 720,000 with ace jack off. And coming over to Anthony now, thinking about it here, is going to make the call with his king queen of hearts. So we'll go to a flop, ace jack versus king queen, 1.9 million in the middle. And just like that, a queen rolls off. There is a couple of spades out there, and Muck does have one spade in his hand, so something to be aware of. But Anthony with the pair of queens, the top pair, and a good kicker, going to check it over to Muck.
Yeah, I'd expect to see Muck bet, and this does fall within his opening range.
Yep, and a call there from Anthony. Call. So Anthony kind of just laying back, letting it happen. Another four rolls off now. So queens and fours with a king for Anthony, and still not much going for Muck here. So Anthony checked last time, made the call. Let's see what he does here in the big blind. Already a big pot here, and this is especially for these guys. 1.1 million goes into the center, so a total pot size now of 4.3 million. And if you're Muck here, you have to, he goes ahead and lets it go. And nice win there for Anthony, up to 33 big blinds now, 11.9 million. Over to Muck, queen 8 out. Kenny says no thanks. Tony with 10-3 also going to pass. Sanjeev on the button here, ace 8, going to raise it up to 720,000. Suited ace 3 for Anthony. Down that last spot. Out of position here, though, so let's see what he does. Are you hanging around in this spot in the small blind?
I would
he's not just hanging around. He's making a stand.
Yeah, yeah. I would expect to see Button shove his aces. So small blind certainly can think that they have the best hand. I also think that small blind probably knows that Button is a little bit on the snug side, and so that will probably work a little bit more often. And, I see.
Look at this. Tony with a couple of aces. He's going to raise it up to 792,000. Sanjeev out. Anthony is going to drop a Stormy Night, 10-7 of diamonds. Got a little bit of ammunition if he wants to play. Going to pass there over to Mark with a 7-5. Also going to let it go. So the big stack doesn't get any action with the aces, which we've already seen a couple of times.
And Kenny has an opening. Yes, there we go.
Yeah, so Kenny with his king 10 of spades going to go up to 792,000, and Sanjeev now with the decision, 14 big blinds, and they all go in 5 million. He is all in for his tournament life.
There we go.
And let's see if Kenny makes the call here with his king and his 10 of spades. As you see right now, Sanjeev, a commanding lead at 70% pre-flop.
Yeah, and even though Kenny is suited, it's just not a hand that's good enough to call this all in. You also don't want to be doubling up these shorter stacks.
So some potential action here, a Stormy Night, a couple of fives. Going to go up to 792,000. Mark out. Muck is out. Kenny with ace king. 3 bets all the way up to 3 million. 4.3 already in the center. Let's see what a Stormy Night does.
He's got a decision for sure. 25 big blinds. Once again, though, you've got an 18 big blind stack, a 12 big blind stack. It's a good fold.
How much does that communicate, in your opinion, when you tank a little bit, right? Because this game moves so fast, and so when a Stormy Night really kind of pauses there, like what are you getting from an opponent if they do have obviously a decision that they're not able to make quickly?
Yeah, you obviously know that they are probably taking everything into consideration, looking at all the stacks and looking at possibly some players are looking at looking at the previous hands to see what was shown down. Yeah, I mean, the players are playing for a lot of money. It's understandable for them to respect every decision, and the stacks are such that every decision you make as a stack with a middling amount, like 25 big blinds, really is very important.
Well, Muck making some considerations of his own. Couple of sevens here, going up to 4.3 million, and Kenny, who had a couple of fives right behind, quickly, it's just a snap fold there, and that's going to work. So Muck taking this one down with a couple of sevens, which I imagine he probably didn't want too many calls there. So good for Muck.
Yeah, he basically shoved, and that's probably the best way to play that hand, those small pairs.
Another nice one here for Kenny, Ace King. He's going to go up to 792,000. Sanjeev in the small blind going to pass, and over to Anthony now as the lone player that remains in the big blind with Ace 9 going to make the call. So to a flop we shall go. And there it is, a Jack, a 10, and a 5. So right now, Kenny's Ace King is still good. Check from Anthony. 648,000 from Kenny on this one. And if you're Anthony, are you continuing here? I mean, 2.7 million in the center. Maybe the ace high is good. In this case, we know it's not.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends. It really depends. It's I can see a lot of players not folding, and I can see a lot of players folding and preserving their stock.
It goes check, check, and the river comes with a 3 of diamonds. So Kenny's Ace King is going to hold, and Anthony has made one call, and then it checks here on the river over to Kenny, who checks back, and Kenny hoping that the Ace King is good. It is. So 3.4 million in that pot, sizable one for Kenny with just ace high.
It would have been interesting if the turn gave the 9 some more connectivity, and certainly what he was hoping for, or spade of some sort.
So Kenny here with the raise to 792,000 with the pocket threes. Tony is quickly calling with King Queen offsuit, and it's going to be between the two big stacks once again. To a flop we go, a couple of 4s and an 8. That's a pretty good looking flop for a couple of 3s in your hand.
Yeah, I'm surprised Kenny opened this hand, actually, especially with Tony becoming more active. But
wow, Tony makes the call.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
And well, maybe that's why not. There comes the 3. So it is a boat for Kenny now. 3s full of 4s, and let's see how Kenny is able to play this one. Oh, just checking it, just daring him. Go ahead, man.
This is only the second time we've seen these guys kind of really get into it, right? Oh, and he's betting
2 million from Tony. Yeah. So, and last time that we saw these two get into it, it was a big pot as well. Now Tony with the bet of 7.6 million. And let's see what kind of theatrics we get from Kenny here. Is he just going to act like this is a pain call and Just roll out that 2 million and then maybe even check on the river. Yep, just going to call here.
Yeah,
Let's
just
see what
call.
happens. So, oh, I bet he's got to be hoping that. Okay, so that's actually not a good card. If that was a king or a queen, that could have been
King
real
or queen would have
fireworks.
been very, very, yes, very hot. Yeah.
So an ace of spades probably going to slow things down for Tony. Let's see what Kenny does if he's able to get some more value out of his full house here. Just going to check again. And Tony checks back.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
But 9.6 million chips. That was a monster pot. And Kenny not only scoops that and goes up to 30.9 million, which still doesn't give him the chip lead, believe it or not. Tony's still in control here, but Kenny's got another nice starting hand. Ace Jack of Diamonds. 792,000.
Yeah, and so our short stack now in the big blind with 9.9 big blinds. These next few rounds are going to be very important for him because now he's having to fold and he's going through the blinds right now. He's going to be in the small blind next. His next button, his next cutoff, those are going to be important positions for him.
Tony here, going to raise it up to 792,000 with King Jack of Diamonds and Sanjeev. Couple of nines. Let's see if he comes off the top ropes here. Just going to call. All right, so plenty of action still to develop behind him. And Anthony's out of Stormy Night's out. Mark is going to pass. Muckle also out. And so we will go to a flop with Sanjeev right now and his nines in relatively good shape. This is interesting. So flop rolls out and there's 3 hearts there. Sanjeev does have a heart in his hand. Tony is going to lead the way, though. 732,000 is the bet from him. Just going to make the call. All right. And so a jack rolls off there on the turn, giving Tony a pair of jacks and command of this hand. As you see the percentages shift, 68% for Tony to take this one down. Just going to check it over to Sanjeev. Still has those nines, still has that flush draw. Going to check back and to the river we go.
There's only about a pot size bet left for Sanjeev. So.
And Tony going to put the pressure on now, 2 million, and Sanjeev makes the call. Going to get the bad news here. Tony with not a lot cooking until that turn came. Jack and now Sanjeev, only 6.3 big blinds remain, just 2.3 million back. So going to have to find a spot and go for it when that opportunity comes back around. But both him and Mark are very, very short right now.
Yep, and Sanjeev is about to be in the blinds too. That big blind is coming around. It's big. The small blind's coming around. It's also big. So 6 big blinds is a tough spot right now.
So blinds right now at 180 and 360,000 with an ante of 45,000. So like you said, when you've got, just a relatively small stack, not even 7 big blinds. The pressure certainly on Sanjeev right now to try to figure this out, but we'll see whether or not he can hang through this and outlast Mark right now, who's also very short, less than 10 big blinds for him. So Sanjeev here going to pass on that jack deuce, but yeah, go ahead, Katie. Sorry.
We saw Kenny get a little frisky and make a late 3-bet out of the big blind, putting some pressure on this 30 big blind stack, which was really nice too. So maybe Kenny going to start mixing it up a little bit. With the shorter stacks in play.
So Anthony here with his ace king of spades raises it up and it folds all the way around to Tony, who's going to make the call with 5-3 because that's the MO that we've seen from Tony so far. So here we go. To the flop, it is a 10, an 8, and a 6. Couple of clubs out there, 1 spade, and Anthony still in real good shape here with his ace king. Tony's going to check in the big blind over to Anthony, who is at a 75% chance to take it down right now.
Yeah, not a really amazing flop for ace king of spades, especially when you have Tony defending in the big blind pretty wide.
And Tony, with not a lot going here, is going to fire out at 720,000. Does have a gut shot that he picked up here.
Yeah, and that's probably going to win. He is repping clubs. He's repping straights, pairs, sets, all sorts of things that
The power of having
our
the big
opener,
stack.
yeah,
Yep,
does
two
not
two
possess.
point seven
Yeah.
million. It's going his direction. Here we go. So Sanjeev in the big blind. So we'll circle back to that hand, but I imagine they are all getting in here with just 1.8 million back and an ace and a jack of diamonds. A Stormy Knight get a pass on the threes. Understands kind of the dynamic of this situation unfolding. Let's see if Kenny or Tony, the two big stacks, want to entertain the idea of mixing it up with Sanjeev, who they can only assume, I would imagine, is going to get them all in. And Tony just takes the option away from Sanjeev. So here we go. 10-6 of clubs for Tony. Sanjeev's tournament life on the line. Ace high is still good after the flop. A couple of 8s and a 5. And a 10 rolls off for Tony. This could be it for Sanjeev. Last card to come. And it's another 10. Tony, full house, takes down Sanjeev, who I'm sure when he saw that hand, he's like, yes, finally in the big blind. And Sanjeev ends up getting eliminated in 7th place.
Wow,
Whew,
good game.
how about that? That just
Good
happens
game.
so fast, doesn't it?
And,
so Sanjeev
yeah,
going to walk with $14,063 after trying to hang in there, man. And especially when you see all these other players that are kind of circling that same chip count, and Sanjeev just unfortunately ran into it there. I guess if you're going to get eliminated, getting eliminated by a full house maybe is better. I don't know. But Sanjeev, $14,063, which is still, as you said earlier, a very nice payday.
And we are down to 6.
Tony here going to raise it up to 792,000 with his King 4 on the button, and it'll work. So again, I mean, worth mentioning, Katie, these blinds are significant. So that pot was worth over $1 million, and oh, this could be interesting. So Tony over here on the button has a couple of queens, and a Stormy Knight with 21 big blinds has ace 10 already in the big blind. Tony is going to raise it up to that same number he has been going back to. 792,000. Let's see if a Stormy Knight wants to hang around or indeed. So we will go to a flop with Tony having the massive 31 big blind stack. And look at this. So a Stormy Knight, ace on the flop, 5 and a 6 out there as well. But a Stormy Knight with
a pair once again.
is the bet there. Yep. But a Stormy Knight in great position here to potentially take this one down with 95% now as a deuce of hearts rolls off on the turn. And again, a check from a Stormy Knight. And Tony checks back this time. Maybe sensing that there's something going on.
Yeah, that deuce will definitely slow Tony down. The 4 for sure. Yeah.
And it goes check, check again, and a pot of 3.3 million, a pair of aces, and a Stormy Knight going to scoop that one as well. So good timing for an ace to roll off on the flop, and on to the next one we go. First up, Muckle is out. Kenny's also going to pass. Tony here with a decent starting hand, going to go to 792,000 with his King 10 of clubs.
And look what we've got going on in the big blind here, Dave. So we've got King 10 off, 7.5 big blinds. Tough spot, you know. Oh, he goes for it.
Yeah, he jams. And the call there from Tony. So this is the third time that we've seen an all in and a call from the same end. Oh, but look at this. So Tony 4 to the flush now. So now all of a sudden, oh, he hits it.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's crushing for Mark. Oh, just brutal. And it runs out with another club. And Tony with the king high flush gonna eliminate Mark with the exact same hand outside of the suits. And wow. So how about that? So just like that, after an entire hour of playing and no one getting eliminated, we've got back-to-back eliminations. And Mark Tobino is going to walk with $19,472. And all of a sudden, we are 5-handed at this final table. Man, this is all happening fast. Yeah. It really is. Now, Katie, I mean, as you look at what Tony is running up here, though, I mean, this is quite the stack to contend with, right? I mean, if you're looking at Anthony at 25 big blinds and a Stormy Night, even though he's won a couple of hands at 27 big blinds, there's still a mountain to climb. Tony with 139 big blinds, and again waking up with a great starting hand, Ace King here, as Kenny actually raises it up, and then Tony comes back over the top, three betting it to 2.9 million. So we've seen these two mix it up before. Muckle is going to pass, and Kenny now with the decision if he wants to stick with this hand.
Kenny.
Jack 10 of hearts. I know, man. What a spot.
Oh, what,
Gonna
you know
make
what?
the
This
call.
is good. Yeah,
Gonna make
sometimes
the
you
call
gotta put a little 4-bet in there too. Sometimes, Kenny.
Yeah, and so now we've got a big pot, 6.3 million. Check from Kenny on that flop, and Tony feeling good about the Ace King that he's got. Going to fire another bet out there, and that's going to push Kenny off. And Tony now at 148 big blinds, 53.3 million in chips. A Stormy Night with a good hand here. So Anthony looking at a 5-3, going to pop out of the way, but a Stormy Night on the button with an Ace Queen offsuit.
Yeah, we should continue to see Tony apply pressure. This is kind of a dream scenario for him with everybody, well, with the exception of Kenny, but with him, similar stack sizes, he can continue with his foot on the gas pedal.
So both players getting a piece of this flop. So Kenny's going to check it from the big blind with his pair of sevens. A Stormy Night, another ace on the flop. 82% to take down this hand on the button here. So in position as well. Let's see. And 1.3 million is the bet there. Boy, can you continue if you're Kenny? I mean, you got a little piece of it there, but that ace out there and even a 9 has you smoked. I don't know. It's going to make the call. So this pot.
You can make 2 pair with your king,
Sure. So Jack rolls off there on the turn, and Kenny quickly checks again over to a Stormy Night. Pair of aces still good. 4.7 million in the middle right now. So sizable, and a Stormy Night's going to slow down a little bit. So going to check back onto the river, and a 6 comes off. So Kenny does not make 2 pair, and a Stormy Night going to potentially win this one. It goes check from Kenny. You trying to find some value here, or you just want to show down and see if this ace is good?
I think you can probably bet here. Yeah.
1.6 million?
Yeah, well, yeah, sure. It's taking some time.
Thinking about it. So sizable pot here, 17 big blinds floating around out there. This is basically a double up a Stormy Night if if Kenny doesn't make the call here. But if Kenny does, then it's going to more than double up a Stormy Night, because as we see, the ace is good and remains good throughout this hand.
Yeah, and Kenny's, it's a small bet. Kenny is trying to consider how often he's good based on how small the bet is in relation to the pot size. But like you said, these chips are worth a lot, and winning a pot basically doubles him up. And so he's not wanting exactly to give him any extra chips at the moment, but it is understandable why he's thinking so long.
Took some time, lets it go, and a Stormy Night is going to add to the stack. 6.3 million was that pot size, and so now over 12 million for a Stormy Night. So, gotta say, I mean, it's after so many close calls, things are starting to print a bit for a Stormy Night. So, got a nice little,
I think he was down to like 5 big blinds at one point or something, and now he's 35 big blinds, and now this is a stack that he could really do something with. He could make something happen, hopefully.
So could be interesting here. We have ace 3 to ace 4, a couple of hearts for Tony, a couple of diamonds for Kenny. No diamonds on that flop, but a pair of 3s. So in control right now. It goes check, check to the turn we go. And a 4 rolls off. So things get even more interesting. So now Tony takes a commanding lead. With the only hope here for Kenny's hand is if another 3 were to come out, which it doesn't. So a 6 of clubs on that river. Both have a pair. Both have an ace kicker. Kenny first to act here. Going to check over to Tony.
This
Check,
is
check.
go check,
And
check.
Tony's going
Yeah.
to take it down. Yep.
Yep.
Stormy Knight's going to pass over to Muckle, 8-3. Out of there, Kenny on the button, an ace and a 7 of clubs. Going to raise it up, 792,000. Is there something I don't know? Like, why do they all decide on 792,000?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on if they've got their settings, whatever. But sometimes people just like typing numbers in, and that's fun. I'm a fan of the same number over and over again, like 11111 or 22222.
Well, to the flop we go, and again, both players getting a piece of it, and this pot is now over 10 million. So Tony, with top pair and a queen kicker, going to throw 2.3 million in the center. Kenny he's going to make the call here, so he's got middle pair and top kicker. So this one is interesting. Big pot and a 3 rolls off. So now both of them have 2 pair with a good kicker and a check from Tony over to Kenny.
Yeah, and Kenny probably thinks a 7 is probably the best hand at this point.
Boy, is a big one. So Kenny fires 5.1 million. Tony makes the call, 22.7 in the center, and Tony's hand holds up with the 10s, the 3s, and the queen kicker. So massive. It goes check, check, and Tony is going to scoop what can only be called a huge pot, 11 million chips from Kenny on that one. And with the fireworks of that hand, we welcome in Tony Dunst. Tony, it's always great to have you along for the ride. I know that you made the trip. You went east to get a piece of this action that WPT worked so hard to put on this week. Great to see you, my friend. How you doing?
Good to be here. How are we?
Good. So
We're good.
from your perspective, take us through how this week went for you personally and just the tournament as a whole.
Poker-wise, unfortunately, I didn't really have any luck. I made some runs, but no final tables in the series. I thought this main event was a fantastic event. The deepening structure, the fact that the levels get longer as you get deeper in the event, I thought was a great addition. And no surprise to see some familiar faces at this final table.
So we are down to 5-handed action as we I don't know if you caught it even earlier, but we had a full ring of 8 players for quite some time, the entire first hour, even though a couple of the guys came in with relatively short stacks, and then it was just one thing after another, and 3 players hit the rail pretty quickly. So as you see here, Kenny is in control of this hand right now with that ace high. A couple of clubs for both players. Flush isn't going to get there, but the pot is at 2.2 million and a check from a Stormy Night over to Kenny, who does bet set 960,000, and that will do it. So Kenny going to take that one down after losing a big one just a couple of moments ago to Tony.
And also look, Dave, look at what this has done to Kenny's stack too, right? So before he was about 50 to 60% of Tony's stack. Now he's way less than that, about a quarter of his stack. That changes things a lot.
Sinesh Taj really in control of this final table. Whoa, does he have some distance between himself and the remainder?
Yeah, Kenny and Tony have been, Tony's been 1, Kenny's been 2. They haven't gotten involved too much. We saw a few hands where they did get involved. They got involved really early in a very big pot, and then we saw a couple other times. Kenny has kind of been paralyzed a little bit as far as opening because Tony's been very active on his left.
Mm-hmm.
So it's been interesting watching that dynamic because they both came in with a lot of chips and they were right next to each other. So it's been fun to watch while everyone else at the table just, kind of has to keep folding.
So Anthony first to act, going to step out of the way. A Stormy Night, ace-3 off. 27 big blinds, not going to make a stand there. Muckle also out, over to Kenny in the small blind, 7-5. And this is rather reminiscent of what we just saw a moment ago, too, Katie, where Kenny's got 7-5, Tony has 7-4, and it's going to be a walk for Tony. So he's going to scoop those up. Tony, I know that this is an exciting time of year for you, being an avid sports bettor and fantasy player and everything else. Tonight, a bit of a historic night here in Las Vegas, where I'm based. I know that obviously both of you spent a lot of time here as well, but very first Las Vegas Raiders game is happening in Las Vegas as we speak as well. So, so the brand new Roomba-looking stadium, which is called Allegiant Stadium, is hosting the New Orleans Saints tonight. And I don't know if you've got a side eye on the game as well, but it's actually a pretty good game. So final seconds of the half ticking down right now, but we got a close one between the Raiders and the Saints. So some fun to be had in the kind of all the sports betting fronts, huh?
Especially, I had the Saints, and it looked early on like they were just going to blow the Raiders out, but now it appears that the Raiders are going to be able to tie this going into half. So a good start for Las Vegas football.
That was a fun stadium to watch it be built over the last couple years, because every trip that I would go back to Vegas, like every few months, larger portion of it was completed, and it's right there on the freeway, so you can see it really easily, and it was just really cool. Never watched a stadium be built like that before.
Yeah, neither had I. I mean, obviously, you see like the different cameras that are on stadiums and things like that, but to actually see it going up, and it's so prominent. You're exactly right, Katie, right by the 15 there. And what some people don't realize is that when fans actually are eventually allowed in it, the whole side of it essentially opens up, and it's going to frame in the strip. So there's like the big Al Davis Raiders flame that'll be right there, and then it's going to be you'll see the strip right behind it, and it's going to be really cool. So this is a sizable hand here. So Anthony raising it up to $1 million with Ace King of Diamonds. Over to Muckle, Ace 10 in the small blind, also suited. And 14 big blinds here for Muckle. You think so? Yeah.
I don't think there's anything he can do to. Whoa, that was not what I expected to happen one bit. So, whoa, Muckle with the eyes in the back of his head. I guess he just really believes that Anthony is not going to raise many hands that can't call a shove here when he's on that stack size.
And look at what Muckle would have flopped. He would have flopped the nut straight, or excuse me, the nut flush. So brutal.
I mean, I'm just amazed that he actually made the fold. On paper, that's never a fold, and Muckle knows that, which tells me that he really has a strong read on Anthony's playing style. That was an impressive fold.
Yeah, so Anthony going to, even though Kenny got the best of that flop with the fours there, Anthony fires another bet and is going to take that one down. And a testament to what you're just saying there, Tony, that Anthony has been playing pretty tight throughout this final table, and so when he makes a move, it's certainly getting the respect of his fellow players. Kenny going to make the call here to 400,000 with his Jack 8 in the small blind. Check from Tony.
Just the phrasing to me when I see that hand, I think of it as a very disrespectful fold. You're like, this dude's such a nit that I'm not even gonna play ace 10 suited,
Brutal. So Kenny gonna scoop that one up. Pretty ugly flop for Tony's hand there, and on to the next one. First act here is a Stormy Night looking at Queen 7, gonna pass there. Muck with a 6-5, also out of there. On the button is Kenny, 7-4, no thanks. Tony with a 10-6 is going to go up to 1.4 million. And Anthony, who again, as we said, has been pretty tight, going to let that one go in the big blind. And now Tony all the way up to 171 big blinds and wakes up with Ace King. Man, got some cards coming his direction. 880,000 is the bet from Tony. Anthony, no thanks. A Stormy Night at 10.2 million behind is thinking about it. Gonna make the call. Okay, so here we go to a flop. Couple of queens and a 5 come out. So Tony with his Ace King still good right now. Stormy Night first act. Check and a bet from Tony, 663,000. 2.9 million in the center. That's going to go the direction of the chip leader as Tony takes it down with the bet.
Can't remember the last time I saw somebody with this commanding of a chip lead at a final table. I mean, he's got almost 5x second. That's wild.
Yeah, well, they
Yeah.
were really deep. They were pretty deep. This final table nobody started super short. I think the shortest stack was 17 big blinds and then 20 big blinds, and quite a few were in that, 35 to 45 big blind range. And then there were two big stacks. Tony has been running well, and he's been applying a lot of pressure, so he's just been accumulating, and yeah.
Yeah, so Kenny actually came in with the chip lead. He came in with 34 million in chips, and Tony came in with 25 million. So those are the two big stacks, and Tony has just done a really remarkable job of losing almost none of the hands that he gets involved in. But a Stormy Night here going all in with Queen 4. So obviously a pair of queens there on that flop in a good position right now. Muckle with Jack 8. Gonna step out of there. But a Stormy Night is another one of these stories, Tony, that we've seen be all in, what, three or four times, Katie? So I mean, he's been he's had a tournament life on the line a number of times. Had a couple of hands that actually were tied because they were the exact same hand. So has really been down to the nitty gritty with 5 big blinds at one point, and now is all the way back up to 27 big blinds. So making a little bit of a run here, and Kenny getting a walk on that one. And look at this. Tony again with a massive hand to start. So a couple of kings, man, no kidding. Running away with it.
Yeah, and these guys just have to think that he's just being super aggressive, but he really is getting some good hands, and he is making good hands. It's certainly frustrating, though, for the shorter stacks, the middling stacks, to play with this kind of stack, this kind of player, aggressive, knows what they're doing. Kind of makes life miserable for a lot of people at the final table.
Yeah, Tony's playing style is very pedal to the floor, and especially with a chip lead like this, he's going to push it, and that can be a difficult style to play against at a final table where you have this incentive to ladder. You just have one guy who's going to constantly force the action, so it kind of becomes Russian roulette where you're hoping that somebody else catches the bullet first and you can move up that pay ladder.
And Tony, again, here we go. Ace Jack going up to 880,000. And we've seen this so many times where unless Anthony has a big hand, he's just going to relent to the pressure that is consistently coming from Tony. But a Stormy Night here, 26 big blinds. He's got a queen and a jack. He's going to make the call. So we're going to see a flop between these two hands. And a king, an 8, and a 4 drop on the flop. So Tony's ace high remains good right now. Let's see. So a check from Stormy Night, and Tony just going to fire 663,000. So small sizing, pots at 2.9 million now. Let's see if the Stormy Night wants to hang around. Does not. And another pot going the direction of Tony. 180 big blinds. Wow.
Yeah.
I assume
like a fun
Stormy
final
Night
table.
will push on Muckle here. Yeah. Muck kind of running out of room, but can't call that one.
So coming down to it here, only have a couple more hands before we go to a break. And Tony, if you want to hang out and join us on the other side of the break, you're welcome to. If you want to get back to watching football and side screening with us, that's cool too, man. So we'll leave that up to you. But here you go, Muckle with the move. 3.4 million all in with Queen 3, and is not going to get a call there from Kenny. So Muckle going to stay alive. And boy, well, this might be interesting. Anthony, who's been very tight, raising it up with ace 10 to 800,000. Muckle with ace 9, but Kenny right behind that with ace king. Muckle going to pass. Let's see what Kenny does here. In the small blind, 36 big blinds back. 3.2 million. Tony quickly out, and now Anthony has the decision to make.
Yeah, I can't imagine he's going to do anything but fold his hand.
So Kenny with the with the move there, it's going to work for him. And a Stormy Knight looking down at a 4 and a deuce. First to act, gonna pass. Muckle, queen 6, no thanks. Over to Kenny on the button. Also out. Here comes Tony. See if he does it again. Raise it up, 1.4 million. This is the move. He's been doing it all night.
Whoa.
And it works
Whoa.
again. Yep. I mean, we've seen that time and time again where Anthony is playing real tight and Tony is taking advantage of that. So we will continue. Just 5 players remain. As you see, Tony with a commanding chip lead, 180 big blinds, and the blinds are on the way up, 200, 400 with an ante of 50,000 now. It is getting more and more expensive. Just 10 big blinds for Muckle. Can he hang on? As you see, plenty of short stacks. We'll be back with more WPT just a moment.
At BetMGM, online casino is in good hands with live blackjack and roulette, the best slots with huge jackpots, plus a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 and $25 free. BetMGM Casino.
Hey New Jersey, remember World Poker Tour's last event on Party Poker US Network and how successful it was? Well, we've decided to do it again, but of course this time it's bigger and better. Introducing the first ever WPT online Borgata series powered by Party Poker US Network, with a week-long series of poker tournaments exclusively for any eligible online player in the state of New Jersey. The festival will kick off with a $215 buy-in, $100,000 guaranteed event on September 13th. There will be 11 events total, including a heads-up event, a knockout bounty event, and it'll wrap up with a 2-day WPT main event on Sunday, September 20, with a $1,060 buy-in and a streamed final table. As always, there'll be plenty of satellites available. For all the info you need, just head to WPT.com.
This is BetMGM, where every snap is showtime. And right now, get $500 risk-free on your first bet. And the action doesn't stop there. Just fire up the BetMGM app, place your bet on any of this week's games or hundreds of other matchups, then track your bet live. This is BetMGM, where every yard is a chance to win large. Download now and use the bonus code TOUCHDOWN.
People always ask me, what's the best way to learn poker? LearnWPT.com offers bite-sized lessons you can take at your own pace in the comfort of your own home.
That's right, Lynn. And once you learn some skills and want to raise the stakes to compete at the highest level, with WPT GTO Trainer can give you instant analysis of your play.
So whether you're just beginning to play poker,
or you're an expert player like me,
you'll gain valuable skills and techniques at LearnWPT.com/GTO.
Good times at Atlantic City's best casino are now available from anywhere in New Jersey. Sign up at Borgata Casino online today and get a 100% deposit match up to $600. You'll find all of your favorite games straight from the casino floor to the palm of your hand, including live dealer, blackjack, and roulette. Plus, take your shot at New Jersey's largest progressive jackpot and earn M-Life rewards for every spin. Ready for fun? Sign up now and we'll start you off with $20 on the house. Real Borgata thrills, real Borgata style. Download the Borgata Casino app today.
We are setting the stage for the first ever WPT Online Borgata series powered by Party Poker US Network, which will have 11 events in total, starting September 13th through to the 21st.
It's been really great to partner with Party Poker US Network on the schedule and structures. They really listen to the players. In fact, the schedule is so good that Tony Dunst is traveling across the country right now to New Jersey. But please remember, you must be physically in New Jersey to play.
That's right, Matt. And all of the side event winners will receive a set of Baccarat Crystal Beluga Highball glasses, and the main event winner, the winner of the $1,060 buy-in main event, will not only win the lion's share of the prize pool, but also a Hugo Big Bang E-Titanium timepiece valued at $5,200 and the trophy. And everyone who makes it to the final table on September 21st will be playing out on this streamed final table. For the full schedule and to follow along with all the highlights, just head to WPT.com.
At BetMGM, online casino is in good hands. We've got it all. Live blackjack and roulette. The best slots like Starburst and Cleopatra. And huge million-dollar jackpots that must be won. Plus, new players get a 100% deposit match up to $1,000. And $25 on the house. Online casino is in good hands at BetMGM Casino.
This is BetMGM, where every snap is showtime. And right now, get $500 risk-free on your first bet. And the action doesn't stop there. Just fire up the BetMGM app, place your bet on any of this week's games or hundreds of other matchups, then track your bet live. This is BetMGM, where every yard is a chance to win large. Download now and use the bonus code TOUCHDOWN.
Five-handed play. Thank you so much for being with us. Dave Farrow alongside Katie Stone. Want to say thank you to Tony Dunst. He will be back later in the broadcast, assuming that this just doesn't turn into a bloodbath, Katie. I mean, we are looking at Tony here with 180 big blinds. And going around the ring, Anthony has 14 big blinds, just 26 for a stormy night. Muckle has less than 10 big blinds. And Kenny, who was right there neck and neck, actually started this final table with the biggest stack, down to just 40 big blinds. If you are in this position of, let's take any of the other players, take Anthony here, for example, 14 big blind. What on earth are you doing to deal with Tony right now with 180 big blinds, who's playing very aggressive?
Well, I'm respecting that Tony is essentially putting on a show. You know, he is showing us that this is how to play a poker tournament when you have the chip lead. He's really just, you know, he's getting good cards, but he is applying pressure where he should. He is slowing down when he needs to. Just very overall impressive play from Tony. And as far as what the shorter stacks can do, Anthony, you know, and Muck, they've just got to pick their spots very, very carefully and very well.
So a stormy night is in the big blind here and going to pass on that hand, but Tony going to grab another pot, ace-5 on the button almost every single time in that position, applying pressure. And like you said, tough for these players to make calls when somebody has that much of a stack to potentially lose. And so Tony going to pass on this one over to Anthony, who's now on the button himself, just 13 big blinds and ace-6, good enough. Going to make the move all in. A stormy night's going to pass, and Muck can't make a call with a 6 and a 3. So Anthony, one of those spots, picked it well. Tony had already stepped out and made the push with the ace. So over to Tony now with King Queen and going to raise it up to 880,000. Stormy night on the button here. Queen and pass. Sorry, good.
Yeah, no, and shoving on the button there is the right move. You know, you don't want to give Muck, who has, you know, less than 8 big blinds, a chance to see a flop freely and cheaply and potentially double him up. So shoving those smaller, weaker aces on the button for that stack definitely is the right move. Probably gonna have to go
so Muck
with
here on
this.
the button. Checking.
Yeah.
Yep. Makes the move. So all in for 3.1, and Kenny and Tony say no thanks. They're going to pass on that. So Muck with an all-in move that works, doesn't get a whole lot of equity out of it, but still makes the jump and doesn't get a.
Yeah, I think some players too, Dave, would have called in the big blind with the Jack 10 for 7.5 big blinds. You know, the chance to knock somebody out. But you know, Tony obviously understands who the button is shoving, and doubling up a very good player at the table isn't always what you want to do. So yeah.
So this could be interesting. Tony on the button here going up to 880,000, but a stormy night in the big blind, pocket tens.
Yeah, Tony's got position. He's got the button. He's got the stack. He's going to play any 2 probably at this point. And a stormy night is
going
to flop a set.
So flops a set of tens right there in the window, and Tony is in position here. So let's see how Stormy Knight approaches this one first. Does he just slow it down and let Tony maybe lead the way? But yeah, check from Stormy Knight. So, and Tony does 663,000. Not a huge bet, but Tony also doesn't have a lot going on here with his 5-6.
Sure, he doesn't have
So
a
I'll
lot
be
going on with
curious to see.
5-6, but I think he probably would have assumed that any good king would have, reshoved pre.
So now it's interesting. So now we have an open-ended straight draw for Tony. So I imagine that he'll probably stick around. As you see, the set of 10 still good right now, but 5, 6, 7, 8 for Tony on the button here. Let's see how he 2.4 million. Now
Yeah,
over the top, maybe. Do you think he's going to shove?
Well, it's tough. I mean, he's keeping up with his storyline. This is. I don't know that a Stormy Knight can get away from this, but there he goes. He shoves. Yeah.
All in, and Tony quickly steps out of there. Wow. So,
yeah.
Good move by a Stormy Knight. Didn't let the straight potentially get there by shoving, and Tony quickly out of there. But 34 big blinds for a Stormy Knight, 13.6 million in chips, and folded around to a Stormy Knight who is in the small blind right now, going to raise it up and take down that pot as well.
Yeah, and so look at our stacks now too, Dave. We've got 8 big blinds in the small blind, 40 big blinds in the big, and then we've got another 13 big blind stack. One of the really cool things about the software too is you can actually click if you want to see the actual chip stacks, you don't want to see the numbers in big blinds, you just click on the number and it changes for you.
So quite the flop here for Kenny. He's got trip aces, so a couple of 8s on the board, and Tony has got a 9. Well, that could be interesting. So a 9 actually comes on the turn here, but Kenny still in a commanding lead of this hand. Bets 800,000. The pot's now at 3 million. Tony quickly calls to the river, and it is a king, which actually gives an ace high flush to Kenny as well. Let's see if Kenny is able to get some value here from the big blind position. 5 million in the center, bets 1.2.
Yeah, it's quite a small bet, but it works.
Yep, the call comes from Tony, and 6.2 million. That's a nice scoop there for Kenny.
And so Muck is coming around to the blinds. He's got to find a hand. 7.8 big blinds.
Could this be it? And it is Queen 7, 3.1 million. And Kenny and Tony, they do not take the opportunity to try to eliminate him. Knows that doesn't add a lot to his stack. Still less than 10 big blinds. King 9. Let's see if he does it again.
Yeah, just applying max pressure. There's really nothing the big blind can do without a really, really good hand. Again, calling off in these situations is just really, really tough. And Tony knows that. So
Tony with that raise, 880,000. 7-3 of diamonds. Keeping that pressure on. Stormy Knight in the big blind here does have the ace high, and it's actually in a pretty good position because also is holding a 7. Going to make that call.
Yeah, he's in a little bit more of a comfortable situation now.
Does hit the ace on the flop as well, so Stormy Knight very much in control of this hand. Tony would need running threes in order to find it out here. So check from Stormy Night, which we've seen, and Tony with the bet again, 663,000. So this pot approaching 3 million in chips. I imagine that we're going to get at least a call from Stormy Night. If it has the same texture as last time these two mixed it up, Stormy Night could come over the top here, but just going to make the call instead. A deuce of spades rolls off for the turn.
Tony's got some outs. He's got some outs.
Yeah. Could hit that 5 now.
Let's see. I check.
Check. And a 3 comes on the river, which means the ace is going to hold, but Tony does pick up some value there. He's got a pair of 3s now, but can't imagine that he's feeling too confident about that. But let's see what a Stormy Night does. Just checks. Wants to show it down, and Tony will show it down with that 3. And Stormy Night's going to win that one, almost 2 million in chips. So up to 41 big blinds now, and a
yeah, and that's a good showdown too, right? So like we haven't seen like that many of them go to the river, but now we do. We've got a showdown. Stormy Night is seeing that Tony's opening the 7-3. I'm sure that people have been telling him they're seeing that he's betting the ace high flop. Everybody's seeing that, So curious to see if that will change anyone's play.
Learn WPT is WPT's official poker training school specializing in beginner instruction, intermediate growth, and advanced theory. Head over to learnwpt.com today and learn to think like a pro. Anthony going to take this one down with his ace 4 and going to be first to act on this one. King 7, no good there. A Stormy Night, 8-5, going to pass. Muckle, less than 8 big blinds now. 7-6 on the button.
Yeah. Just not good enough.
Yeah, so Kenny with 8-7 is going to make the call over to Tony. Queen 10 off. Going to raise it up to 1.4 million. So keeping that pressure on. Another million. Makes the call there for Kenny. So 3.1 in the center, and we will go to a flop. Couple of 3s and a deuce. So not a lot going for either of them, but Tony's queen high is still good and keeping that pressure on. 915,000 is the bet, and that's going to take it down. Man, poor Muckle. Just
I know.
Hoping for a hand, any hand, and
he not only does he get these 7 deuces, but he's got to fold 9s like 18 times, and like it's just
brutal, man.
10s, like 9.
Kenny with a raise here, up to almost 1 million, 968,000 on the button, and over to Anthony, who's got suited connectors, a 5 and a 6 of hearts. He'll pass on that one and let the button move. So he now goes into the small blind, and let's see what Muck gets. And it's Jack 6, insta-fold. Over to Kenny, who's got a king and a queen, and he's going to go up to that same amount, 968,000. Tony's out quickly. Anthony with his 5-3 in the small blind, and a Stormy Night with Jack 10 of spades in the big blind.
Yeah, we'll see a flop.
Yeah, call wouldn't surprise me. Does make the call, and we go to a flop. Couple of good starting hands, and an ace, a king, and a 4. 1 spade out there, so 3 to the 9.
Pretty small bet. Yeah. That wins. Looks like we lost Dave. We might have lost Dave for a second. So Muck's in the big blind with 6 big blinds and a suited connector. And wow. So it's folded around to the small blind. And Muck folds. Tough spot for Muck. If that was a limp, he might have been able to shove. Fold, fold. Nobody really has anything to play during this hand. Don't worry, Dave.
Didn't miss anything good. Thanks, Internet.
Didn't miss anything. We've got Muck on the button with 10 deuce. He just had to fold 7-6 suited in the big blind last hand with 6 big blinds. I felt bad for him.
Heartbreaking. All right, so on the button here, Muck, let's see what he does. Jack 9 off, only 2.2 million. You got to go for it, right? Like,
got to go for it.
Enough.
I think you got to go for it. This is.
Yeah, you have 5 big blinds, and
the
all
thing
in. Here we go,
like
2.2 million.
Yeah, he knows.
Kenny,
oh wow, Kenny folded.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I'm shocked by that. The Queen Jack would have been in a great position to eliminate Muck there for Kenny, but did not take the opportunity. Let's see if Muck does it again here. 7 big blinds, Jack 9 once again. Not going to take that opportunity. Kenny's going to pass Tony here with a Queen 6, all in for 65 million. And Anthony now in an interesting spot, and the call all in with Ace 6. And a couple of clubs on the board. Anthony in great position right now, just looking to dodge a queen. A king rolls off. And a 3 comes in. So Anthony is going to double up. The pair of 6s holds with the ace kicker. It's good. And 20 big blinds could have been eliminated there, but another one holds. And Muck. Here we go with ace queen.
Finally. Let's go. Good luck.
All in for 3 million. Kenny just behind with ace jack. Calls the 3 million, so does not come in for more than that, but it's going to work to get the other players clear. But Muck now in a really good position to double up. So ace queen suited versus ace jack. We'll go to a flop. There's an ace, a 10, a couple of clubs. So Muck in a good position here. This is a, yep. Ace comes off. Muck's still very much in control, just trying to avoid a jack here on the river, and does. So Muck is going to double up. Now 16 big blinds, 7 million in chips, and not a lot, but some breathing room, right?
Sure, absolutely. Being less than 10 big blinds, shorthanded in a tournament like this where you're playing for a lot of money can be, kind of a sad situation for the player. Sometimes they feel very unfortunate, but yes, this is very much so a nice breath of fresh air for Muck. And Muck knows how to play this stack very well. He's not only an online player, but he also has, played many WPTs and very familiar with this shorthanded play and knows what to do. So
Stormy Knight's going to raise it up with the Queen 9 off, and Kenny now with the decision in the big blind. Queen Jack of diamonds. I imagine that we'll see a flop here, and the call comes in 2.3 million in the center of the table, and we will see a flop. There's an ace, a 9, and a 6. There is one diamond that fell out there, but a Stormy Knight does hit middle pair of with those 9s. So right now in a good position, first act. After a check from Kenny, it's over to a Stormy Knight. 744,000 is the bet, and Kenny is going to let it go. So Stormy Knight staying very much alive here, taking out another pot. That one's good for 3 million. 40 big blinds now for a Stormy Knight. And look at this, Anthony with Queen 3. That's a no-go, but a Stormy Knight with a couple of 9s.
And he's in second place now, Stormy Knight.
Sure enough. Surpassing Kenny's stack, who's down to just 34 big blinds. And while Tony is very much in control here, this really has become kind of anyone else's game for, these stacks are very close. So here we go. Muck with the short stack still at 14 big blinds, couple of 8s.
Yeah. So this should probably go in here. Or yeah, same thing.
Yep, just gonna raise, not gonna jam, and that's enough to take it down.
I predict Tony is going to open the button if it's folded to him. Oh, but Kenny opened.
All right, so over to Tony. He's got a ace and a queen. He's going to raise it up. Anthony's gone. Over to Muck. Ace deuce. Also going to step out of the way.
Yeah, Muck maybe could have done something if his ace was suited. Tough spot.
So we're going to see a flop between these two. Kenny makes the call there with his queen or with his king and his jack. And on the flop, it's an ace, a queen, and a 4. So far, Kenny's king still hanging in there. Does have a potential Broadway draw as well. A bet there after the check from Stormy Knight.
So this can go a few ways. That's one way that this can go.
An 8 rolls off there, so Stormy Knight does pick up a pair of 8s. And a deuce comes on the river.
See if
8s are going to be good for a Stormy Knight. Yeah. A check from Kenny.
Yeah.
And a Stormy Knight, let's see, just wants to show it down. Indeed. So pair of 8s is good. 3.7 million in that pot. So Stormy Knight continues to chip it on up. Whoa, look at this one. Kenny waking up with a couple aces here, and oh boy, here we go. Nothing. Brutal. Just gonna make the call, and Tony
just calling. And
check.
for once, Tony doesn't raise.
Of course.
Has to be like that, right?
So Kenny with just a bet of 440, the minimum, and Tony is going to get spooked off by that, and about as small of a pot as you can win with pocket aces.
Yeah. But
a couple interesting hands
just
here,
comes
yes.
Right back with kings.
Yep. So over to Muck. He's going to get out of there. Kenny with 5-3 on the button's going to pass. And Tony, like you said, just another great hand. A couple of kings here in the small blind. Going to raise up to 1.5 million. And Anthony now in an interesting spot. Going to go all in. And here we go. This should be some fireworks. So all in and the call. Over 15 million in the center. And Anthony's tournament life is on the line. No help there on the flop. 6, 7, and a 4. Another 6 rolls off. Going to need an ace in order to win this pot. Will he get it on the river, or will Anthony be eliminated? A 10 comes off. That's not enough. The kings are going to hold, and that is going to do it. So Anthony has been eliminated there after so much tight play throughout all of it. We are now down to just four-handed, and Anthony, $25,962.
Not bad. He's had a lot of success here in New Jersey, so congrats to him for sure.
I think the real story here, I mean, obviously Tony running away with it and just one hand after another. But it is rather improbable that these last four players are these four players on this table. The fact that, I mean, you said it a moment ago, but the fact that Muck has been able to stay alive so short stacked for so long is a real testament to how good of a player he is. Pretty unbelievable to sit here with, 6 million in your chip stack and manage to a couple of other players get eliminated in the process. So great work by Muck. And a Stormy Knight also very very impressive how he's been able to avoid a couple of elimination possibilities and get down to the final four.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tony is going
We've
to
seen...
3-bet it up to 3.5 million. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, we've seen them choose their spots really well and pick their spots really well, specifically Muck. He may arguably be one of the most experienced players at this final table, and it shows. He's been able to fold some big hands where some other players may not have been able to. So yeah, it's nice to see when this happens. We are watching kind of a clinic here, kind of nice to see.
Sam in the chat said it was a dark and stormy night. We're definitely going to use that line if a Stormy Knight manages to win this whole thing. All right, so a Stormy Knight is going up to nearly 1 million in chips, and we get the call here. And so to the flop we go, and a Jack 9 for Muck, a Jack 8 for Stormy Knight. And interestingly, couple of hearts there on the flop. So Muck looking at 4 to the flush right now. And the bet is coming from a Stormy Knight. So let's see what Muck does here. All in from Muck, good enough with the 4 to the flush, the Jack and the 9. And pot size is significant, nearly 8 million chips in the center right now. And a Stormy Knight, I imagine, is just posturing here, and indeed does fold.
Yeah.
And Muck takes it down. So almost 2 million new chips going Muck's direction, who now is starting to get, as we talked about, a little bit more breathing room, every hand picking his spots very wisely.
Yep. And, a player like this can make 17 big blinds go a long way, or 15 big blinds go a long way. Whereas, maybe a less experienced player may kind of jump once they get that stack going. They might get a little bit too fast, and they might try to get their stack in play when they shouldn't. But we're seeing some really good decisions here by these players.
So Muck on the button here, 5-3 of spades. Going to pass over to Kenny, Jack 7, also spades. Going to make the call. Tony in the big blind is going to raise it up to 1.5 million, which is very on brand for Tony. Let's see what Kenny decides to do. Going to make the call. So we'll go to a flop. Jack 7 versus 9-6, 3.3 million in the center. Wow, that's a pretty good flop for Jack 7, and not a bad flop for Tony either. So Kenny flops the 2 pair open ender for Tony, who fires off a bet after Kenny checks. So this one could get spicy. And here you go, Kenny over the top, 3.9 million. Tony is going to make the call, 11 million in the center. Oh boy, drama indeed. A king of spades comes on the turn. Yeah, this is a huge pot between these two. And right now, Kenny still very much in control of this one. Let's see what happens here after this king rolls off. All in. Kenny all in for 7.5 million. And Tony is going to let it go. Wow.
And that was good for Kenny, because Kenny needed it.
Yeah.
He needed to win one of those versus Tony, too.
And so Tony is going to make the call here with his 10-9 over to a Stormy Knight, ace 10 in the big blind. And a check. So we will go to a flop, each player holding a 10. A queen, a 9, and a 6 come out. So Tony spiking that 9 on the flop. Gonna bet 440,000, and a Stormy Night says no thanks.
Yeah, a little surprised to see that big blind check there with the ace 10.
Four-handed, a couple players here. Tony with the ace 5. It's on him now on the button, suited. Going to raise it up to 968,000. A Stormy Night pocket eights. Very strong hand, four-handed. So let's see in the small blind what a Stormy Night does. Just going to make the call. Muck's going to pass. So 2.6 million in the center, and we'll go to a flop. 3, 4, 5. So top pair for Tony as well as top kicker, but a Stormy Night with the pocket eights still in control right now. Gut shot for a straight draw as well for Tony. Some backdoor flush possibilities as well. So this one could get interesting, and Tony is going to fire out a bet of 1.9 million after the check from a Stormy Night.
So he's not folding. It's how he will continue. And so he calls.
Big pot here. Another 4 rolls off. So 2 pair, 8s and 4s now for a Stormy Night. 2 pair for Tony as well. 5s and 4s. Still has the straight possibilities. The flush possibilities have gone away with the diamond on the turn.
Yeah, so this might slow Tony down a little bit, or not.
4.4 million. So here we go with another pot that is nearly 11 million in chips. Back to back, Tony is hanging it out there. Let's see what a Stormy Night does. This is a huge bet. And it's enough to push a Stormy Night off the better hand, and Tony using the chip stack to his advantage again, as we've seen him do so many times. And why not? Sure, he's first to act here with a couple of 9s. Just another pocket pair, no big deal. Muckle with King Deuce is in the small blind, 15 big blinds back. Let's see if he wants to mix it up here. He does not. But Kenny with ace 6 of clubs is going to make the call, so we will see a flop. There's a jack, an 8, and a 3 that drop, and a quick check from Kenny and a quick bet from Tony. Tony's pocket 9 still good. Another 8 rolls off, so 2 pair now for Tony, 9s and 8s. Check from Kenny. Tony checks back to the river. It is a jack of hearts, so jacks and 9s now for Tony, and jacks and 8s for Kenny with an ace kicker, but basically playing the board here, just using the 2 pair that are out there. Kenny check, Tony check, and Tony is going to take this one down. 3.8 million in that pot. And Michael Gagliano is joining us right now. It's nice to have you along with us as well as we round out what has been nothing short of a very successful event. Down to the final 4 players. I don't know if you've been keeping track of this, but Tony has been quite aggressive, and it's working really well for him. 158 big blinds as you join us on this final table. Welcome to you, Michael.
Hi, thanks for having me. Yeah, I've been checking in and out. I've been keeping an eye on the lobby. I was watching the stream for a bit. Tony's been in control from what I can tell from even with a bunch of tables left. He seemed to be mostly in control of this tournament.
Yeah, and just really interesting texture for this table. I mean, Muckle has done such a great job of hanging around and making it down to the final 4, despite having his tournament life hanging in the balance numerous times. And really interesting texture here as we get down to the last couple of players, how this is going to play out. But real mountain to climb for any of these guys to get into the same category as Tony right now, who has been aggressive but hasn't been getting married to hands, right? Like when he needs to duck out, he'll just step out and fight to live another day.
And that's one of the better ways to play a large chip stack in this spot. So often I see players that come in with a lot of chips, they just come in way too hot-headed and they try to win every hand, and they just run into better hands, and their chip lead quickly dwindles. So if you have a guy that has those chips and is in control, but has the ability to, like you said, let hands go and stay out of the way, that's a guy who's going to go far. And we see Tony four-handed now, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and as we were just talking there about how great Tony is playing, he just happens to scoop a couple of more pots, which don't really mean much to him, but to everyone else, I'm sure they wanted those couple of million extra chips right now. Over to a Stormy Night, going to raise it up here with 9 deuce in the small blind, going to make a play at Muckle, who is, obviously playing pretty tight right now, looking for those spots, and Muckle is thinking about it, it appears. King 4, though, is in control and does make the call, interestingly. Okay, so not going to get pushed around. To a flop we go, and a Stormy Night spikes a 9 on that flop. So middle pair, first to act here is a Stormy Night. 84% to take this one down. Relatively small bet, 653,000. Pot is at 2.6. And Muckle is going to let it go. So Stormy Night. Strategy worked. A couple of interesting hands here. So Stormy Night on the button, going to pass. But Muckle with a couple of threes in his hand, only 12 big blinds.
All
Yeah.
right, let's go, Muck. Let's go.
Yeah, there it goes. It's all in the center now. Does Kenny want to make the call? Indeed. So 5.5 million of his chips, 11.1 million in the center. And here we go. Tens for Kenny on the flop, crushing. A 5 rolls off on the turn. And now Muckle, it all comes down to maybe spiking a 3. It doesn't come. A 7. 2 pair for Kenny. 10s and 7 with the ace kicker. And Muckle, who hung on and did everything in his power to stay alive. Unfortunately, it's just not enough. Going to hit the rail in 4th place with a nice payday, $33,102. That very easily could have been the $9,700 that went to Chris in 8th place. Muckle hangs on, uses that short stack to his advantage as much as possible. Unfortunately for him, the cards just didn't really go his way tonight. But $33,102, solid performance, and a 4th place finish at this final table.
GG, Muck. Well played.
Seems like it was a very good run. And that's all you can do sometimes. Sometimes the cards don't fall your way. And, I think the biggest testament of a true professional is when the cards don't fall your way. Do you get 8th? Do you get 9th? Or do you ladder up? Do you get, 4th place like he did here? So good to see a nice run.
Yeah, he definitely laddered, and we definitely watched him make some folds that were probably kind of agonizing and painful.
Always is when you're playing patient and waiting for those chips and really looking at them.
This could be interesting. So Kenny here hits his ace on the flop and checks. Tony hits his jack on the flop and also checks. So maybe a bit of trapping by both these guys. And 8 rolls off on the turn. And Kenny going to make a min bet. Tony's going to make the call. So to a river we will go between these two with Kenny in control, and he is going to win it with that. So aces and 10s with a jack. Here. I would imagine so. And 963,000 is the bet from Kenny and the quick call from Tony. And Kenny is going to take that one down. So almost 4 million in the center there. Michael, as we watch these next couple of hands unfold, you being a Borgata poker ambassador, a lot of people were traveling across the country to take part in the events happening there in New Jersey this week, even though the live tournaments have obviously taken a bit of a shift over these last couple of months. Take us through how you found the events of the week to be.
It was a great week. I had a blast, honestly. This was a series that I was looking forward to. I mean, I was definitely looking forward to the main event. And just as the schedule came out and some of these events, I was like, wow, there's a lot of good events. And I just had a lot of fun playing some of these progressive knockouts. Was a little different, a bit of a change. You don't get a tremendous amount of those here in New Jersey. So that was good. The heads up event was a hit. It sold out almost right away. As soon as it was in the lobby, I was thankfully, I kind of thought it was going to sell out, so I got in nice and early, but that was a lot of fun. And then, of course, the main event was just a great tournament. Sadly, fell just short of the money, but I'll be here. I'll be here for next time.
And on to the next one. My audio managed to drop out for just a moment there, but from everything you just said, it sounded like things went even better than expected this past week. So congratulations.
I think so.
Yeah, congratulations to you guys on a very well done event. Yep.
Yeah,
So just
totally, like, very good things. Like, all the players, I mean, not all, obviously, but, like, many, many players just really, really happy with what took place this week.
Well, and you guys made a point of that, right? That you're very open to player feedback and to improving the process and kind of learning how all of this is done together. And I think that's a big part of it, right? Being willing to accept criticism and trying to improve it so that way everyone enjoys it. But from the sounds of it, you guys don't have a lot of improvement to make right now, according to the feedback that we've heard.
Yeah, hopefully not. I mean, I think there's always room. There's always going to be someone that has something they want a little different, and as things change, as people prefer different types of tournaments, the what people like in structures, there's been trends where players wanted faster structures or slower structures. So over the years, that sort of thing kind of shifts. We saw this shift with payouts also. People used to really like top heavy payouts, and now people are like they want flatter payouts, and so it changes. And I think that as the kind of overall temperament want for that type of thing changes, hopefully we'll be there with them, trying to keep up and trying to do our best to make everyone happy.
So a couple of 8s and a 4 on that flop, and a Stormy Knight with the pair of 3s going to bet a little over 700,000, and Tony is going to step out of the way. So interesting predicament here for a Stormy Knight trying to figure out how to potentially get the heads up play. But Katie, not really that big of a difference in stack size between a Stormy Knight and Kenny. So Kenny and Stormy Knight basically battling it out here, at least as we sit right now for second place, because significant jump in pay. So third place is 43,919, and then second place all the way up to $56,900. So more than a 10K difference. And what a flop here! A couple of aces and a jack, but interesting to be in the position of a Stormy Knight and Kenny, just trying to kind of wait it out, and not get too involved in hands that you don't have to, right? Because big jump in pay.
Yeah, remember Stormy Knight was down to 5 big blinds too before.
Yeah,
he came in as the shortest, right, or second shortest.
Yep,
I saw
shortest,
he was pretty short.
Just a little north of 4 million in chips. Yeah,
he plays a lot of these tournaments and sit and goes and stuff, so I think he knows how to navigate these shorter stacks here. Not surprising to see him hang around. I think this is always the interesting kind of question when you're three-handed like this, when someone has all the chips, is what do you do as these stacks that are pretty close here? One pot could Stormy Knight in second place here. Do you battle it out and try to contend with the chip leader, or do you kind of sit back and just kind of try to lock that second place up? So it'll be interesting to see how these two players approach it.
So an ace, a king, and a 5 on that flop, and as you see, the queen for Kenny is still good right now. But this is a small blind versus big blind special, and a Stormy Knight gonna bet with 6-4. Let's see how Kenny reacts.
And you'll see that a lot. Just the first person to kind of show that aggression, take it down. But Kenny doesn't look like he's ready to give it up so easily.
And a 4 comes there on the turn, so that's good news for a Stormy Knight, as that pairs his 4s. Again, first to act, 2.1 million in the center. And a check this time. Kenny checks back, river. Is a 3, and that gives Kenny the wheel. So it gets home for Kenny with his deuce that he's holding, and a Stormy Knight is going to lead right into him. 1.7 million is the bet from a Stormy Knight.
I guess the question of how much you make it now as Kenny. You go big, try to trap him in.
$5.4 is the answer, and can't imagine that we're going to get a call here from Stormy Knight, but man, that just picked the wrong spot there, right? The 1.7 million in chips Certainly would have rather been used a different way, but Kenny had the cards fall his way. Finally, Katie, we've seen so many instances of
Poor Kenny, I know.
Certainly was due one there.
Well, he hasn't folded just yet.
There he goes. So 9.2 million. So Kenny is at 51 big blinds now, 24.3 million in chips, and that is a rather sizable shift as Kenny starts to solidify himself in that second place position. But as we've seen, these guys aren't afraid to trade chips. So Stormy Knight's going to pass on this one. So is Kenny, and we'll get a new ring as Tony scoops that one in a walk. Kenny here on the button, raising it up to 1.1 million with his king and his queen off, and Tony is out. Stormy Knight 8-3, also going to pass. Tony going up to 1.1 with his ace-3 off. A Stormy Knight in the small blind with Jack-9. Says no thanks.
No, not going to happen with some of those hands, but I think the blind versus blind confrontations are where you get the most fireworks in these shorter stack situations. Three-handed is rather shorter-handed situation.
A king, a queen, and a 3 come on the flop. So as we sit right now, the Jack-5 still good for Kenny, and Tony is going to pass.
Quick pass. Yeah, I haven't seen, like, you guys really hit the nail on the head when you said Tony was kind of, letting the cards come to him and not really going wild. Had a few chances with just some suited cards and stuff that I've definitely seen kind of more aggressive chip leaders really just go for it in some of these spots, and he's just waiting. He's playing patient. I love the way he's playing it so far.
Yeah, he really is.
Yeah, take it away, Katie.
No, we were talking about that earlier, where he was doing exactly that. There was a few other hands where he really had his pedal, his foot on the pedal, and then he let up when he needed to, and so we were remarking how he's playing a very good final table. Like, he really is doing what he should be doing with that stack to these players, especially with the stacks behind. This is when there was like 5 or 6 left or so, 7.
So this is interesting. So how about that? Both players with a pair of queens. There's 10s on board and a Stormy Knight. The 5 drops as well. That doesn't change anything. Obviously, the Jack right now for Tony, leaving him in a very good position. But 2 pair for each of these players, and both of them playing it pretty cool right now. So 480,000 is the bet and the call, and another 10 rolls off. So they both fill up. Wow, what an out there for a Stormy Knight.
Mm-hmm.
That is a big save here. Some of these pots, even though they're not the largest pots, they're really big pots for the other 2 players, for Stormy Knight and for Kenny, just because every pot that they win or lose right now is just going to shift who's in second, who's in third, and that's obviously going to make a really big difference as to how they kind of approach these situations, if someone's going to try to ladder to second or not.
Michael, how would you approach this if you're Kenny or a Stormy Knight? I mean, Tony has got such a commanding lead. I mean, what do you do when you're climbing that kind of mountain? It just seems like an impossible feat.
It does, and sometimes it is. If he has that many chips and you're really just not getting any hands, not connecting with any boards, there's sometimes not a lot you can do in these situations, and you can try your best to just try to ladder to second or wherever it may be. As Stormy Knight here, I'd kind of be going for it, especially if Tony was being really aggressive, just because you don't have a lot to lose. I mean, if you and Kenny both just play really tight, Stormy Knight's probably going to wind up getting third here. But if you go for it and you do double up that one time, or you do win a few pots, you can put pressure on Kenny then. So it really depends. I like feeling out how the other players are playing, and if no one's kind of going wild, even if I don't have all the chips, sometimes I try to take control, and sometimes players let you. So, as Kenny, if Tony folds and it's just him and Stormy Knight, I try to take advantage of that situation. Every time the 2 of them play a pot, see what you can do. But
I think it's just
tough.
funny that you're saying
It's
like
just tough because he has
occasionally
so
you
many
might.
chips.
It's funny like you're occasionally saying like you might try to take advantage of or might try to take control of the situation. You try to take control of every situation in poker, Gags. Like don't even
Is that
try to
right?
say that.
Is that right? It depends. It depends. I mean, I think that Tony's not going to let another player take control of this table too much, but there's always going to be
Yeah.
those hands where sometimes people fold. But yeah, I don't know. If I'm the short stack here, I feel like I'm like kind of destined to get third, so I don't hate going for it and trying to get a double up, really be in contention then.
Yeah.
So 440 entries in total for this one, $432,700 in this prize pool. And we're down to just three-handed play. So up top, $77,350, 56,900 is going to second place, and then 43,919. So all three of these guys in for a very nice payday. The minimum to walk with at this point is almost $44,000 for each.
You guys, we
Absolutely.
were talking about those. We were talking about the payouts earlier. And the payouts were really good. I think for this, I don't know if you have them in front of you, Gags, or not. But
I've seen
I think
them.
the payouts.
I've checked.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they did it. Everything was done really well. There's a lot up top, but there's still plenty throughout the final table. And I the whole
Yeah.
tournament, I don't think I've heard a single person complain about anything that they saw.
Yeah.
Really did
Yeah.
really great.
Yeah, I thought it was good. Like it was kind of flat, but like it was very even. It just seemed like a very reasonable payout structure. And but then like when you get to the top three, then that's where there's some jumps and.
And there's a big jump, especially second to first, obviously the biggest one. So
Yeah.
whoever does wind up getting heads up, it'll be a battle. No one's gonna want to take second place with everything up top, all the prestige and the watch and everything. It looks like I'm going to
Yeah.
be leaving you guys shortly on the next break, so thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, Michael, thanks for jumping
had
on.
a great time.
Congratulations again on a great event, and always great to see you and be able to chat with you. So thanks so much for hopping on and chatting with us here on the stream.
Absolutely. Absolutely, it was my pleasure.
So again, only a couple more hands here, and then we will go to break as these players try to battle it out. I mean, 3 players remaining. This one's been a whole lot of fun, and Tony is going to jump out there with his Queen 6. Stormy Knight in the small blind also going to pass. So still some pretty conservative play from Stormy Knight and Kenny, and this one maybe could be a bit more interesting. So let's see what happens. So Stormy Knight here, Ace Queen on the button. Kenny with a 10 and an 8, and then Tony with a Queen 9. So raising it up to 1.2 million, we get the call from Tony. To a flop we go. So both players with a queen in their hand, a king, a 6, and a 7 come on the flop. So the ace for a Stormy Knight is still good right now, 80% to take this one down. A check from Tony, and let's see what a Stormy Knight does. Leading the way with that bet before we got to the flop of 1.2 million, 2.8 in the center now. And shy of the previous bet, so 931,000. A quick call there from Tony does have some possibility for this hand developing, and 8 rolls off. So now all of a sudden an open-ended straight for Tony. As you see the percentages change, a Stormy Knight still very much in control right now, but open-ended straight draw from Tony, which is followed by a check.
Yeah, lots of small betting too tonight, Dave, right? We've seen like lots of and working though, gets the job done.
A deuce of spades comes off, so the straight does not get there for Tony. So the better hand holds for a Stormy Knight.
and roulette. The best slots with huge jackpots, plus a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 and $25 free. Bet MGM Casino.
Hey, New Jersey, remember World Poker Tour's last event on Party Poker US Network and how successful it was? Well, we've decided to do it again, but of course this time it's bigger and...
People always ask me, what's the best way to learn poker? LearnWPT.com offers bite-sized lessons you can take at your own pace in the comfort of your own home.
That's right, Lynn. And once you learn some skills and want to raise the stakes to compete at the highest level, with WPT GTO Trainer can give you instant analysis of your play.
So whether you're just beginning to play poker,
or you're an expert player like me,
you'll gain valuable skills and techniques at learnwpt.com/GTO.
Good times at Atlantic City's best casino are now available from anywhere in New Jersey. Sign up at Borgata Casino online today and get a 100% deposit match up to $600. You'll find all of your favorite games straight from the casino floor to the palm of your hand, including live dealer, blackjack, and roulette. Plus, take your shot at New Jersey's largest progressive jackpot and earn M-Life rewards for every spin. Ready for fun? Sign up now and we'll start you off with $20 on the house. Real Borgata thrills, real Borgata style. Download the Borgata Casino app today.
We are setting the stage for the first ever WPT Online Borgata series powered by Party Poker US Network, which will have 11 events in total, starting September 13th through to the 21st.
It's been really great to partner with Party Poker US Network on the schedule and structures. They really listen to the players. In fact, the schedule is so good that Tony Dunst is traveling across the country right now to New Jersey. But please remember, you must be physically in New Jersey to play.
That's right, Matt. And all of the side event winners will receive a set of Baccarat Crystal Beluga Highball glasses, and the main event winner, the winner of the $1,060 buy-in main event, will not only win the lion's share of the prize pool, but also a Hugo Big Bang E titanium timepiece valued at $5,200 and the trophy. And everyone who makes it to the final table on September 21st will be playing out on this streamed final table. For the full schedule and to follow along with all the highlights, just head to WPT.com.
At BetMGM, online casino is in good hands. We've got it all. Live blackjack and roulette. The best slots like Starburst and Cleopatra. And huge million-dollar jackpots that must be won. Plus, new players get a 100% deposit match up to $1,000. And $25 on the house. Online casino is in good hands at BetMGM Casino.
This is BetMGM, where every snap is showtime. And right now, get $500 risk-free on your first bet. And the action doesn't stop there. Just fire up the BetMGM app, place your bet on any of this week's games or hundreds of other matchups, then track your bet live. This is BetMGM, where every yard is a chance to win large. Download now and use the bonus code TOUCHDOWN.
People always ask me, what's the best way to learn poker? LearnWPT.com offers bite-sized lessons you can take at your own pace in the comfort of your own home.
That's right, Lynn. And once you learn some skills and want to raise the stakes to compete at the highest level, with WPT GTO Trainer can give you instant analysis of your play.
So whether you're just beginning to play poker,
or you're an expert player like me,
you'll gain valuable skills and techniques at learnwpt.com/GTO.
We are setting the stage for the first ever WPT Online Borgata series powered by Party Poker US Network, which will have 11 events in total, starting September 13th through to the 21st.
It's been really great to partner with Party Poker US Network on the schedule and structures. They really listen to the players. In fact, the schedule is so good that Tony Dunst is traveling across the country right now to New Jersey. But please remember, you must be physically in New Jersey to play.
That's right, Matt. And all of the side event winners will receive a set of Baccarat Crystal Beluga Highball glasses, and the main event winner, the winner of the $1,060 buy-in main event, will not only win the lion's share of the prize pool, but also a Hugo Big Bang E-Titanium timepiece valued at $5,200 and the trophy. And everyone who makes it to the final table on September 21st will be playing out on this streamed final table. For the full schedule and to follow along all the highlights, just head to WPT.com.
At BetMGM, online casino is in good hands. We've got it all. Live blackjack and roulette. The best slots like Starburst and Cleopatra. And huge million-dollar jackpots that must be won. Plus, new players get a 100% deposit match up to $1,000. And $25 on the house. Online casino is in good hands at BetMGM Casino.
This is BetMGM, where every snap is showtime. And right now, get $500 risk-free on your first bet. And the action doesn't stop there. Just fire up the BetMGM app, place your bet on any of this week's games or hundreds of other matchups, then track your bet live. This is BetMGM, where every yard is a chance to win large. Download now and use the bonus code TOUCHDOWN.
Welcome back, friends, to WPT. It's powered by Party Poker, the U.S. network. Thanks for being with us. We are down to 3 players remaining and big money for each of them, potentially. $43,919 is going to the next person eliminated, followed by $56,600, and up top is $77,350. If you are just joining us, go ahead and take a peek there. Look at Tony's stack. 72.5 million chips, 151 big blinds. It is a massive advantage that Tony has. And Katie, welcoming you back in as well after a short break. 3-handed play, big money here, and a great time at this final table watching these 3 very skilled players in very different positions try to navigate this thing.
This is so great. Like, how awesome is it that it's a Monday night in New Jersey and we're watching a WPT final table online and they're playing for a ton of money. I mean, this is just really, really cool. I'm really just so happy that this just was an amazing event and that these players are able to play in this wonderful final table setting for a ton of money.
So Tony going to scoop that one up. Pair of 8s flops that, and Stormy Knight is going to bow out of the way. So here we go with a Stormy Knight in the small blind with a Jack and a 10, and Kenny in the big blind with a King 7. Stormy is first to act.
I would assume that he would shove here. Yes, he shoves. This is definitely a good hand to take down the blinds with. And that's important,
15 big blinds now for Stormy. Kenny is going to call with his 5-4 off over to Tony in the big blind. Going to check with King 6 of clubs. Pot is at 1.1 million. To the flop we go. There's a 5, a 3, and a king, both getting some of that. Kenny hitting those 5, so middle pair for him. And Tony with top pair with the kings going to raise it up to 960,000.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Tony didn't raise that hand pre the King 6 suited.
2 pair for both of them now. Kings and 3s for Tony. 5s and 3s for Kenny, and it goes check, check. A 9 rolls off on the river, and Tony's kings are going to hold. So the kings and the 3s with a 9 kicker going to be good enough. Kenny with the check, and Tony not going to let him off the hook that easy. 2.3 million is the bet there, and a call from Kenny, who thinks maybe that 5 is good, and he sees the bad news. Tony there
Wow.
with a 7.7 million chip pot. And oh boy, look at this. So interesting. Kenny going up to 1.1 million with ace deuce of spades. Quick call from Tony with his pocket sixes over to a Stormy Knight who almost certainly is going to jam with his ace queen. Already 2.8 million in the center, only 6.7 million behind. A Stormy Knight still considering it here, but in the big blind with ace queen three-handed. And yep, they all get in. So 7.1 million now in the center. Kenny may get squeezed out here. He does. And Tony, I imagine, is probably going to make this call. He does. So will it go to heads up right here? It is the classic coin flip, and the flop comes with 2 8s and a queen. That's good news for Stormy Knight, who hits that queen on the flop. There comes a king and a Stormy Knight. Will he survive another elimination? A deuce comes off. The answer is yes, and a Stormy Knight doubles up to 15.5 million, and another close call for a Stormy Knight that ends up going his way. In those spots, he has been very fortunate so far tonight, but also continues to put himself in good positions. So a chance to get to heads up there for Kenny and try to battle Tony mano a mano. But as of right now, it remains three-handed. So congratulations to a Stormy Knight for surviving another all-in. And boy, 3 more hands, Katie. Look at this.
I know. And look at
all
what
of them
that
big starting hits.
Yeah, and look at what that one double up does as far as, his stack in relation to second place now. This is really a battle now. Like Gags was saying, you're eventually going to have to go for it, and but 30 big blinds is way, way better than before. Puts Stormy Knight into a lot better situation.
So let's see what happens here. So yeah, Stormy Knight raised it up to 960,000, and then Kenny comes over with a 3-bet, 3.6 million. So now it's back over to Stormy, who is going to pass. Gonna let Kenny walk with that one. Yep, good play. Would have been in a real bad position if he had made the call there. Kenny's out of this one. Tony in the small blind this time with King Jack is going to just call the 480. So the blinds are at 240, 480 with a 60,000 ante, and a Stormy Knight 5-6 here with the big blind. And a check, so we will see a flop. Couple of 4s and a 7 roll off. So interestingly enough, a pretty decent looking flop for a Stormy Night with the open ender.
I'd expect to see him bet here at least. Yeah, sure, 1/3 pot. And Tony's going to call with 2 overs.
Oh, and the king rolls off there on the turn. So Tony, spikes that king. Still not over yet for a Stormy Night. A check from Tony, though, with that king rolling off. 1.6 is the bet. Yep. And Tony with a quick call. To the river we go. And a 5 hits. There's another heart. Neither player has a heart, so that's not a factor. And the 5 does give a little bit of help to a Stormy Night, but not nearly enough. The kings for Tony are still good, and check 5.3 million go in the direction of Tony.
Mm-hmm.
Tony going to step out there in the small blind. A Stormy Night also going to pass. Kenny with ace deuce. Going to call. Tony, 5-3 off. Going to check. To a flop we go. A king, a queen, and a 9. Couple of spades. Neither player has any of that. Kenny's still good with the ace high. Going to check a min bet there from Tony with his 5-3, 480,000. And it pushes Kenny off. Katie, are you a big football fan? Do you follow it closely?
My husband is a big Bills fan, so I'm forced to hear about this new fantastic quarterback that just seems to be setting all kinds of records in the first few. The first few games what's his name? Josh Allen, I think.
Josh Allen, yeah.
He became, what was the stat today? He became one of only 4 quarterbacks in NFL history in his first few games to throw for like X amount of yards, like some ridiculous amount of yards, like 300 and 400 yards or something. Like,
he does not have any problem airing that thing out. And I grew up as a Vikings fan and still am. And Steph Diggs being a part of that team is interesting too. But there's a heck of a football game that's happening in Las Vegas right now, which I know that you
right now.
call
Cool.
is near and dear to your heart. Yeah, so that's a 1-score game. Raiders are leading 31 to about to be 24. But this is quite the hand here. So Stormy Knight has got pocket queens, betting 1.7 million, 4 to the flush for Kenny with 4 diamonds out there, or 2 in his hand and then 2 on the board. So this one could get dicey. So 1.7 million and Kenny over the top all in.
Wow.
Whoa, and a Stormy Night call. So a Stormy Night tournament life on the line, and there is the flush. And so Kenny is going to scoop the pot of 22.8 million. And just like that, the ace high flush gets there. And after a very valiant performance, a Stormy Night hits the rail in third place with $43,919. So many times on the brink of elimination and managed to battle it back. I mean, we talk about Muck and a Stormy Night. The fact that they ended up in third and fourth place is a testament to how well they played. And now Kenny, with that big pot, though, does have a little bit more ammunition. Going to have to do a lot of work here because Tony has been playing exceptionally well. The cards have been kind to him tonight. A lot of chips remain in his stack. The WPT, powered by Party Poker, the U.S. network. Again, thanks for being with us as we head to Heads Up action. So Kenny and Tony, 71 big blinds to 154. And Tony starting things off here with a good hand, going to raise it up to 1.1 million with his ace jack.
And, this isn't that surprising, right, Dave? Like, these were the 2 guys that came into the tournament, into the final table with the most chips. Generally, that's what's supposed to happen, right? The guys with the most chips are supposed to get to the last few places. So, but the really cool thing about like Stormy Night is he came in second to last in chips and he laddered up to, third place.
Very, very impressive.
Very impressive.
Tony's going to take this one down. So 2.9 million in chips going his direction. The blinds remain at 244.80 and a 60K ante. Interesting starting hands for both players here. Tony looking at a king jack of clubs in the big blind. Kenny here going to raise it up to 1.2 million with 9-6 of spades. Tony going to make the call, and we'll see a flop. A 9, a 7, and an 8. So a little bit of something for everyone here. Kenny with top pair hitting those 9s. Tony does have some possibilities here with a gut shot and a backdoor flush. So interesting to see how this plays. But Tony quickly checks over to Kenny, who bets 1.2 million.
Yeah, Heads Up is a fun animal.
And Tony here is raising it up to 3.6 million. Kenny makes the call, and we got ourselves a good little pot brewing here at 9.7 million, and a 6 rolls off. That gives 2 pair to Kenny now, 9s and 6s.
And so Tony, he continues though, right? So so here we go. He's
6 million. It's a sizable bet.
Yeah, he's keeping with his story, This is tough for Kenny, this is, it can't be that comfortable. You've got 4 to the straight, you've got 3 hearts out there, and then you've got your little 2 pair. So, but
and Kenny is
tanking
on this one a bit, but it's heads up, and there's a lot of chips already in the middle too, right? I mean, 15.7 million, that's a big pot.
It's heads up. There's a lot of chips in the middle, and Heads Up is is just
And
like a
Kenny
totally different animal. Yeah. Yeah.
lets the better hand go.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Tony continuing to be aggressive is working for him. So that puts Tony up to nearly 79 million in chips versus the 26. And Kenny is going to make the call of 1.1 million. So the pot getting up there already. And look at this flop trips for Kenny on the flop. And a check. Kenny and Tony, and an ace rolls off now. So things get more interesting. But right now, Tony is in a pretty precarious spot here. Going to need almost a miracle to pull this one.
Well, there you go.
Yep. There it is. Wow. So there's only 2.2 million in the center right now, which all of a sudden I imagine things are going to change. So Kenny bets the 1.6. Let's see what Tony does as his hand goes from garbage to Spike and Broadway. Yep. So the raise and the call, 14.7. Tony with a huge hand there and just a crushing blow for Kenny.
Yeah, a little surprised to see that turn go check, but probably saved Kenny money in the end.
Flop here shows Tony with the 3, but Kenny with the 7. So Kenny in control right now. Min bet there from Tony at 480,000. Kenny is going to raise it up to 1.5. Call from Tony. 4.1 million. There is a 10 of diamonds. Doesn't change anything for Kenny. His hand is still best right now with the pair of 7s and the king kicker. Check from Tony, bet from Kenny at 2.2 million with the better of the 2. Let's see if Tony sticks with it. He doesn't. He'll pass.
Yeah.
And that's again not a huge surprise. I mean, Tony when he feels like he's got the best of it, will be aggressive, and sometimes maybe even when he doesn't think that, just maybe sees an advantage, but will also duck out. It's not about having to win every single hand. As we were talking with Michael earlier, that's obviously a mark of somebody has a lot of experience. It's not an emotional thing, right?
Yeah, those were great. Those were absolutely great points. Just because that Gags had earlier, is because you have a massive chip lead coming into an important final table doesn't mean you can just be reckless and just start. It seems like Tony's been opening any 2, but in reality, we've seen he's been quite careful about how he continues. And so being able to open any 2 and then also being able to be careful post flop is something that you really want to have, work together. You don't just want to, be firing pre and then just, going crazy post. You could be just kind of spewing and, just giving money away.
Next person out is going to get over $56,000, almost $57,000, but the winner over a $20,000 jump, so $77,350 all the way up top. An ace, a 9, and a 4 on that flop. A queen and a deuce in the hand of Kenny is best as it sits right now. Betting 520, which is a min bet. The blinds have gone up to 265.20 with the ante at 65, so getting more expensive to play here. And that bet from Kenny is going to take it down. Tony with a 9-5 of clubs, going to raise it up to 1.1, and that's enough to get Kenny out. Want to thank our friends from Hublot. Hublot is the official timekeeper of the World Poker Tour and has awarded watches to WPT champions dating back to season 7, believe it or not. Wait, I got that wrong. Roman screwed up. It's actually season 12. My bad. But still, for a very long time, Hublot has been there as a great partner of WPT, and we thank them not only for being a great partner, but also for hooking up the players. I mean, whoever wins this heads-up match is going to get not only the $77,350, but also a Hublot timepiece that's valued at $5,200. So that's a very, very nice watch to go along with it. So 4 to the flush here for Tony. He's got a queen and a 6. There's 2 diamonds out there. As you see, though, Kenny, there comes the diamond. So queen high for Tony. Now Kenny is drawing for the king high flush if another diamond happens to roll off. Tony making it a bit more expensive, though. 2.6 is the bet from Tony as he hits his flush. Kenny makes the call To the river we will go, and will it be another diamond? It is not. It is a 4 of spades. Tony's hand is good with the queen high flush. 7.8 is the bet from Tony. Kenny quickly out, and Tony scooping up another nice one. 16.9 million. Here we go with a call from Kenny with 6-5 of spades and a check from Tony with his ace-9. And the flop comes. There is the ace, and Tony very much in control now. Kenny gonna min bet with his 5-6. Tony's just gonna quickly make that call.
This is pretty sneaky by Tony to just check back this ace in the big blind like this.
Yeah, it is. He knows what he's doing. And Kenny now picks up a little bit more equity as he gets a pair of 6s. He's going to fire out 780,000. Tony just going to call. Yeah, don't worry about this ace that I have heads up. 3.8 million, and an 8 comes off on the turn. So the ace for Tony is good. And a check. So 3.8 million go in the direction of Tony, who remains red hot at this table, all the way up to 93.3 million in chips now. Kenny with a nice starting hand here. Yep. So Jack and a queen, both hearts. Tony's going to raise it up to 1.1 million. Just a call there from Kenny. And probably not the flop that you're hoping for with your queen and jack. I mean, you do have the possibility, I guess. But interestingly, Tony hits a 3 on that. So his hand is best right now.
I would expect.
Whoop, there it is. There it comes.
Oh, here we go.
Broadway rolls off in Kenny's favor this time. So we'll see if this gets expensive for Tony or not. I mean, he's only got a 3, so probably going to be able to duck heavy artillery fire, but 3.5, and Kenny now trying to do some trapping with a check and a check back. And yep, so 3.5 million go in the direction of Kenny there, but cards finally fall in Kenny's way. And well, I say that, and now here we go. Tony, ace king.
Back to normal. There we go.
Raise from Kenny to 1.3 and a 3 bet from Tony to 4.2. Let's see. So Kenny makes the call at 4.2, 8.5 million in the center before we even get to a flop. And interesting. Tony hits his ace. There's 4 to the flush for Kenny, and there's a wheel draw as well for Kenny. If he hits a 2 here, 11 million in the center. Tony fires 2.5 million over to Kenny now to make a decision.
There's a lot going on. Yeah, of course.
All in.
Here we go.
Okay. And a call from Tony, 32.9 in the center. It all comes down to this. There is a 10 that rolls off, and final card to come. It is a 7. There's a flush, and Kenny stays alive. The ace high flush. Wow. So 32.9 million. Tournament life in the balance. It comes down to the river, and Kenny lives to see another day. So here we go. 32 million in his stack now. Yeah, he's got plenty.
Really good
62 big.
Before he just had like a 1/6 of his stack or less, and now he's, in a lot better shape.
So Tony here with a 7 and a 5 of diamonds, and Kenny looking at a king 9, and the 9 hits for Kenny. So he's got middle pair with a couple of 9s there, and now he's got 2 pair. Tony did get a piece of that as well, so he got that 7, but Kenny very much in control now. And a check from Tony and a check from Kenny will go to a river. A 5 comes off. This could be bad news for Tony here. He's got 2 pair on the board, but dwarfed by Kenny's king 9, and Kenny's going to lead here with 1.7 million. Just a call from Tony, so he'll actually get away with not getting smoked too bad on that one. Good job minimizing the damage. 5.9 million in that pot though, and Kenny continues to level up, and Kenny here looking at pocket 3s.
So interesting. I guess he limped the button. Yeah, he didn't open.
A jack, a 10, and a 6 on that flop. The 3 is still good, and Tony is going to go ahead and duck out after a min bet there from Kenny. So if you're in Kenny's position, do you get more aggressive now, or do you just continue to play it like you have been since it's working?
Well, I certainly would be more willing to put chips in the pot at this point. He's got close to 60 big blinds, and you are going to have to play at some point and get your chips moving. He didn't have very much of a chance earlier, when he got short, and so now, yes, you want to be opening, those small pairs on the button, and you want to be getting involved, and he's got the ability to do so now. He hasn't had the ability to do that very much. So
Tony going to raise it up to 1.1 million with his 8 deuce of diamonds. A call from Kenny with his jack deuce to a flop with 2.4 million, and a queen, a 7, and a 10, all hearts. Kenny once again drawing at a heart flush draw, and we'll see whether or not Tony is going to lead here by betting 728,000, and Kenny is, just out of respect for the hearts, right? You gotta raise it up, and Tony quickly folds. So 2.1 million, and didn't even have to hit the flush that time, and he's got another pot going his way.
yeah, there we go.
Tony raising it up to 1.1 million with that ace jack of diamonds. Great starting hand, heads up over to Kenny. He is going to call with his queen 4, and we will see a flop. 2.4 million in the middle. A 5, a 6, and an 8. So there is, oh man, and Kenny just spikes the straight. Yep. Bets 884,000. Tony is going to fold on that one. A congratulations to the Las Vegas Raiders on winning their very first game in Las Vegas ever. So 34-24 is the final there, just wrapping up right now. But they beat the Saints. Saints look great in week 1. So the fact that the Raiders win their very first game in Las Vegas, which is the place that I call home, is it's pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. A historic night for the city, even though there's no humans in the stadium other than the players right now.
It's a cool time to be a Vegas resident. You've got hockey now, you've got football, you've got these teams are probably going to start winning a lot too. Well, I think they are.
It's become a very significant sports town really quickly. I mean, there was no sports here for years, and all the leagues pretended like gambling was bad and everything else, and now that's gone away. So I mean, you got obviously the Raiders in town, the Golden Knights in town. There's a lot of cool stuff that's happening too, and it's exciting. So you spent a decent amount of time out here as well, right?
Yeah, we're out there for probably 2 to 3 months out of the year. So yeah,
well, maybe you can begrudgingly get dragged to a Bills and Raiders game by your husband.
I'm sure. Listen, I'm sure we will. If the Bills are anywhere on the West Coast and we're somewhere near the West Coast, I'm sure we're gonna go
at some point. So Kenny here up to 1.3 million with his King 6, and a call from Tony with the Jack 5 of hearts. Woo! Look at that flop. So a set for Kenny with 2 kings on the board, and he is just gonna toss 832,000 out there. Tony is going to come right along, and to a turn we will go. A 4 rolls off, and Kenny cannot lose this hand. Check from Tony. 2.5 from Kenny. Tony quickly out of there. Again, Tony doing a good job of, when he gets when he's in a real bad position, finding his way out of it without losing a ton of chips. But that's still on a small pot, almost 7 million in chips there, and all of a sudden things are getting more even. So Tony gonna raise it up here to 1.1 with his ace 4. Unfortunately, Kenny, for him, has ace queen, and he's going to represent that, 3-betting it to 3.4 million. A king, a 5, and a 7 roll off. So Kenny's ace and queen still good. Pot is at 7 million. Kenny with 2.1, and Tony quickly out of there. Man, we got ourselves a game, huh, Katie?
And look at this. Look at this. 75 big blinds. This is not even, this is a game for sure. And they're so
It all
deep,
could have ended yeah. It all could have ended just a couple of hands ago if that flush didn't come, but instead we have a game that's evening up really quickly. This flop is kind to Tony, so he's got top pair here with his 8s, and let's see how he decides to play this one. But 8-5 deuce on the board and pair of 8s for Tony. 88% to take this one down as it sits. Just a min bet. Kenny jumps right out. Tony with a 6 and a deuce. Kenny with a 9 and a 10. Tony's in the big blind, so Kenny will act. He's going to raise it up to 1.3.
It's okay to fold.
And Tony's going to match. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good starting hand for Kenny here, 520. Tony with the check, and the flop comes Jack 8-8. So the ace queen still good for Kenny. And a 5 rolls off. Kenny's still in good shape with that ace. Check once again. Small pot here, just 1.2 million. So just playing for the blinds. And a 2 comes off there on the river, meaning that the ace queen for Kenny is good. Tony going to fire a bullet at it and probably realize, yep, pretty quickly, just gets a call from Kenny. He takes it down with the ace high.
Nice.
Kenny, a couple of 3s here in hand, and Tony is going to do some betting here for him. 8-7 offsuit. Flop comes ace deuce deuce. Kenny's going to check. Min bet from Tony. Kenny's going to make the call. Here comes the turn. Another ace. So aces and 3s still for Kenny. And Tony goes check, check. A river, another deuce. So we're playing the board. All right. So a bet and a call, and everyone gets their chips back.
Yeah. And look at this, 80 big blinds to 125 big blinds.
It's getting real close. Couple of more, and we might actually have ourselves kind of the unthinkable, at least about an hour ago, right? Where 2 players evenly matched and heads up. That would be really something. Tony steps out of this one, and more chips going over to Kenny. So small one there, just some blinds to scoop up. But blinds continue to be expensive for both these guys, 260 and 520,000 and 65K on the ante. Tony raising it up to 1 million with a Jack 5 of diamonds. And Kenny here with his ace 7 is going to make the call. A queen, an 8, and a 4 drop on the flop. The ace high is still good right now for Kenny. A small bet there from Tony, just above a min bet. And Kenny is going to let the ace go, so Tony is going to scoop up a small pot. Our main man, Tony Dunst, joining us once again. And obviously, things have changed rather dramatically since we last saw you, Tony. As you can see, we have almost an even heads-up match now, as Kenny has figured out how to, and look at this flop for Kenny as well. So top 2, kings and queens, as Tony checks it over to him. But we have ourselves a very interesting heads-up match all of a sudden.
Yeah, I can see that. So fill me in a little bit. I saw the all-in action on the Ace King versus Queen 5 suited. Did that money go in on the flop with Kenny having the gut shot in the flush draw versus top pair?
It did.
Yep. Yeah, so
And
Tony
Kenny didn't.
almost locked it up.
Yeah,
Almost had
Kenny.
it. So you got to build back from that.
Yeah, and he was down to Kenny had about like Tony had like 6x Kenny's stack. So Kenny's made quite a comeback.
So Tony raising it up to $1 million here. Kenny makes a call, and man, Kenny's finding the cards at the right time. So Tony leading the way here with a bet of 663,000. A set for Kenny as he hits his deuces on the flop. So Kenny now going to come back in with a raise to 2.5, and Tony quickly going to fold. But 87 big blinds now for Kenny as he adds 5.4 million from that pot into his stack, and only 119 for Tony. So almost even. Here we go. Kenny's going to make the call with his 6-4 off, and Tony will check with his 4 and his deuce. Flop comes with a couple of queens and a 3. Check from Tony. Min bet from Kenny, and Tony will duck out. Tony, do you have any reference as to whether or not these guys have played each other in the past? Do you know if they've mixed it up before in an environment like this?
I'm not entirely sure. Tony plays a decent amount of the live WPTs, whereas Kenny I'm less certain about, so I just don't want to speculate, being unfamiliar with him. But Tony, I believe, is a WPT champion from a Florida event. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah. He won. I think it was 663,000 at the Hard Rock down there. So yeah, he has done very well and had some big cashes in the past.
Those are good ones to win. They do awesome events down at Seminole.
And Tony with his jack is going to get the better of this exchange. 7.7 million in the center right now. A check from Kenny as he doesn't have his straight materialize for him. Tony with a bet of 4.2, and Kenny quickly get a fold. So pretty good sized pot. 23 big blinds, moving the way of Tony on that one.
Tony, what do you prefer when you're playing? Do you prefer to have your chip stack, or you prefer to have your chip stack in big blinds?
I've recently switched over to keeping it in big blinds. I kind of think that is, the most relevant piece of information for us. So for a long time, I just had it as a chip stack, and it does feel a little more dramatic when you're like, I raised 4 million in chips, but that doesn't really mean anything the way the big blinds does.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I also switched over, and I like how more precise you can be. You don't have to do math every single second on multiple tables and potentially, make a mistake, like just a simple math mistake that could actually cost you, an extra few big blinds or something that can matter later on, So yeah, I agree.
Small pot here. Kenny is going to fire out 1.1. Yep. So he doesn't have anything, but Tony does have a pair of deuces, and he's going to make that call. So Kenny's going to get busted with the bluff there, and Tony's going to take that one down. 4.4 million heading his direction.
I like his bluff attempt, though. He was pretty close to the bottom of his range there. He's not going to win at showdown, and there are some queen and king highs he can get the fold from Tony. So it didn't work out for him, but good attempt there.
Oh boy. So Kenny with a couple of queens. Tony is going to check with his king 3. And a flop comes 10-5 deuce. Queen still good for Kenny. A min bet of 520K. And Tony doesn't get caught up in it. He's already out. Tony's turn for a pocket pair. He's got a couple of eights, going to raise it up to $1 million. Kenny also quickly out.
Dave, were you happy with the outcome of the first Vegas Raiders game?
We were just talking about that before you hopped on. Yeah, it was. It's cool, you know. I mean, being a longtime Vegas resident, to have a football team for the first time ever playing a game in Las Vegas, and for them to beat a team like the Saints as well. I mean, Saints look good in Week 1, right? So, having the Raiders come out after winning in Week 1, but into Week 2, first time in Vegas, it's a big deal, man. It's exciting. I mean, I'll always be a Vikings fan first, but we'll definitely support the home team as well. So cool to see the Raiders get a victory, and very happy to have them in the city of Las Vegas, no question. Kenny here just filled up with his fives and his queens. So Tony's got the ace, but yeah, the 5.5 million in the center here, unless something crazy happens, is going the direction of Kenny. But what were you going to say there, Tony?
I was going to say it's going to be awesome for the city. Vegas is hurting a little bit right now with the reduction in tourism from the pandemic, but I think once we bounce back from that, the addition of the NFL to the city is going to be a huge boon, and that it's quickly going to become everyone's favorite spot to watch a road game for their team.
Oh yeah, no question about it. And Fish 802 in the chat said on TV they were showing the stadium. It looks like it's right near or on the strip, so it's actually right across the 15. So the 15 is that highway that runs directly, like basically on the back side of the Bellagio, and it's right across the street actually from where Mandalay Bay is. So the whole idea is that they were going to close that road and people could go party at Mandalay Bay beforehand and then literally just walk across that bridge and go directly to the stadium. So, clearly not happening right now, but I think you're right, Tony. I mean, the idea of coming to Vegas and being able to go hit a sports book and, have your mobile apps and wager on a game while you're actually live at a game, and just enjoy, a great place to kind of year round too. I mean, right, the weather, if you compare it to some of the other cold weather markets, being able to come to Vegas in, say, November or December, pretty great weather here almost year round. So, if you don't mind the super hot summer months, but outside of that, yeah, I mean it's really exciting to have that, and then all the other events that it's going to bring to Las Vegas as well, right? I mean, you think about the potential of things like a WrestleMania or national championship game. Obviously, the draft is going to be coming back to Las Vegas after it had to get moved this year. A Super Bowl coming to town. There's a lot of just really exciting stuff. So it's very exciting for sure. Kenny with the raise there with his Jack 9, going to take down that pot. And, okay, so Tony's got Queen 10 offsuit. He's going to raise it to $1 million. Kenny looking at pocket sixes. Three bets to 3.1 million.
Yeah. Not everyone makes this 3-bet. It's kind of one of those borderline hands you can mix between calling and 3-betting heads up. So cool to see that Kenny is taking the more aggressive line here. And this could get a little bit interesting because he's going to want to... Oh, he didn't bet it. I think that as the 3-better, he should be betting this flop at a really high frequency, and that this pair actually benefits quite a bit from betting. That said, Tony checks back and turns the nuts.
Yep. So you don't bet it. You allow your opponent to peel a card, and next thing you know, Broadway for Tony once again. So Tony now going to fire 4.2 million after another check from Kenny, who has to duck out, and 10.5 million total in that pot going to Tony.
I always wonder with final tables like these, do both players have the stream up and they're watching each other's tendencies and then incorporating them, in game? That's, thinking about that fold that Muckle made earlier. I mean, it's a fold that on paper, you basically never really make, and Muckle generally would not make. So it made me wonder, well, maybe he's watching this stream and has got a very precise read from that.
Mm-hmm.
So this is an interesting hand here. So a jack rolls off on the turn, and that is going to once again give the nuts to Tony here. But Kenny has a good piece of that as well. So as you see there, he has got the lesser of the straight that just came through. So check. Both of them doing a little bit of trapping right now. Let's see what happens as we get to the final card here, an 8 of diamonds.
That's kind of a bummer. That's a real action killer of a card.
Yeah. Well, Tony's willing to fire at it, 10.4 million. And Kenny is out of this one, 16.4 million in total in that pot. So another big one. And now we're starting to see this, it's starting to move the other direction. Man, Tony, what is going on here, man? Now a pair of kings, like
Endless
this guy's
kings.
unstoppable. Back to back, kings and kings. It's just unreal. So Tony's going to raise it to $1 million. Kenny is going to make that call with his 9-8, and a flop comes with a jack and a couple of threes, and Tony with the min bet with his kings, but it's not a lot cooking there for Kenny, and he's going to fold. The winner of this event is not just going to take down the $77,350. They will also get set up with a Hublot watch. It is a beautiful watch that is valued at over $5,200. It is a Big Bang E titanium watch from our friends at Hublot. Don't you have like 7 of those, Tony? Don't you like one for each day of the week or something at this point?
Unfortunately, the event I won was the year before we started to give away Hublots for being a WPT champion. So I currently have
Just
0
missed.
Hublot watches, which, makes me feel very, what's the word? Very
light.
I'm blanking on the
those
word.
watches are heavy, man. Yeah, those things.
It's really nice. It's actually a really nice watch. It's the digital version of I forget the style, but it's really, really, really nice.
A king, a deuce, and a 4 on the flop. So a 4 for Tony and a little piece of that for Kenny as well. He's drawn at a flush. He's got a 6. A queen rolls off on the turn. So right now, Tony is in control with the pair of 4s, but there are plenty of outs for Kenny here as we head to a river, and there is the flush. So Kenny manages to find himself 4 to the flush on the board, and that is good enough for him. Check, check. Small pot, at least by, well, maybe not so much now. So Tony going to lay 1.8 million out there. Call from Kenny, and Kenny is going to take down the pot of 7.2.
It's interesting to see a sort of contrast and approach between the pre-flop 3 betting of 6s, which is a bit more on the aggressive side, and then, checking that river as opposed to blocking with the flush and checking back the queen 8 as opposed to trying to bet for value with the straight. Kenny seems to be more comfortable with pre-flop aggression than thin post-flop aggression is what I'm seeing so far.
To the flop we go here, a king, a 5, and a 7, and Tony is going to bet 740,000 with his 8-6 of hearts. Does have an open ender here, and call from Kenny with his queen 4. Queen rolls off on the turn. So Kenny quickly checks that queen over to Tony.
Like a decent card for Tony to barrel, and he does follow through here. He is supposed to have a queen advantage with the action. We know that's not the case here, as Kenny has actually turned second pair, but on the whole, Tony should have a range advantage on this board, and Kenny should have a lot of 5s and 7s that are calling the flop. And I don't know if Tony will follow through here. He's pretty close to the bottom of his range that double barrels and then misses, but the 5 on the river is not the ideal card for him, since Kenny can certainly have a lot of them.
Already 8.2 out there. Tony did barrel once. Let's see if he does it again. 2.3.
Huh. That's
and a call from Kenny. Yeah.
Yeah. That's river sizing from Tony is how to put it, suspect. It's not really a thing. Most people, for the most part, when they get checked to on the river, kind of the minimum you'd see somebody bet there is around 40-50% pot. So I guess what he's trying to do is really just get folds out of the high card combinations that got to the river, but there just aren't that many of them. Maybe like ace high or a 9-8 or something. But I feel like in order to get a 7 to fold, which is most of what he's targeting, he's going to need to size bigger than that.
So good flop here for Kenny as he hits 2 pair, the queen and the 7. And Tony has picked up some more potential outs here on this turn with the 6 coming. 1.5 is the bet from Kenny. Tony makes the call. 5.5 million at stake, and a king rolls off. So Kenny's 2 pair are going to hold. The queens and the 7s are good. Tony's going to check it.
If I'm in Tony's shoes, I'm gonna roll a number on the river and mix in some check raise bluffs because your 8 of clubs blocks a whole bunch of the flush combinations, and your 9 blocks 9-10, and you have absolutely no showdown value. So you don't want to go completely ape with it and just be check raising like a crazy person here. But this seems like a good combo to mix some in.
So Kenny is going to lob 3 million into the pot, and that'll be enough for Tony. He's going to pass, and Kenny wins another one. Tony with a couple of 4s, going to raise it up to 1.2. Kenny looking at Jack 5 of diamonds is going to make the call, and we'll go to a flop. Only have a few hands left here until another break for these guys. Short little 5-minute ace and a couple of 7s, and a min bet there from Tony at 580 after the check from Kenny. So 2 pair from Tony, and that'll be enough. Kenny is going to pass. Kenny with his 8-7 is going to raise it up to 1.5. Tony wants nothing to do with it. Tony here on the button going to go up to 1.2 million with his King Jack offsuit, and Kenny going to make that call with a 10-5. Flop comes a 3, a deuce, and a 5. It's top pair for Kenny, so he's in pretty good shape. It goes check, check. Here comes the turn. It's a 7 of hearts. Kenny's still in good shape.
Kenny should have a pretty high betting frequency on this turn. He's got a nice rage advantage after Tony checks back, and Tony will still have a bunch of overcards with an ace that have the gut shot to go with it. And I like Tony's call too with the king high. His king high could be good against a lot of various hands that are drawing for Kenny.
And it goes check, check on the river. So the pair of 5s going to print for Kenny. Not a huge pot on that one, just 4.3 million. Kenny here looking at a 10 and a 5 to Tony's 7-3. Is going to call. Check from Tony. We'll see a flop.
Have we seen much
a king,
limping
a 5
from
and 4.
Kenny so far?
Not a lot.
We've seen some interesting limping, like super deep when they got heads up. He limped ace. He limped queens with like 70 big blinds or something. Like he checked back. There was also like another couple hands.
I think it's. I'm not a heads up specialist by any means, but if he's going to limp stuff like queens, it's nice that it allows him to sneak in with the stuff like 10-5. You know, it's one of those spots where you don't want to be too transparent in your tendencies, and a lot of people just end up limping their weak stuff and always raising their good stuff. But that he limped queens now makes it a lot tougher for Tony to try and punish his limps, and allows Kenny to see more flops with stuff like 10-5.
So Tony is picking a bad spot here unless he manages to hit his straight on the river, which he does not. So he picks up a pair of 7s, which may be bad for him, but it trips for Kenny. So he ended up turning another 5, and Kenny obviously going to win this hand now. But Tony, after putting 2.9 million on the turn, is going to check the river over to Kenny. Let's see if Kenny can extract some value. 9.6.
If I'm in Kenny's shoes here and having the 10 of hearts in my hand, which blocks some of the flush draw combinations that Tony would have, I'd be tempted to go, full pot or 80% pot, really size up, because that 7 is going to connect with some of Tony's drawing range, stuff like 7-8, 7-6, 7-3 in this case. You block some of the heart combinations that are immediate check folds, and if Tony has the odd king, king rag that's going to check call the river, you do want to try and extract the most there. Plus, in order to get your bluffs through in the times you're bluffing, I think that a larger bet's going to work a lot better than this half pot bet. We'll see if it works out for him. But no, Tony makes a nice
Tony
fold there.
gets away. So big pot there at 20.8 million, 36 big blinds. And look at this, 86 big blinds for Kenny, 100 big blinds for Tony. And this is virtually an even game, heads up. Who's going to take it down? 77,350 up top. We'll return with more WPT, powered by Party Poker and the U.S. Network.
At BetMGM, online casino is in good hands with live blackjack and roulette, the best slots with huge jackpots, plus a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 and $25 free. BetMGM Casino.
Hey New Jersey, remember World Poker Tour's last event on Party Poker US Network and how successful it was? Well, we've decided to do it again, but of course this time it's bigger and better. Introducing the first ever WPT online Borgata series powered by Party Poker US Network, with a week-long series of poker tournaments exclusively for any eligible online player in the state of New Jersey. The festival will kick off with a $215 buy-in, $100,000 guaranteed event on September 13th. There will be 11 events total, including a heads-up event, a knockout bounty event, and it'll wrap up with a 2-day WPT main event on Sunday, September 20, with a $1,060 buy-in and a streamed final table. As always, there'll be plenty of satellites available. For all the info you need, just head to WPT.com.
This is BetMGM, where every snap is showtime. And right now, get $500 risk-free on your first bet. And the action doesn't stop there. Just fire up the BetMGM app, place your bet on any of this week's games or hundreds of other matchups, then track your bet live. This is BetMGM, where every yard is a chance to win large. Download now and use the bonus code TOUCHDOWN.
People always ask me, what's the best way to learn poker? LearnWPT.com offers bite-sized lessons you can take at your own pace in the comfort of your own home.
That's right, Lynn. And once you learn some skills and want to raise the stakes to compete at the highest level, the WPT GTO trainer can give you instant analysis of your play.
So whether you're just beginning to play poker,
or you're an expert player like me,
you'll gain valuable skills and techniques at learnwpt.com/GTO.
Good times at Atlantic City's best casino are now available from anywhere in New Jersey. Sign up at Borgata Casino online today and get a 100% deposit match up to $600. You'll find all of your favorite games straight from the casino floor to the palm of your hand, including live dealer, blackjack, and roulette. Plus, take your shot at New Jersey's largest progressive jackpot and earn M-Life rewards for every spin. Ready for fun? Sign up now and we'll start you off with $20 on the house. Real Borgata thrills, real Borgata style. Download the Borgata Casino app today.
We are setting the stage for the first ever WPT Online Borgata series powered by Party Poker US Network, which will have 11 events in total, starting September 13th through to the 21st.
It's been really great to partner with Party Poker US Network on the schedule and structures. They really listen to the players. In fact, the schedule is so good that Tony Dunce is traveling across the country right now to New Jersey. But please remember, you must be physically in New Jersey to play.
That's right, Matt. And all of the side event winners will receive a set of Baccarat Crystal Beluga Highball glasses, and the main event winner, the winner of the $1,060 buy-in main event, will not only win the lion's share of the prize pool, but also a Hugo Big Bang E-Titanium timepiece valued at $5,200 and the trophy. And everyone who makes it to the final table on September 21st will be playing out on this streamed final table. For the full schedule and to follow along with all the highlights, just head to WPT.com.
At BetMGM, online casino is in good hands. We've got it all. Live blackjack and roulette. The best slots like Starburst and Cleopatra. And huge million-dollar jackpots that must be won. Plus, new players get a 100% deposit match up to $1,000. And $25 on the house. Online casino is in good hands at BetMGM Casino.
This is BetMGM, where every snap is showtime. And right now, get $500 risk-free on your first bet. And the action doesn't stop there. Just fire up the BetMGM app, place your bet on any of this week's games or hundreds of other matchups, then track your bet live. This is BetMGM, where every yard is a chance to win large. Download now and use the bonus code TOUCHDOWN.
And we welcome you back as the heads up action continues. Tony Dunst still with us in the virtual booth. Great to have you along, Tony. And Katie, this has been a fun heads up match. We're getting real close to being even here.
Heads up is fun, you know. Heads up is a completely different animal, and a lot of tournament players, you know, don't play heads up that much, and so then they get to heads up and things can get fun and interesting. You know, it takes a lot to become a very skilled and good heads up player, and that's where all the money is in tournaments. So yeah, it's interesting to watch, especially when they're so deep like this. Tony, do you like in final tables that you play live and online? Like, are they ever this deep generally when you're heads up?
Rarely, very rarely. It speaks to what an enormous lead Tony held for most of this final table, that he was able to suck up all of the chips and then, you know, lost a couple of big pots against Kenny in order for this to even out. But he did that quick enough that there's still a lot of depth play remaining in the structure.
Yeah. And, you know, the levels get longer. They went to 20 minutes for day 2, too. So that kind of allows them to really, you know, play as much as possible.
So this is interesting. Both players hitting the 10, a pair of queens on board, and as you see, the jack is putting Kenny's hand in a much better position. Tony only at 5%, but that'll do it right there. So both players going to fill up with the queens and the 10, and this one's going to be a push unless Tony somehow is able to get Kenny off this hand, which I have a hard time seeing. 1.2 million is the bet from Tony. Just makes the call. And the river is a meaningless 8 of diamonds. Check from Kenny. And check from Tony. Everyone gets their money back, and we do it again.
I'm a little surprised Tony checked back that river. He's got a rather strong hand there, and it's just so unlikely that Kenny has jacks plus or a queen. I think, you know, you're mostly going to bet, and when you are called, get a chop. That said, every now and then your opponent gets sticky or calls you with ace high.
Kenny check back the queen.
Do they just really like each other or something? Like, what's going on here?
This one, that check back I can see a little bit more, because when you have a weak top pair where your kicker is not likely to play on the river and the board has a low paired card, your opponent actually has the range advantage, and it's not like you're going to be able to triple barrel for value when your kicker doesn't play. So I think mixing in some checks there is totally cool, but also as a default, we'll be betting that hand.
So check from Kenny, and Tony is going to fire just over 700,000. He's going to take down the pot with that one. So 3.2 million was the total of that pot. And Kenny this time with a 9 and a 5 offsuit, and Tony in the big blind here looking at a king and a jack. So Kenny going to raise it up to 1.5, and here comes the 3 bet from Tony to 4.6. That'll do it. Couple of good starting hands heads up here. So Tony on the button is looking at ace 9 of diamonds. He's going to raise it up to 1.2 million. The insta call there from Kenny with his queen jack, and the flop comes. Couple of diamonds out there. So Tony with the ace high is still looking good. He's also got 4 to the flush right now. A check from Kenny and a bet of 754K from Tony, and a call from Kenny. Turn is, oh boy, a king of diamonds. So Tony gets his nut flush, but this does open the possibility for Kenny to hit a straight, which would be very bad news for Kenny right now. Tony, 2.6. This might do it.
Yeah, that may do. It's a fairly sizable bet from Tony here. If Kenny had a diamond in his hand, of course he's going to see a reverie without one. He's aware of the fact that he could already be drawing dead as he is here. That his opponent could have a king. Whoa, that is
That's
Let's
a
go.
that's
Here we go.
not
yeah.
not
Seven
what I
for Kenny.
expected or would
It's after
advocate.
midnight. Here we go.
So there's the call from Tony, and oh, the queen of diamonds rolls off. So that's got to cool it down pretty quick, I would imagine, for Kenny.
I would love Kenny's turn play if he had a diamond in his hand, because he would be blocking a whole bunch of Tony's diamond combinations. He would have a lot of equity going to the river. The issue here is you check raise, and even if you make your hand, there's a very real possibility you're drawing dead and end up having to check call a bet on the river and get hurt. So I think that Kenny just got a little ambitious there.
Yeah, that didn't work out great. 119 big blinds for Tony now, and Kenny at about half that was 65. So that's a big swing there. Just unfortunately, timing was a little off there for Kenny. And here we go to the flop, and Tony doing things right again. He's got himself a pair of 9, so he's got top pair, and the best of it, bet of 580,000, so a min bet and a call from Kenny. And another 5 rolls off. So Kenny still has plenty of possibilities. He's drawn to an open-ended straight. A bet of 1.6 from Kenny, and Tony is going to make that call with top pair.
I like Kenny's bet here, and if I'm in his shoes, I'm going to barrel down on most runouts. You unblock the diamond combinations for Tony. Tony can peel the turn with a lot of various ace highs, and your 6 high, of course, has no showdown value. Here he rivers straight, so that makes his life pretty easy. He should get the call from Tony, but in another universe where the river is an inconsequential brick, if I'm in Kenny's shoes, I'm emptying the clip.
4.3 is the bet from Kenny. And Tony spent some time thinking about it, but you're right, he pays him off. So 14.3, that's it's a sizable pot as well. And Tony losing over 7 million on that one, going the direction of Kenny. 2 interesting hands here. So Tony is going to raise it up to 1.2 with his 10-6. Quick call from Kenny with his 10-4, both suited. Diamonds and hearts for Kenny and Tony respectively. And here comes the flop. It's a queen, a jack, and a 10. So both hit the 10. And as you see, another queen rolling off. So this one is going to be a chop pot.
That's not a very fun turn card, and there were so many interesting ones.
Check, check. Kenny going up to 1.5 with the ace-3, and Tony quickly out of there. ShopWPT.com is the official licensed store of the World Poker Tour, where you can find the highest quality poker items, clothing, and accessories anywhere in the world. Kenny with his King 4, going to raise it up to 1.5, and Tony says no thanks with his 3 and his deuce. $1.2 for Tony with Jack 9. And Kenny is going to make the call with his queen 3. And out comes 3 diamonds as well as a queen. Good flop for Kenny there. Some possibilities for Tony as well, as he's got an open ender, a bet of 740 and a call. So we'll see a turn, and out comes an ace. Kenny's still in control here. Does have 4 to the flush. Does have the queen. Tony is going to bet the 2 million though. Kenny makes the call. Another big pot, and a 3 comes off. So 2 pair for Kenny. Doesn't get there with the flush. Tony's got nothing going right now, but he might.
He might empty the clip here. He knows that Kenny's going to probably call that turn bet with the jack or king of diamonds, and he can't eat most of those combos on the river, but he does elect to check back.
He does. All right. So, Tony, I know that that your time obviously is valuable, so you hopping on with us a second time here to be a part of the stream. Certainly appreciate that. And I know it's getting late there on the East Coast, so certainly appreciate you you hanging with us, man, and spending some more of your time with us.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks for having me on. Katie, good to see you this week out here in Atlantic City at around Borgata. And Dave, good to see you on the stream as usual.
Good to see you, man. Have a great rest of your week, and I'm sure you'll be watching along as these two continue to battle it out. But as you see here, Katie, 95 big blinds to 91, so the closest that we've seen. Kenny with a couple of 8s here in hand, and Tony is doing the raising with his 10 and his deuce up to 1.2 million. Kenny over the top 3.5, and that's going to do it. Tony going to step out there.
Yeah, this is not where we started. Heads up.
And Kenny has officially taken the lead. How about this?
Oh my gosh.
So 94 big blinds for Kenny to 92 for Tony. So for the first time, this is the we've seen Kenny actually be ever so slightly in control, but that is a big swing from where we started. This one could get dicey. So Tony with ace deuce. He's raising it up to 1.2. Kenny's making the call with his king, and an ace comes out on the flop for Tony. So he's in a good position. Kenny quickly checks. Tony bet 740.
And like you kind of have to think too, put yourself in Tony's shoes. So like how does he feel right now? Like he had a huge chip lead when they started heads up. He's been crushing the entire final table, and now he doesn't have the chip lead anymore. And that is a mentally taxing situation. They've been playing for 2 full days, not full days, but they played all day yesterday. Now they played, a full final table, and, like they've been battling. And so mentally it's tough to be up that much and then now be down. So it'll be interesting to see what happens from this point on, because now they're equal, right? And
yep.
How does Tony handle this situation now,
So 6.6, the bet from Tony is 2.6, and Kenny is going to pass with his king and his deuce. And so there you go, another one for Tony. And with that, we welcome in Nick Binger, who is the CEO of Learn WPT. Nick, welcome to the stream. Good to see you, man.
Hey, Dave. How's it going? Hello, Katie. Thanks for having me on.
How are you?
Yeah, things are going great. Dad, I don't know how much of this you've been watching as you hop in live here, but this has been a battle royale between these two, and Tony very much in control for the longest time, and now all of a sudden it is a dead heat with both floating around that 90 big blind mark. So it's really been a showcase and a testament to Kenny, who has had to really battle his way back to get to this point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm noticing the stack depths here, over 90 big blinds for each. That's pretty amazing for a heads up. Obviously, this must have been a great structured event, but that's going to give a lot of play. And I mean, heads up is just so interesting because there's so many, you see hands so quickly that it allows you to get reads on opponents like very fast, which is cool. It's got that psychological element to it that, full ring can sometimes lack. So this is cool. I'm glad to be here.
So, as the CEO of Learn WPT, I mean, this is a unique final table because we had three people that all were able to satellite in to get into this tournament and then eventually end up sitting at the final table. But Learn WPT is kind of it's a place where people can go kind of regardless of the level that they're at. I mean, everything from beginners to figuring out some game theory at a really high level. So take us through it. What's the day to day like for you? Oh my God, quads for Tony. What is going on here? And four to the flush for Kenny, who I'm sure does not want to hit that at this point. But yeah, take us through Learn WPT for people that aren't familiar.
Yeah, absolutely. So basically, we try to make poker strategy highly applicable, something that you can apply to your game very quickly and easily. And that's everything from very beginner level players up through intermediate, and then very advanced players. So one of the things that we've been working on for the past couple of years is the WPT GTO trainer, which allows you to play solved hands. We actually have at the WPT, we have the largest database of solved hands in the world. We have solved several billion spots. And basically, you know how solvers have changed poker over the past few years. The top players have all been using them to improve their games, but they're not really that easy to use. It takes some time to put in hand ranges, to put in the betting trees correctly. You need a powerful computer to run it. So what we wanted to do was make it more accessible to the average player out there. So we did all the work for you. We've solved all of the hands, and you can actually just play through them. And it looks just like online poker. You're at the table, you just pick your action, and then when you pick your action, you're going to get immediate feedback on what the solver thinks about your action. So you can very quickly play hands. And we have a lot of students that play, hundreds of hands a day, just kind of as their general routine. And it's really makes a huge difference in people's games.
So when you had this kind of seismic shift happen to you as well with everything that's been going on these last couple of months, a lot of players making that transition from maybe playing live at the local card room that if there's one near to them to focusing a lot online, and we're seeing obviously these events like this one that we're calling right now have bigger turnouts than ever before, record turnouts. What's it like for you as the CEO of Learn WPT do you see a lot of people coming to you with the idea of, hey, I'm making that transition now. What do I need to know? Because a live card game is different than what we're seeing with online play and has been for quite some time.
Oh, absolutely. A lot of people come to us and ask us that question, or how do you transition from live to online? And the first thing you have to warn people is that the stakes are not equivalent going from live to online. So if you're playing in a live setting, they're playing in a 1-2 cash game, that's the very first game that you can play in a casino. Whereas if you play 1-2 online, well, that's going to be like the 7th level up. And so the quality of the opponents that you're going to face is not the same at the equivalent stakes. So if you're coming from a live background and you're playing online, move down. Play a lower level, both for tournaments and for cash games. I think that's going to serve everyone really well if they don't have a lot of experience online. That being said, the game is the game. No limit hold'em is no limit hold'em. And so the strategies that will be successful live will be successful online. A lot of people, if they don't have a good mindset for the game, then that's going to become very apparent online because they're seeing so many more hands per hour. You see 70 or 80 hands per hour and you think, well, man, I'm getting bad beat all the time. Well, you're seeing bad beats more often, but you're also seeing good hands more often. It's just because the game is so much faster. And so your mindset's really crucial if you want to be a successful online player. And, with everything that's been going on with the quarantine, it's actually, I've had a little bit more time on my hands, as a lot of people have. So I was able to play a little bit more online for the past few months, which worked out well. I was able to win my second bracelet this summer, so that was great. Not having played that many online tournaments over the past couple of years, the quarantine was kind of the perfect excuse to get back into it. So one silver lining there.
Yeah, it's interesting how everyone's kind of found their own little silver lining in everything that's been going on around the world. It's been a challenging time, but it's been fun to watch. People adapt and figure out how to keep business rolling and make the changes that they need to in order to keep doing the things that they love. And if that meant hunkering down for you and winning yourself a bracelet and being able to focus on the things that you enjoy so much, then good for you, man. I've had to deal with 3 screaming kids, so there's that.
Oh yeah, I can't even imagine being in quarantine with kids.
Having young kids, I've got a 4-year-old, a little one that's about to be 2 years old, and another one that was born actually at the end of April. So
Oh my gosh.
between those 3 kids, and then I do a morning radio show out of Las Vegas. And if you can imagine doing a radio show with those 3 kids, in the other room, for 4 hours a day and just trying to keep them quiet, I mean, they're awesome and I, love them more than anything, but it's, yeah, just a little bit of juggling that comes with having 3 young ones.
I don't know how you do that, Dave. I had to have my husband take our son to my mother-in-law's house just for this because I didn't trust the screaming factor.
My wife is basically like Marc-Andre Fleury. Like she just plays goalie for the office for the 4 hours. But thankfully, we went back to the studio this week before last, so it's able to be back in a soundproof room. So it's nice. But I mean, while I'm ready for everything to get back to normal, it certainly has been it's an interesting year, right? I mean, there's been a lot of challenges during this time, but a lot of good stuff too. So
yeah,
blinds on the way.
I can't imagine all.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I can't imagine all of those parents out there that would have had their kids in school right now, but some of the schools are open and some are not. That's got to be really tough. If you were kind of counting on schools as childcare, because a lot of people work 2 jobs, or both parents work, and that's tough.
Yeah, it's real tough. It's real tough on the teachers. It's real tough on the parents. It's real tough on everyone, right? Especially if you have this. It's one thing to be distracted and you have the kids at home, but it's a whole other thing if like you have to be at work when your kids are physically at home. Like, what do you do in that scenario? It's a tough one to figure out for sure. So, come on, vaccine. Here we go with the flop. We have a 3, a 9, and a 10, all diamonds. So Kenny looking at a king of diamonds in his hand, and that's good right now as the high card either way. Going to fire out 754,000, and Tony is going to make the call, and Tony all of a sudden hits the queen on the turn and bets 3 million, but unfortunately for him, that queen is not actually good news because Kenny hits the straight with that. So now Kenny figuring out, going to come over the top or not? Just going to make the call at 3 million. And the river, another diamond. So king high flush for Kenny now. And still nothing cooking for Tony. He checks, and Kenny is also going to check and take down a big pot, 9.9 million there. And a bit of a lead now. So 9 million more chips for Kenny than Tony has, and Kenny's going to raise it up to 1.5 million with his 10-7. Tony going to make the call here with Queen 10.
And I haven't noticed a lot of 3-betting so far, but I haven't been on that long. Have they been aggressive pre-flop at all?
It's been pretty one-sided as far as that's concerned. Tony has been kind of, running the table since the beginning. So most of the 3-bets have come from him. Kenny's been a little bit more passive, a little bit more, checking his good hands. But he's 3-bet there. We've seen a few earlier when we were maybe 6-handed. We saw a couple of light 3-bets from him. So he's mixing it up.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see how 2 players adjust to each other over time in a heads-up match. Searching for those weaknesses. If you can identify a weakness in your opponent or a leak that they have, then you want to keep exploiting that. And one of the most common ones heads up is just somebody who's too tight pre-flop, for example. that can be a really common leak. But if somebody has a very low 3-bet percentage, then I mean that's very useful when they do 3-bet because their range is going to be a lot narrower. It allows you to identify their likely hand range a lot easier.
Another good call from Kenny there. He had a pair of 4s along with the 3s on board and the king, and makes a call. Here we go with Tony. He's got a couple of 8s, and Kenny waking up with a king 6. He is going to make that call, and Tony is going to raise. Kenny is going to make the call. So pretty good sized pot brewing here before we even get to the flop. 4.6, and the flop is a 3, a 7, and a 9. So the 8's still good right now for Tony, and Kenny is going to duck out with that bet of 1.4 million.
We're right back to where we started, you guys. This is how we started the final table, with this guy in first and that guy in second.
Pretty
it's interesting.
unbelievable.
Kenny's open limping his
so much,
button.
Yeah, just so much playing. We end up back in the same spot, right? Sorry, Nick, what were you going to say?
I was just saying it was interesting that Kenny's open limping his button. This deep, you're going to see a lot more raising on the button. And then as you get shallower and shallower in heads up play, you'll start to see more and more open limping on the button. And that's a direct result of the fact that when you open raise on a shallower stack on the button, you're giving the big blind the opportunity to reshove on you. But I'm noticing that Kenny has been implementing an open limping strategy much deeper stacked. Now, there's a couple reasons why that might be the case. Traditionally, when you want to keep the pots very small, that's because you think you have a skill edge. And so you don't want to inflate the pot. You don't want to increase variance. Whereas if you feel like your opponent has a skill edge on you, you actually want the exact opposite. You want the pots to be bigger. You want more all-ins. You want all your bet sizes to be bigger on every street. So that's one thing that people can do in a heads-up match is even if you feel you're outmatched, you can still implement a strategy that mitigates your opponent's skill edge by deliberately increasing variance, deliberately increasing bet sizes. So maybe Kenny has this limping strategy because he feels like he has an edge on Tony. I don't know if that's the case, or maybe he's just mixing it up.
So Tony here with the 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's a pretty good flop for Tony's 6, 7 off, and Kenny has an open ender as well. But Tony is already there with his straight. Pot is at 4.4. A check from Kenny and over to Tony. $3.3 is the bet from Tony. And a call from Kenny. He did pick up a deuce there on the turn for a pair, but that's no good. A queen of clubs on the river, and Tony's straight is going to hold. A check from Tony after a check from Kenny, and sure enough, Tony going to take down a nice size pot there, 10.9 million in total. And Tony here with a good starting hand, ace queen offsuit. Kenny is going to make the call with his 5-4. Quick raise, quick call. And the flop comes ace, deuce, 10, and Tony gets the best of that with top pair. He's got a couple of aces, and he bets 1.4, and Kenny fires right back with a call. Ace 6 falls. So some more possibilities for Kenny there. Potential straight draw, gut shot. And big bet from Tony at 5.1. He doesn't want to let Kenny draw it anymore and takes down a pot there that's worth 12.5 million. Ooh, this could be interesting. So Tony with king 10 of hearts and Kenny with pocket nines. Tony going up to 1.3. Let's see what Kenny does. 3 bets it to 3.8. And quick call from Tony. Here's the flop. It is 8, 6, 4, 1 heart for Tony. But the nines hold right now. It's a good-looking flop for a pair of nines.
Yeah, and this is one of those flop textures with nines where you do want to size up on your c-bet. You know, you wouldn't want to use a quarter pot c-bet or a third pot c-bet. Specifically when you have the over pair to the board that's 1 or 2 pips over, you're going to notice more of an 80% pot c-bet from the solver. So I like that sizing from Kenny there.
Little north of 5 million, and he takes that one down and on to the next one. Tony wants nothing to do with the 4 deuce. And so Kenny will scoop the blinds there. Blinds are at 326.40 right now. 80,000 is the ante. Both of the queen in their hand, and a call from Kenny, a check from Tony, queen 5 for Tony, queen 3 for Kenny. Here comes the flop, and a couple of clubs out there, so that's 4 to the flush for Tony. He'll bet 640 and take it down.
Yeah, and this is one of those times where mental stamina is going to pay off quite a bit. They've been playing for a long time already, and when you're 80 big blinds deep heads up, the specter of a very long heads up match is still in front of you, which you have to be prepared for. You have to be ready for it to go a very long time.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, Nick, actually, because when they started heads up, Tony had like a 6x lead on Kenny. And so then they got back to where Kenny has the chip lead. And so we talked about that. You know, what kind of mental state does that put Tony in? You know, going from such a huge, overwhelming chip lead heads up to not only equal, but, you know, without the chip lead anymore. They've been playing all day yesterday. They played, you know, a long time today. They're probably tired.
Oh, yeah. It takes a huge toll for sure.
Kenny with pocket sixes going to go up to 1.6 million. Tony looking down at king 8. 3 bets it to 5.1. And there's the call. Pot 10.4 pre-flop. We'll get that now. And a king rolls off for Tony. Great spot for him to pick up that king. So king 3-7 on the flop. And it goes check, check. Queen of diamonds comes on the turn. Tony's still in great shape. Kenny would have to catch one of the 2 remaining 6s in the deck in order to pull this one out. It goes check, check again. And a 4 falls on the river. Tony's hand remains good. 7.8. What do you think about that sizing, Nick?
I think it's a little bit of a strange line. I think he could have c-bet the flop for sure. He's going to have a pretty decent range advantage as the pre-flop 3-better. Now that you've gotten to the river in this way, I think it's going to be harder for him to get value with this sizing, this particular sizing. Although Kenny does have kind of a decent bluff catcher combo. You know, it's not super relevant, but he does block the nut straight. So it's possible he gets a call out of Kenny here.
Well, it's a big pot. 18.2 million already. 7.8 from Tony is the wager. And Kenny is taking a considerable amount of time to think about this one, Katie.
Yeah, it's a big pot. This
he makes the call. Wow. He did it. He made the call. 26 million. Pair of kings. Good for Tony. That is a substantial swing.
Yeah, that shifts the chip lead back to Tony.
So Tony here raising to 1.3 with his 9-7. Kenny makes the call with king 8 of clubs, and the flop falls an ace, a jack, and a 10. So right now, Kenny's still good with this king. He does have 3 to the flush, and Tony continuing to lead here. Kenny makes the call, and then an 8 drops on the turn, which pairs for Kenny, but that does give the straight to Tony, and Tony, after Kenny's check, is going to lead out with 3.3 and take down another pot. Wow, that's a really significant couple of hands there, Nick, with what just happened for Tony. It's pretty sizable swing there with those 2 last hands.
Yeah, I like that, him following up with a bet on the turn there as he turns the open ender. I think he can get better hands to fold a decent portion of the time there. So I like Tony's aggression here. And is a little bit of trickiness paid off with him checking that king on the flop after being the pre-flop 3-better. We don't know if he would have gotten any more out of Kenny had he c-bet the flop. I'm guessing that Kenny would have called a small c-bet and then folded later. This is going to be a big pot.
Yeah, so Tony raised it to 1.3. Kenny comes over the top with a 3-bet to 3.8, and now a 4-bet from Tony to 12.8. Oh boy, this one could be real big.
Ace Queen's a monster, heads up. He can absolutely move all in here. That would be a completely acceptable play. He chooses to call.
25.8 million, and the flop comes Jack 5-7. So the ace king still good, and Tony barrels it at 7.7 million after a check from Kenny.
Yeah,
and Kenny lets it go.
Yeah, cards going Tony's way. I do like the way he played it, though. No reason to get fancy. With ace king and heads up match, you can just keep putting the money in at every opportunity pre-flop, which he did. And then he c-bet the flop and was able to take down that big pot. So Kenny's under 50 big blinds now. However, note that is much bigger than most heads up matches. So Kenny is not short stacked by any stretch. And Kenny needs to remember that to give him the best shot at recovering, is that he is not a short stack. He's got quite a bit of stack depth to play with here on around 45 big blinds.
So Kenny bets, Tony calls. Tony has the best of it, and the river comes a deuce of clubs, meaning Tony's hand is best. Tony once again checks. Let's see what Kenny does. He'll check back with his queen high, and Tony will take it down with a pair of 10s. And so just like that, 3x the number of chips as his opponent. Tony really very fortunate swing of events there with those last few hands. Kenny looking at 9-7 offsuit, going to raise it up to 1.6 million. Tony with his 8-6 of clubs, going to make the call. An ace, a 9, and an 8 on the flop. Middle pair for Kenny with the 9s. And Kenny bets $1 million after the check from Tony. Tony will make the call. He's got a pair of 8s. Turn is a deuce of spades. Another check from Tony. Kenny's going to check back this time. 5.4 million in the center. And a queen comes off on the river, meaning that the 9s are good for Kenny, and they'll both check it down. Small pot, this one going the way of Kenny. Tony's going to raise it up to 1.3 million with his 10-7. And a queen 7 for Kenny is going to make the call. A 10, a 9, and a deuce on that flop. So Tony with top pair. Just fires out there 832,000. That'll be enough to take it down for Tony.
Now I would like to see a little bit more 3-betting from Kenny. I mean, he hasn't had ton of good hands, but even hands like King 7, Queen 7, you can 3-bet at some percentage heads up. It seems like he's been a little bit passive. And I think given that fact, and given what probably Tony has seen from the stream, if he is watching the stream, Kenny could actually take down a number of pots here, I think, with just a little bit more pre-flop aggression.
Well, Kenny with trip threes on the flop just casually checks it over to Tony, who does fire 640,000 out there. And Kenny now going to raise it up to 2.1 million. And Tony, not a lot going on, is going to let that one go. Tony with ace 9, Kenny with queen deuce. Kenny does make the call over to Tony, who will check. Flop comes 10-5-4. Ace high, still good for Tony. He checks. Kenny bets 640. Quick call from Tony. Queen rolls off on the turn. That gives Kenny top pair. He puts 1.5 out there after the check from Tony. And Tony will make the call of 1.5 to a river we go. As you see, Kenny very much in control, and a deuce rolls off on the river. That's 2 pair for Kenny, improving his hand. Nothing to help Tony, so Kenny has the best of it here. 5.7 million in the center.
I think Tony could have gotten away from it on the turn there. I don't think Kenny is firing a second barrel with a high enough frequency to justify calling ace 9 there.
The bet is 4.4 from Kenny, and Tony does get away from it, but like you said, Nick, perhaps a streak too late. Great event here. We oh boy, we'll let that hang out for a second when we talk about this. So Tony's doing the raising with 1.3, while Kenny just so happens to have a couple of aces, and he's going to 3-bet it. And unfortunately, Tony didn't have a lot cooking there, so he will quietly duck out, and Kenny does win the pot.
And that's one of the disadvantages of not 3-betting with a high frequency in a heads-up match, is that when you do 3-bet with a big hand, your opponent can just easily fold a suited jack there. He probably could have gotten a little bit more value.
So a flop here of 7, deuce, and a 6, and Kenny did hit that deuce on the flop. So Tony is going to raise to 2.9 million after the initial bet from Kenny, who does make the call. So this pot also creeping up near 10 million, 9.1 right now. The turn is a 4 of diamonds, so no improvement for Tony's hand, who's holding the jack 9 of hearts. Kenny's still good right now with the 10 deuce, pair of deuces, and it's a check from Tony over to Kenny now. He'll check back. And the river is a 7, meaning that Kenny with the 7s and deuces now with a 10 kicker is good. Tony first to act. $7.7 million from Tony. Wow.
I like that he's using a bigger sizing. Have we seen any before I got here? Have we seen any overbetting from either players in the heads-up match?
Katie, I think we lost your audio there.
Yeah, we lost it.
Yeah, most of the betting has actually been quite small across the board from the beginning of the final table. very small raises, small 3-bets, small c-bets.
So this is
yeah,
an
I was
interesting.
going to say,
Go ahead, Nick.
so I was going to say that I do like that he used the bigger sizing for him there. That's the spot where he could have overbet very easily, but that sizing was going to get the job done in this case, targeting those small pairs, the deuce, which he ended up holding. And sorry, I interrupted you, Dave. What were you saying?
Yeah, no, just the texture of this hand here. So there's 13.1 million in the center, and Tony with the queen 6 right now is trailing Kenny, who's got the ace king, and Kenny fires out a sizable bet there of over 4 million and takes down that pot. So that's a significant one, 17.7 million in total, going the direction of Kenny there, who manages to muscle his way back up to almost 55 big blinds. 54 sits right now with that latest bet of 1.6 million. And Tony trying to make a decision here. He does call, so 3.4 in the center now as a king, a 10, and a 5 drop on the flop. The queen still good for Tony right now, but Kenny leading the way with a 1 million chip bet after Tony checks. Tony does make the call. A 7 on the turn there. Another check from Tony.
So it's strange bet sizing there, about a tenth of the pot.
Ace drops on the river, and Tony's queen high still going to be good. Check, check, and the showdown shows that Tony is going to win 6.7 million. But yeah, Nick, real interesting sizing there, where you're betting 600,000 into a pot of 6 million. Was that? How do you interpret that from Kenny?
I mean, if we haven't seen that before from him, I would almost interpret it as a misclick, first and foremost. But I don't like that sizing. I don't think it accomplishes much. When you have a gut shot like you did, you can absolutely fire there. You need to fire bigger so you can put some pressure on your opponent's range.
To the flop we go here. Kenny with the 8-7, Tony with the 7-4. The flop comes a queen, a 9, and a 3. And a small bet from Tony is going to take that one down. Good event that we've had. Main events, total entries 440 for a prize pool of $432,700. Obviously, the winner this evening is going to walk with over 77,350. The Baccarat Crystals, the Hublot watch, and the runner-up is going to get 56,900. So nice payday for both of these guys. And Tony here with a deuce on the flop. Right now, leading the way, a check from him over to Kenny, who checks it right back. Final card coming here on the river. It is a 5 of hearts, meaning that Tony's deuce going to hold. Check, check. Small pot going the way of Tony. Tony going up to 1.3 with his queen 7. Kenny going to make the call with his queen 10. So flop comes a couple of jacks and a 3. Only 2.7 million. A check from both guys. We'll see a turn here. A king rolls off. Kenny still good with his queen 10. Check the flop.
I'd like to see a bet
does
here from Kennedy. Yep.
Yeah, and he does fire one out, 1.5 million.
I'd actually go with a bigger sizing there. When you have your opponent check back on the flop, you can really target their range quite a bit. That's likely capped. A lot of players aren't checking back very strong hands on the flop, and you can put a lot of pressure with your draw and even fold out an ace high occasionally. But In this case, they're going to chop it up.
So Kenny with a couple of fives, going to raise to 1.6 million. Over to Tony. He's going to make the call with the Jack 9 off. A 7, an 8, and a deuce come out on the flop. So right now, a couple of over cards for Tony still, but Kenny has the fives, which remain good for the moment. A queen of clubs comes out on the turn. A check from Tony. And
So
Kenny
yeah,
checks
slightly
back
passive
again.
play here with Kenny, choosing not to c-bet on the flop. I think he could have c-bet there. This type of hand would like protection. Now it doesn't need protection, but on the flop he could have absolutely c-bet there.
Yeah, by the time we get to the river where he hits his set, it's a little too late. So he puts 1.7 million out, and that's it for Tony. He's quickly out of there. A king and a deuce for Kenny. He's going to go up to 1.6 million. And Tony will make the call with 7-5, and we'll go to a flop, 3.4 million. At stake right now, a 7, a 6, and a 4 roll out. So top pair there for Tony as he checks over to Kenny, who checks right back. A 5 rolls out, so now it's an open-ender on the board, and it's 2 pair for Tony. He checks. Kenny checks right back. And there it is. So another chop.
So in Kenny's shoes there in position, I would often think about firing to get my opponent off the chop. He could exert pressure there. And with those fives checking back on the flop, when you're thinking about a check back range, and you do want to have some decent hands in your check back range, but you want to include hands that are less vulnerable than the 2 fives. They want protection, so you can check back occasionally with your top pair bad kicker type hand or other strong hands, but you generally don't want to check back kind of your medium equity but highly vulnerable hands like your bottom pairs and under pairs to the board like that.
So this one's going to run out, and Kenny with his ace high, going to be good enough. Check from Kenny, check back from Tony. Showdown value of the king, no good, and Kenny's going to scoop up that one. Ace 5 for Tony. He raises it up to 1.3. A call from Kenny with his pocket deuces. Flop comes a 9, a 7, and a jack. Deuce is still good. Tony checks after Kenny checks. So we go to the turn, and a queen comes. Kenny will check. Tony does the same. Looks like another small pot here.
Yeah, and in this case, I think
off.
it's justified. This type of flop texture and these hands, both hands are just happy to have it checked down.
So Kenny going to go up to 1.6 million with his king deuce. Tony's going to make the call with jack 10. And a king comes out, and that's great news for Kenny, who's holding one. So pair of kings for him. He's going to bet $1 million after the check from Tony, and Tony will quickly dip out. Tony going to go up to 1.3 million with his queen deuce. Kenny has 7-4 spades, going to make the call. Flop comes 6-8-3. Queen high is good for the moment. 832,000 from Tony after the check from Kenny. Kenny will make the call there. Turn is a queen of diamonds, which is good for Tony as he makes top pair. Check from Kenny, and Tony's going to lob 2.6 million, and that's enough to push Kenny off. Baccarat Crystal is the official Champions Toast provider of the World Poker Tour and naming partner of the WPT Tournament of Champions presented by Baccarat Crystal. Tonight's winner is also going to get set up with some of those beautiful glasses, so appreciate Baccarat Crystal and everything they do for the World Poker Tour. Flop comes here, an ace, a 10, and a 4, so Tony hits middle pair with that 10, and Kenny 8-5, not a lot going right now. Check from Tony over to Kenny, who bet 700,000. Quick call from Tony. A 5 comes off, so that gives Kenny a pair of 5s. Still dwarfed by Tony's pair of 10s, but some more potential outs here. Kenny is going to bet 1.5 million after Tony's check, and Tony, thinking about it, makes a call. And another 4 comes off, so Tony is going to hold with his 10s and his 4s. Ace kicker. It goes check, check, and a showdown. Tony will win the 6 million chip pot.
Yeah, and I don't mind the bet on the turn there from Kenny. He's targeting some of those Broadway gut shots that Tony can absolutely have. Probably not going to get 10 to fold very often, but he's going to fold out a decent portion or deny equity to a decent portion of Tony's range.
Flop comes ace, jack, 6. Pair of 6s for Kenny. And Tony's going to lead the way here with a bet of 700,000. Kenny is going to make the call. Turn rolls off as a 7, so the pair of 6s still good for Kenny. Gut shot possibilities for Tony, who leads the way with a bet of 2.2 million, and he pushes Kenny off the hand.
So was that a limp on the button, or did Kenny open the button and Tony called?
Kenny likes to limp the button, so it may have been a limp.
Yeah.
Kenny with the check.
I like
He's got the 10-6, and yeah, go ahead, Nick.
I was gonna say I like the aggression that Tony's showing. He's willing to put some pressure on Kenny when Kenny's played a little bit more passively, and we saw him pick up the gut shot there on the turn and fire, which I like a lot.
So this could be interesting. Kenny is the one that raises it to 1.8 with his 10-8 of spades, and Tony wakes up with ace-king, 3 bets it to 5.6, and Kenny makes the call. So now a big pot here, starting before we get to the flop, 11.4, and this could be interesting because Tony hits his king, so top pair, top kicker, bets 3.4 million, and Tony quickly folds.
Yeah, and I like the way that was played. You could have sized down a little bit on the C bet on the flop. It was close to a third of the pot. You can do 20% or 25% pot there. But given Kenny's hand, he wasn't gonna get too much more out of him anyway.
This could be interesting. So both players hit top pair with their queens. Tony has the ace kicker though, and Kenny checks. Tony bets 910,000. Kenny now raised it to 3.3. Tony quickly makes the call. 9.6 million in the center. A 4 rolls off. So now queens and 4s. The ace kicker still playing for Tony right now. Kenny first to act.
I'm not a huge fan of the check raise here with the queen 8. This type of hand would prefer a check call in general there, because when you do get your check raise does get called, obviously you're going to be out kicked a decent portion of the time. and you're a little too deep
4.8
to just
is
want to get it all in.
Yeah, so this is a bad look here for Kenny. 4.8 was the bet on that last one by Kenny, and Tony makes the call. 19.1 million in the center. Kenny only has 13.1 behind. No help there on the river. Tony has got the best of the exchange. Queens and fours with an ace kicker. Kenny is first to act.
Yeah, I don't see him getting away from this hand necessarily.
Yeah.
All in. Call here, and Tony wins it. And that is it. Tony takes it down in unbelievable fashion, you guys.
Wow.
That was something. I mean, after this dramatic comeback, Tony all of a sudden reasserts control, takes it down. Nick, I'm so glad that you were able to join us for the backside of this tournament here as Tony really put on a bit of a clinic of his own. I mean, being the CEO of, Learn WPT, tell us what you thought about Tony's performance there, really regaining control after it looked like it was slipping away.
Absolutely. Yeah, this was a great heads-up match. I'm really impressed by Tony's just pressure that he put on Kenny. He realized that Kenny was playing a little bit more passively. He realized that he could c-bet a little bit more frequently. He could fire a turn second barrel a little bit more frequently. So Tony was able to just exert aggression. And as we often see at final tables, aggression just works in no limit hold'em. So Tony was able to put the pressure on his opponent and came out victorious.
And Katie, your final thoughts as well as we see these two really have a great battle. How do you assess Tony's play after having such a huge lead and then getting into a little bit of trouble there, actually losing the chip lead for a short time, but figuring out how to not let that rattle him?
Tony's tough. I think he showed us why he's a WPT champion. He showed us why he won this event. This was a wonderful event. I'm so happy that the players and everybody had a great time. We at Party Poker US Network are just thrilled with how everybody is just so happy and really enjoyed themselves. And we're just so happy that we were able to be a part of a wonderful event. And we have a new WPT champion.
Indeed, we do. And congratulations to Kenny as well, taking home $56,900. And, of course, Tony up top, $77,350. The Hublot watch, the crystals from Baccarat, all of it. And what a wonderful night here hanging out with you guys. Like you said, it's a Monday. There's a little bit of Monday Night Football going on. We're sitting here calling a final table in this virtual world that we live in now. But what a great event. And congratulations to you guys on putting on another
We might have lost Dave. We've lost him a few times.
He's trying to come back in. I can hear it a little bit here and there.
Come back to us.
This was a great
one, and
great
people
event.
to have you along. Oh, I dipped out there for a second, but I was saying, Nick, thank you so much for being here, and make sure you head over to Learn WPT for more on that. And Katie, a pleasure to call a final table with you. Hopefully, we'll be able to do it again very soon. So alongside Nick Binger and Katie Stone, my name's Dave Fair. Thank you so much for watching the WPT.
At BetMGM, online casino is in good hands with live blackjack and roulette, the best slots with huge jackpots, plus a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 and $25 free. BetMGM Casino.
This is BetMGM, where every snap is showtime. And right now, get $500 risk-free on your first bet. And the action doesn't stop there. Just fire up the BetMGM app, place your bet on any of this week's games or hundreds of other matchups, then track your bet live. This is BetMGM, where every yard is a chance to win large. Download now and use the bonus code TOUCHDOWN.
People always ask me, what's the best way to learn poker? LearnWPT.com offers bite-sized lessons you can take at your own pace in the comfort of your own home.
That's right, Lynn. And once you learn some skills and want to raise the stakes to compete at the highest level, with WPT GTO Trainer can give you instant analysis of your play.
So whether you're just beginning to play poker
Or you're an expert player like me.
you'll gain valuable skills and techniques at learnwpt.com/GTO.
Good times at Atlantic City's best casino are now available from anywhere in New Jersey. Sign up at Borgata Casino online today and get a 100% deposit match up to $600. You'll find all of your favorite games straight from the casino floor to the palm of your hand, including live dealer, blackjack, and roulette. Plus, take your shot at New Jersey's largest progressive jackpot and earn M-Life rewards for every spin. Ready for fun? Sign up now and we'll start you off with $20 on the house. Real Borgata thrills, real Borgata style. Download the Borgata Casino app today.
We are setting the stage for the first ever WPT Online Borgata series powered by Party Poker US Network, which will have 11 events in total, starting September 13th through to the 21st.
It's been really great to partner with Party Poker US Network on the schedule and structures. They really listen to the players. In fact, the schedule is so good that Tony Dunce is traveling across the country right now to New Jersey. But please remember, you must be physically in New Jersey to play.
That's right, Matt. And all of the side event winners will receive a set of Baccarat Crystal Beluga Highball glasses, and the main event winner, the winner of the $1,060 buy-in main event, will not only win the lion's share of the prize pool, but also a Uglo Big Bang E-Titanium timepiece valued at $5,200 and the trophy. And everyone who makes it to the final table on September 21st will be playing out on this streamed final table. For the full schedule and to follow along with all the highlights, just head to WPT.com.
At BetMGM, online casino is in good hands. We've got it all. Live blackjack and roulette. The best slots like Starburst and Cleopatra. And huge $1,000,000 jackpots that must be won. Plus, new players get a 100% deposit match up to $1,000. And $25 on the house. Online casino is in good hands at BetMGM Casino.